Make videos. Celestial navigator Kale stood atop the highest tower of the Skyward Isles, his eyes scanning the distant horizon for signs of impending danger. The twin suns cast a warm glow across the floating islands. Make videos. But Kale felt an ominous chill in the air as he deciphered the celestial patterns, predicting a dark omen. Meanwhile, elementalist Lyra prepared to join him, her hands already glowing with elemental energy, ready to face whatever threat loomed on the horizon. Make videos. As Kale and Lyra descended from the tower, they were joined by Echo Blade Aaron, who had sensed their urgent preparations and came to assist. Together, the trio gathered at the edge of the floating island's cliff. Make videos, where Aaron created echoes of himself to scout ahead and report back any signs of approaching danger. The sky darkened unexpectedly as ominous clouds began to gather around the islands, signaling that trouble was indeed imminent. Make videos. As they prepared for the impending danger, Seraphina, a dream walker, arrived at the cliff's edge, her eyes closed as she delved into the dreamscape to seek out any hidden threats. Her companions watched in awe as tendrils of silver light danced around her, weaving intricate patterns that only she could interpret. Meanwhile, Thorn, the Beast Master, Make videos, brought forth his majestic winged lions from behind a cluster of floating clouds, their fiery manes shimmering in the dimming sunlight. Make Kale's celestial charts confirmed that a shadowy force was closing in on their island home, and he urgently shared his findings with Aaron and Lyra. Seraphina, still lost in her dream visions, Make videos, suddenly gasped as dark forms began to materialize from the cloud cover, confirming what Kale had predicted. Thorn and his winged lions took up defensive positions around the gathering group, their fierce roars echoing ominously through the air. Make videos. As the dark forms began to materialize from the clouds, Thorn commanded his winged lions into battle formation, their fiery manes blazing in defiance against the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Seraphina's tendrils of silver light intensified as she wove protective dreams around each member of the group, ensuring they would face the approaching threat with enhanced courage and clarity. Meanwhile, Lyra channeled her elemental energy to create a barrier of swirling fire and wind, sealing off any direct path for the shadows to attack. Make videos. Aaron's echoes scattered in different directions, their voices merging into a single resolute command to fortify the island's defenses. Seraphina emerged from her trance. Make videos. Her eyes glowing with an inner light that illuminated the encroaching darkness, and she began weaving intricate protective spells around each of them. Thorn led his lions into a strategic formation, readying themselves for aerial combat against the shadowy force closing in. You said. The shadows coalesced into terrifying forms, revealing themselves as twisted creatures of the night. Make videos, their presence chilling even the bravest hearts among the defenders. Cal's celestial charts flickered with warnings of dire omens. Make videos. And he urgently directed his companions to prepare for a battle unlike any they had faced before. Lyra's barrier flared brightly, deflecting initial attacks from the dark entities as Thorn's lions took flight, their powerful wings creating gusts that scattered enemy forces. Seraphina's spells rippled through the air, creating shimmering barriers that deflected the shadows' attacks and protected their group from harm. Thorn's winged lions roared in challenge as they circled overhead, striking with precision and ferocity against the dark entities below. Kel continued to consult his celestial charts, seeking a way to turn the tide of this unexpected battle. Make videos. Lyra's elemental energy surged as she maintained her barrier against relentless shadow attacks, her movements fluid and precise under the pressure. Thorn's lions descended in waves. Make videos. Their claws and teeth tearing through the dark creatures with devastating efficiency, while Seraphina worked tirelessly to bolster defenses with each new spell. Kel, amidst the chaos, found a pattern in the celestial charts that hinted at an ancient ritual capable of repelling the darkness. Make videos. Arin's echoes moved swiftly across the island, reinforcing every weak point and ensuring no part of their defense was left unprotected. Seraphina's protective spells continued to pulse around them. Make videos, creating an impenetrable shield that pushed back the relentless tide of dark entities. Thorn's lions fought with a ferocity unmatched by any creature, their wings slicing through the air like swords, delivering decisive strikes against the shadowy foes. Make videos. Kale discovered an ancient celestial alignment in his charts that could amplify their defensive capabilities against the dark forces. Seraphina, sensing Kale's urgency, deepened her connection to the dreamscape, pulling forth visions of long, forgotten rituals and incantations. Thorn's lions soared higher into the sky, coordinating their aerial attacks with precision as they disrupted enemy formations from above. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier, channeling additional energy to fortify it against the relentless assault by the dark entities. Seraphina, now fully immersed in the dreamscape, Make videos, began chanting ancient incantations that resonated with a profound power, enhancing their protective spells and bolstering morale. Thorn directed his lions with concise commands, coordinating aerial strikes that disrupted enemy formations and pushed back their ranks. Make videos. Kale's celestial charts revealed an ancient ritual that could amplify their defenses against the shadowy force, and he quickly instructed Seraphina on its arcane details. Thorn led his lions in another wave of aerial attacks, striking with precision to disrupt enemy formations as they closed in. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier once more, channeling a surge of energy that intensified its protective strength against the relentless assault. Make videos. As Kyle began performing the ancient ritual under Seraphina's guidance, a radiant light enveloped them, strengthening their defenses against the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Thorn and his lions continued to press the offensive from above, disrupting enemy formations with each precise strike. Lyra's elemental barrier shimmered intensely, absorbing and repelling dark energy as it intensified. Make videos. The dark entities pressed forward, their numbers seemingly endless as they sought to breach the defenders' fortified positions. Seraphina's protective spells pulsed stronger. Make videos. Now infused with the ancient power from the ritual Kale had performed, creating a shimmering barrier that repelled their relentless attacks. Thorn and his lions continued their aerial assault, slicing through enemy ranks with precision strikes. Make videos. Arin's echoes worked in tandem to reinforce the barriers created by Seraphina and Lyra, ensuring no weak points were left unguarded against the relentless onslaught. Kale completed the ancient ritual. Make videos, its radiance intensifying as it merged with Seraphina's protective spells, creating a formidable shield that pushed back waves of dark entities. Thorn and his lions maintained their aerial assault, cutting through enemy formations and providing crucial support from above. Make videos. The dark entities intensified their assault, their twisted forms surging forward in a relentless wave that tested the defenders' resolve. Cal's completed ritual now blazed with an inner light. Make videos, merging seamlessly with Seraphina's protective spells to create an impenetrable barrier against the encroaching shadows. Thorn and his lions continued their aerial onslaught, tearing through enemy ranks with precision strikes that disrupted any coordinated attacks from below. B. Make videos. As the battle raged on, Thorn's lions began to tire from their unrelenting aerial assault, but they remained vigilant, striking with renewed vigor as they sensed the resolve of their companions below. Cal, make videos. His ritual now fully enacted, continued to consult celestial charts for any new patterns or weaknesses in the enemy's approach that could be exploited. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and pulsed stronger, her tendrils weaving intricate barriers that seemed to absorb some of the dark entity's energy. Sana, make videos. Lyra's elemental barrier continued to flare brightly, absorbing and deflecting every shadow entity that dared to approach their fortified position. Thorn's lions began to descend from the skies, their fiery manes still ablaze but showing signs of fatigue after prolonged aerial combat. Seraphina intensified her protective spells, make videos, weaving intricate patterns in the air that seemed to draw the shadows closer before repelling them back. Make videos. As the battle reached its peak intensity, Thorn's lions began to land beside their human companions, ready for ground combat if necessary. Cal and Seraphina continued to work together, combining celestial knowledge with dream-woven protections to find any weaknesses in the Dark Force's strategy. Lyra adjusted her elemental defenses, ensuring they remained impenetrable against the relentless shadow entities. LLM's U2, said the defenders held firm against the overwhelming tide of darkness, their unity and determination proving crucial as they repelled wave after wave of shadow entities. Thorn's lions roared with renewed vigor, striking swiftly at any enemy that dared to breach the protective barriers. Seraphina's spells glowed brighter, now imbued with a fierce resolve that pushed back even the darkest threats. Boo. Kale and Seraphina exchanged quick glances as they detected a shift in the celestial patterns, indicating that their combined efforts were starting to weaken the Dark Force's grip. Make videos. Thorn's lions roared in approval, their fiery manes casting flickering shadows on the defenders below as they prepared for a final push against the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Lyra's elemental barrier pulsed intensely, now imbued with an additional layer of protective energy that seemed to glow brighter with each passing moment, reflecting the strength and resolve of its wielder. Make videos. Seraphina's spells continued to weave intricate patterns in the air, drawing dark entities closer before repelling them back into the swirling storm clouds. The defenders stood united, make videos, their combined efforts creating a formidable front against the relentless darkness. Thorn led his lions forward with renewed vigor, their fiery manes casting fierce shadows as they joined the ground combat alongside K. Make videos. Thorn's lions joined the ground combat alongside Kale and his companions, their fierce roars shaking the floating islands as they engaged the shadow entities in close quarters. Make videos. Seraphina chanted an ancient incantation, her spells weaving a protective shield that shimmered around each defender, deflecting dark energy with renewed strength. Lyra's elemental barrier pulsed with vibrant colors, absorbing and dispersing the encroaching shadows more efficiently than ever before. Make videos. Cal and his companions fought valiantly as the celestial alignment began to weaken the Dark Force's grip on the skyward isles. Thorn directed his lions in precise ground attacks, make videos, while Seraphina's protective spells continued to fortify their positions against relentless shadow entities. Lyra maintained her elemental barrier with unwavering focus, ensuring no part of the island was left unprotected. As Thorn's lions engaged in fierce ground combat alongside Kale and his companions, their fiery manes cast flickering shadows across the skyward isles. Seraphina chanted an incantation that wove protective spells around them, deflecting dark energy with increasing intensity. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier to absorb a surge of encroaching shadows, ensuring no part of the island remained unprotected. Make videos. Kale's celestial charts flickered with new patterns as he and his companions pushed back the dark entities, signaling that their combined efforts were starting to have an effect. Thorn's lions roared in triumph. Make videos. Their fiery manes casting fierce shadows on the ground below as they continued their relentless assault against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered brightly. Make videos. Now infused with additional strength from the ancient ritual, creating a barrier that deflected dark energy more efficiently than ever before. The defenders pressed forward, their combined efforts finally breaking through the relentless assault of dark entities, as Seraphina's protective spells continued to hold firm against the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Thorn led his lions in a final charge, their fiery manes ablaze with renewed vigor as they tore through enemy ranks, while Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier, absorbing and dispersing the last waves of darkness. Make videos. The battle's intensity waned as Kale and his companions pushed back the last remnants of darkness, their combined efforts breaking through the relentless assault. Thorn's lions roared triumphantly, their fiery manes casting flickering shadows across the floating islands as they circled victoriously overhead. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered with added strength, now infused with the ancient ritual's power to deflect any remaining encroaching shadows. The skyward isles slowly returned to tranquility as Kale and his companions stood victorious over the defeated remnants of darkness. Thorn's lions landed beside them. Make videos. Their fiery manes still flickering with lingering energy from battle. Seraphina's protective spells dimmed, but her eyes remained bright with a sense of accomplishment. LLM, Siyu said. The sky began to clear. Make videos. The twin suns casting a warm glow upon the floating islands once more as Kale and his companions celebrated their hard-won victory. Thorn's lions milled around contentedly. Make videos. Their fierce battle over but not forgotten in their fiery hearts. Seraphina's protective spells faded entirely, leaving behind only the echoes of her powerful incantations woven into the fabric of the islands. 2. Make videos. As peace returned to the skyward isles, Kale and his companions shared stories of their harrowing battle against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's lions rested beside them. Make videos, their fiery manes glowing softly in the recovering sunlight, a testament to their bravery and resilience. Seraphina's eyes held a deep sense of fulfillment as she gazed at the horizon, knowing they had safeguarded their home with unwavering courage. Make videos. The skyward isles basked in tranquility once more as Kale and his companions gathered around a warm fire to share tales of their victory. Thorn's lions lay peacefully beside them. Make videos. Their fiery manes softly aglow under the twin suns' light, while Seraphina's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom gleaned from the battle. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier. Make videos, now used to protect and heal rather than fight, as she reflected on the strength of their unity against overwhelming odds. Make videos. Kale and his companions continued to celebrate their victory over the encroaching darkness, sharing tales around the warm fire, while Thorn's lions rested peacefully beside them. Make videos. Seraphina reflected on the ancient ritual she had woven into her protective spells, marveling at how their combined efforts had safeguarded the skyward isles from imminent danger. Lyra tended to minor injuries with her healing elementals, reinforcing a sense of camaraderie and mutual support among the group. Aaron, the Echo Blade, stood atop the highest peak of the Whispering Woods, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger as the sun dipped below the treetops. Beside him, make videos. Lyra, the Elementalist, prepared a storm of fire and ice to ward off potential threats from the shadows. Seraphina, the Dream Walker, closed her eyes and began weaving protective dreams around their campsite, ensuring they would rest peacefully that night. Make videos. Thorn, the Beast Master, led his pack of winged lions through the dense canopy of the Whispering Woods, their eyes glowing faintly in the gathering darkness. Make videos. The air was thick with tension as they approached a clearing where a large group of shadow creatures had been sighted, ready to protect Aaron and Lyra's campsite from any impending danger. Seraphina, make videos, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, opened her mind to the forest's ancient wisdom, seeking guidance in the form of prophetic dreams that would aid their defense. Make videos. Aaron heard the distant howls of shadow creatures approaching through the forest night, his heart pounding with anticipation as he prepared for battle. Lyra and Thorn joined him. Make videos. Their eyes locked on the darkening horizon, ready to unleash fire and claws upon any foe that dared to threaten their campsite. Seraphina's dreams spoke of a hidden path through the woods, one that would lead them to an ancient artifact capable of repelling shadow creatures for days. Make videos. Aaron signaled for Thorn and his winged lions to circle above, ready to strike from the air if shadow creatures breached their defenses. Seraphina's eyes fluttered open as she shared her vision with Lyra, make videos, who nodded and began crafting a barrier of elemental energy around their campsite. The night grew colder as they prepared, each aware that the artifact Seraphina had seen could be their only hope for survival. 2. As dawn broke over the Whispering Woods, Aaron noticed the ancient artifact glowing faintly near their campsite, its light visible even through the dense foliage. Seraphina approached it cautiously, make videos, her hands trembling with the weight of responsibility as she activated the artifact's protective powers. Thorn and his winged lions took up defensive positions around the clearing, ready to fend off any shadow creatures that might breach the enhanced defenses. Make videos. With the dawn's first light, Aaron and his companions stood around the activated artifact, feeling a surge of power emanate from it, warding off any lingering shadows. Thorn's winged lions circled above, make videos, their eyes alert for signs of approaching danger as Lyra reinforced the elemental barrier with bursts of flame and ice. Seraphina, her mind still connected to the forest's ancient wisdom, whispered to the trees, asking them to stand guard over the campsite. Make videos. Aaron felt a renewed sense of calm as the artifact's protective glow strengthened their defenses against any lurking shadows in the Whispering Woods. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier, ensuring it was impenetrable while Thorn and his winged lions continued to patrol the skies vigilantly. Seraphina's connection with the ancient forest deepened, allowing her to sense subtle movements that might indicate a threat. Make videos. Aaron and his companions began to set up camp for the day, relying on the protective powers of the ancient artifact to ensure their safety. Make videos. Seraphina's connection with the Whispering Woods, allowed her to predict an approaching group of travelers who sought shelter from the shadows. Thorn dispatched some of his winged lions to guide these newcomers safely to their fortified campsite. Make videos. Aaron and his companions welcomed the weary travelers to their fortified campsite, sharing stories by the firelight as night fell once again over the whispering woods. Seraphina's dreams revealed a hidden path through the dense forest that would lead them to safety in a nearby village, offering hope for a respite from their constant vigilance against shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lions kept watch throughout the night, ensuring everyone's rest was undisturbed by any lurking threats. As dawn broke again, Aaron and his companions decided to follow the hidden path through the whispering woods that Seraphina had discovered in her dreams. Thorn led the way with his winged lions scouting ahead, ensuring their route was clear from any lingering shadows or dangers. Lyra kept a close eye on the elemental barrier around them as they ventured deeper into the forest. Make videos. Aaron and his companions moved cautiously along the hidden path, their footsteps silent as they navigated through the dense underbrush of the whispering woods. Thorn's winged lions communicated silently with him. Make videos, signaling clear skies ahead while Lyra checked the elemental barrier for any breaches. Seraphina walked at the back, her senses attuned to the forest's ancient whispers, guiding them forward. Make videos. Aaron and his companions continued their journey along the hidden path, the morning sun casting long shadows through the dense foliage. Thorn's winged lions flanked them. Make videos, their keen eyes scanning for any signs of danger as Lyra maintained a constant watch over the elemental barrier. Seraphina felt the forest's ancient wisdom guiding her steps, promising a safe passage to the nearby village. Make videos. Aaron and his companions encountered an unexpected obstacle when a thick fog rolled in, obscuring their path through the whispering woods. Thorn's winged lions sniffed the air nervously. Make videos, their eyes flickering with concern as they struggled to see beyond the dense mist. Seraphina closed her eyes, reaching out to the ancient wisdom of the forest for guidance on navigating this new peril. Make videos. Aaron and his companions pressed onward through the thick fog, their senses heightened as Thorn's winged lions guided them by instinct. Seraphina felt the forest's ancient wisdom, urging her to trust in the hidden path, which seemed to shimmer faintly before their eyes. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier, weaving protections against any unseen threats that might emerge from the mist. Make videos. Aaron and his companions followed the faintly shimmering path through the dense fog, guided by Thorn's winged lions and Seraphina's connection to the forest. Lyra maintained her elemental barrier. Make videos, adapting it to protect against any unseen threats lurking in the misty woods. As they advanced, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, signaling their approach to a clearing that promised safety. Make videos. As they emerged from the fog into the clearing, Aaron saw the ancient village bathed in morning light, its stone walls and thatched roofs appearing as a sanctuary amidst the perilous woods. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions landed gracefully beside them, their presence reassuring to the wary travelers who had joined their journey. Seraphina felt a profound sense of relief as she stepped into the village, knowing they had reached a temporary haven from the shadow creatures. Make videos. Aaron and his companions rested in the ancient village, their weary bodies finding solace in the warmth of the sun and the safety of its stone walls. Thorn's winged lions roamed freely within the village limits, make videos, bonding with the villagers who treated them as honored guests. Serafina wandered into a nearby grove, communing with the trees to learn more about the ancient history of this sanctuary. Arin and his companions gathered around a roaring fire in the ancient village's central square, sharing tales of their journey through the whispering woods. Thorn's winged lions prowled nearby, forming an imposing yet reassuring presence that put all travelers at ease. Serafina spoke with the eldest villager, make videos, learning about a hidden passage to the Ember Wastes, where they could find allies and resources crucial for their ongoing struggle against shadow creatures. Make videos. Arin and his companions decided to seek out the hidden passage to the Ember Wastes as soon as possible, eager to find allies in their fight against shadow creatures. Make videos. Thorn led the way through winding paths known only to him and his winged lions, who navigated expertly around natural obstacles. Serafina consulted ancient texts from the village elders, hoping to uncover more details about the hidden passage. Make videos. Arin and his companions set out early in the morning towards the hidden passage to the Ember Wastes, their journey marked by Thorn's confident strides, leading them through treacherous terrain. Serafina carried scrolls detailing ancient maps and secrets that she hoped would guide them safely through this perilous transition. Lyra maintained a protective barrier around the group, adapting it with each new challenge they faced. Make videos. Arin and his companions continued their journey through the hidden passage, the Ember Wastes looming on the horizon, as Thorn guided them with unwavering determination. Lyra monitored the elemental barrier closely, make videos, adjusting it to withstand the harsh desert conditions while Serafina consulted her ancient scrolls for any clues about the terrain ahead. The group pressed onward, each step bringing them closer to potential allies and resources vital for their mission. Make videos. Arin and his companions pushed through the final stretch of the hidden passage, emerging into the vast expanse of the Ember Wastes under an unrelenting sun. Thorn's winged lions took flight immediately, scanning the horizon for any signs of life in this ancient scrolls, searching for any clues that might help them navigate this unforgiving terrain and locate their potential allies. Make videos. Arin and his companions trudged forward through the scorching sands of the Ember Wastes, their water supplies dwindling as the sun beat down relentlessly. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, make videos, keeping a sharp eye out for any signs of life amidst the desolation. Serafina pored over her ancient scrolls, hoping to find guidance on how to navigate this unforgiving landscape and locate potential allies. Arin and Lyra stood atop the highest peak of the skyward isles, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. The twin suns cast long shadows over the floating islands. Make videos. A gentle breeze ruffling their hair as they prepared to face the impending storm of shadow creatures. Seraphina, hovering nearby with her ethereal glow, wove protective spells while Thorn directed his winged lions into defensive positions. Make videos. Arin's echoes sprang into action alongside Thorn's winged lions as shadow creatures began to pour from the clouds, their dark forms twisting and writhing against the light. Seraphina's protective barrier shimmered under the assault, her ethereal voice singing spells of defense, while Lyra summoned torrents of fire to incinerate the incoming shadows. The battle raged across the skyward isles as each combatant fought with unwavering resolve. Make videos. As the battle intensified, Seraphina's voice grew louder, her spells weaving an intricate web around the skyward isles to shield them from the relentless shadows. Lyra's fire raged with a fierce intensity. Make videos. Each wave more powerful than the last as she channeled her elemental mastery to defend their home. Thorn's winged lions roared defiantly, their claws and wings tearing through the encroaching darkness, while Arin's echoes fought side by side with unyielding courage. Make videos. The sky darkened as more shadow creatures emerged from the clouds, their forms twisting into grotesque shapes that sent shivers down Arin's spine. Thorn's winged lions clashed fiercely with the invaders. Make videos. Their battle cries echoing across the floating islands while Lyra unleashed a barrage of fire to keep the darkness at bay. Seraphina's ethereal voice rose above the chaos, her protective spells shimmering and growing stronger with each passing moment. Make videos. Arin's echoes moved swiftly, creating confusion among the shadow creatures as Thorn's winged lions lunged at them from all sides. Lyra's flames danced across the sky, each burst more intense than the last. Make videos. While Seraphina continued to chant protective spells that enveloped the islands in a shimmering barrier. The battle raged on without mercy, each combatant determined to protect their home. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as more shadow creatures descended upon the skyward isles, their dark forms writhing and twisting in the air. Make videos. Lyra unleashed a torrent of fire that engulfed several shadows, her elemental prowess evident in every fiery burst she cast into the night sky. Thorn directed his winged lions with precision, coordinating their attacks to break through the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Arin's echoes darted through the air, their movements precise and coordinated as they engaged shadow creatures in mid-air combats. Lyra's flames crackled ominously. Make videos. Casting flickering shadows across the floating islands as she unleashed wave after wave of fire to fend off the encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions roared with fierce determination. Make videos. Their talons slicing through the air to tear apart any shadow that dared approach. Make videos. Seraphina's ethereal voice echoed through the storm as she continued to reinforce the protective barriers around the skyward isles, her spells intertwining with Lyra's fiery onslaught. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions soared above the chaos, their powerful wings slicing through the shadow creatures like blades of light. Arin and his echoes moved seamlessly through the battle, their tactics coordinated to disrupt and disorient the dark invaders. Make videos. Lyra's flames blazed brighter as she intensified her assault on the shadow creatures, her eyes never leaving the horizon for any sign of their leader. Thorn's winged lions continued to clash with the invaders. Make videos. Their roars and battle cries echoing across the skyward isles like a symphony of war. Seraphina's protective barriers glowed fiercely under the onslaught, each spell woven with more urgency as she fought to keep the darkness at bay. Make videos. Arin's echoes scattered across the battlefront, their movements fluid and coordinated as they engaged shadow creatures in rapid succession. Thorn's winged lions continued to fight with relentless ferocity. Make videos. Their talons tearing through the darkness while Lyra's flames illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows over the floating islands. Seraphina's protective spells glowed ever more intensely, her ethereal voice weaving complex barriers that shimmered under the relentless assault of shadow creatures. Or make videos. Lyra's fiery attacks began to thin out the ranks of shadow creatures as she focused her energy on targeting their leader. Seraphina's protective spells continued to strengthen. Make videos, now covering not just the skyward isles but also surrounding them in a shimmering aura that repelled any dark entity attempting intrusion. Thorn directed his winged lions with tactical precision, coordinating their movements so they could flank and encircle groups of shadow creatures. Bull. Make videos. Arin's echoes converged on the shadow creature's leader, their tactics aimed at isolating and weakening it before Lyra could deliver the final blow. Seraphina's protective aura pulsed with an ethereal light. Make videos, now extending beyond the skyward isles to shield nearby floating islands from encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions wheeled through the air in coordinated formations. Make videos, their attacks precise and devastating as they sought to eliminate any shadow creature within reach. Make videos. Arin's echoes surrounded the shadow creature's leader, their movements swift and coordinated as they prepared for Lyra to deliver the final blow. Seraphina's protective aura now encompassed several floating islands, her ethereal voice weaving spells that repelled the darkness with increasing intensity. Thorn directed his winged lions in a precise formation, make their attacks aimed at breaking apart any shadow creature clusters, while Lyra focused on eliminating their leader. Make videos. Lyra's final burst of flame struck the shadow creature's leader, causing it to disintegrate into wisps of darkness. Seraphina's protective aura glowed even brighter as she reinforced her barriers around several floating islands, ensuring they remained safe from further attacks. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly, their victory clear in the sky above the skyward isles. The shadow creatures retreated into the clouds as their leader disintegrated, leaving behind only wisps of darkness that swirled and dispersed. Seraphina's protective barriers remained in place. Make videos, glowing softly now that the immediate threat had passed, while Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around the skyward isles. Arin and his echoes stood tall amidst the aftermath, their resolute expressions a testament to their unwavering dedication to Sohuldoyu. Make videos. Lyra stepped back from the battle site, her eyes scanning the horizon for any lingering signs of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around the skyward isles, their roars echoing triumphantly through the air. Arin and his echoes stood together, each echo dissipating one by one as the threat was neutralized. Make videos. Lyra turned to face her companions, her expression serene despite the battle's toll on her strength. Thorn nodded respectfully as he dismissed his winged lions, the creatures circling once before flying off into the sunset. Arin and Seraphina exchanged a moment of silent understanding, their shared efforts having secured peace for now. "LMSN sees you," said as night fell, The sky above the skyward isles slowly began to clear, revealing stars that twinkled like distant promises. Thorn's winged lions returned to their nests on the islands, content with their victory. Make videos. Aaron and his Echoes gathered around Seraphina, who continued to weave subtle protective spells over the land. Lyra watched the horizon, her thoughts focused on what lay ahead. Make videos. The skyward isles settled into a peaceful calm after the battle, the night breeze carrying whispers of serenity through the floating lands. Thorn and his winged lions rested in their nests, while Aaron and Seraphina shared quiet conversations under the starlit sky, reinforcing their bonds. Lyra watched over everything from her vantage point, her thoughts filled with plans to fortify their defenses against future threats. Make videos. The dawn brought a new sense of clarity to the skyward isles as the remaining warriors gathered to discuss strategies for future protection. Make videos. Thorn proposed building more nesting spots for his winged lions around the islands, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Seraphina suggested deepening their understanding of the shadow creatures, origins and weaknesses through ancient texts and artifacts. Lyra nodded in agreement as Thorn and Seraphina presented their ideas for strengthening the defenses of the Skyward Isles. She suggested implementing elemental barriers around key locations to prevent future invasions by shadow creatures. Aaron's Echoes joined the discussion, each echo contributing unique insights gained from their combat experiences. Aaron stood beside Lyra, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of renewed danger. The bond between them had grown stronger through their shared battles, each moment together deepening their understanding and trust in one another. Seraphina's ethereal presence added a calm, yet vigilant atmosphere to the planning session. Thorn stepped forward with a detailed plan to expand the nesting areas for his winged lions across multiple islands, ensuring rapid deployment and increased coverage during future skirmishes. This proposal met with enthusiastic support. Make videos, as everyone recognized the importance of leveraging their unique abilities for collective safety. Make videos. Lyra and Aaron worked closely to integrate Thorn's plan with her elemental defenses, ensuring that their combined efforts would provide an impenetrable shield against future threats. Seraphina added to the strategy by suggesting they seek out ancient relics hidden in the Whispering Woods, believing these artifacts could offer invaluable insights into defeating shadow creatures permanently. Make videos. Seraphina's ethereal glow illuminated her face as she spoke of the mystical power held within the woods, convinced that this path would lead them closer to unraveling the secrets behind their enemies. The group agreed on a plan to venture the forest, each member contributing ideas and resources for their upcoming expedition. As preparations began, make videos. Thorn's winged lions were trained further to navigate the dense forests surrounding the Whispering Woods, ensuring a swift and efficient journey for their team. Make videos. Aaron practiced his echo techniques in anticipation of any combat scenarios they might encounter during their mission. Aaron and Lyra coordinated their training sessions to enhance their combat synergy, knowing that their combined strengths could be crucial in navigating the Whispering Woods. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions completed their forest navigation drills, now ready to escort the team swiftly through the dense foliage with precision and speed. Seraphina prepared ancient maps and charts detailing potential locations of hidden relics within the woods, her ethereal aura flickering with excitement. Seraphina led the group into the whispering woods under the cover of dawn, her ethereal glow guiding their path through the dense foliage. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions flanked them protectively as they navigated treacherous terrain and encountered various mystical creatures of the forest. Arin and Lyra exchanged a determined glance, ready to face any challenges that lay ahead in their quest for knowledge. Seraphina's ethereal glow dimmed slightly as they entered deeper into the whispering woods, her voice whispering ancient incantations to ward off unseen dangers. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions communicated softly among themselves, their sharp eyes scanning for any potential threats while navigating through thick underbrush and towering trees. Arin and Lyra kept a steady pace beside Seraphina, their senses heightened as they approached the heart of the enchanted forest. Seraphina's ethereal glow intensified as they neared the heart of the whispering woods, her voice weaving protective spells to ward off any lurking dangers. Thorn's winged lions flew ahead, scouting for safe paths, while Arin and Lyra followed closely behind, their senses keenly attuned to potential threats. The dense foliage around them seemed to whisper ancient secrets, urging them forward with an unseen force. Make videos. Seraphina's ethereal glow grew brighter as they entered an area where ancient trees stood tall and silent, their branches entwined with glowing vines that pulsed with arcane energy. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, while Arin and Lyra moved cautiously through the underbrush, their senses heightened for any sign of hidden dangers. Suddenly, a faint but powerful magical aura began to emanate from beneath an ancient oak tree, signaling the presence of a significant relic. Make videos. Seraphina approached the ancient oak tree cautiously, her ethereal glow flickering as she placed her hands on its trunk. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions hovered protectively above while Arin and Lyra stood guard at either side, their senses alert for any signs of danger. The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, signaling that something significant was about to occur. Make videos. Seraphina's ethereal glow intensified as she placed her hands on the ancient oak tree, and suddenly the ground beneath them shifted slightly. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, while Arin and Lyra stood vigilant at either side, their senses keenly attuned for any sudden movements or threats. The ancient oak tree creaked softly as a hidden chamber slowly opened within its massive trunk.
Diz.
Seraphina carefully stepped into the hidden chamber within the ancient oak tree as Thorn's winged lions watched from above. Arin and Lyra followed closely behind. Make videos. Their senses heightened for any signs of traps or illusions that might threaten them. Inside the chamber, an array of glowing relics and artifacts lay scattered on a circular pedestal, radiating with mystical power. Seraphina began examining the relics and artifacts inside the chamber, her ethereal aura glowing softly as she whispered ancient incantations to unlock their secrets. Arin and Lyra stood guard at either side. Make videos, their eyes scanning for any potential dangers or traps that might have been left behind. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant outside the chamber, ready to intervene if needed. Arin, the Echo Blade, stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, his eyes fixed on the darkening horizon where ominous shadows were gathering. Beside him, Lara, the Elementalist, summoned a gentle breeze to whisper through the trees as she prepared elemental powers for the impending conflict. Thorn, the Beastmaster, had already sent his winged lions into the forest canopy to scout and report back with urgent news from above. Make videos. Arin's Echo Blades hum with latent energy as he scanned the horizon for any sign of movement. Lyra, her hands glowing with elemental light, spoke softly to Thorn's lions through a mental link, coordinating their strategy against the encroaching shadows. As night fell, Seraphina, the Dream Walker, joined them, weaving protective illusions that shimmered in the twilight. 2. Arin's echoes began to materialize around him, forming spectral duplicates that darted into the shadows to scout ahead, make videos. Lyra's eyes glowed as she connected with the elemental forces swirling above the Whispering Woods, ready to unleash a storm if needed. Thorn, meanwhile, communicated silently with his lions, directing them to flank Seraphina's illusions and provide physical support against any incoming threats. Make videos. Arin's spectral echoes reported back from the shadows, their whispers carrying urgent information about the approaching enemy forces. Lyra intensified her connection to the elements, make videos, summoning powerful gusts and lightning strikes that illuminated the darkening forest and revealed hidden threats lurking in the underbrush. Thorn rallied his lions to form a defensive wall around Seraphina's illusions, ensuring no gap was left unprotected as the night grew colder. Make videos. Arin's echoes returned with reports of shadow creatures gathering in numbers far greater than anticipated. Lyra responded by calling forth a torrential downpour and thunderbolts to disrupt their advance, lighting up the night sky. Thorn coordinated his winged lions to form aerial patrols, ensuring that no enemy could bypass their defenses from above. Make videos. Arin's spectral echoes reported back sightings of dark entities converging from multiple directions. Lyra intensified her elemental storm, creating powerful whirlwinds that scattered the shadow creatures and illuminated their movements with crackling lightning strikes. Thorn's lions provided aerial reconnaissance, swooping down to intercept any enemies attempting to breach Seraphina's illusions. Make videos. Arin's spectral echoes revealed that the shadow creatures were now forming into an organized formation, indicating they had received orders from a more powerful entity. Make videos. Lyra responded by summoning a wall of fire to block their advance, while Thorn directed his lions to attack from above, using their agility and strength to disrupt enemy coordination. Seraphina's illusions grew denser, creating false realities that confused the shadow creatures and slowed their progress. Make videos. Arin's echoes reported that shadow creatures were using their darkness to blend into the night, making it difficult for allies to distinguish friend from foe. Lyra adjusted her elemental tactics. Make videos, sending out beams of light and warmth to counteract the pervasive shadows, while Thorn rallied his lions to attack any visible targets with precision strikes. Seraphina deepened her illusions, creating complex mazes that forced shadow creatures into confusion and traps. Make videos. Arin's spectral echoes detected a sudden surge in dark energy, indicating a powerful entity was orchestrating the enemy forces from within. Make videos. Lyra responded by summoning an immense barrier of light to protect their position, while Thorn instructed his lions to isolate and eliminate any high-value targets. Seraphina intensified her illusions, creating a labyrinthine network that disoriented shadow creatures attempting to breach their defenses. Make videos. Arin's echoes reported that the enemy was deploying more powerful shadow creatures, their darkness nearly overwhelming the light in the whispering woods. Make videos. Lyra responded by focusing her elemental energy to create a protective dome around them, deflecting incoming shadows and amplifying the light within it. Make videos. Thorn directed his lions to engage any high-value targets with precision strikes, aiming to disrupt the enemy's coordination. LLMs in you, said. Arin's spectral duplicates began to merge with each other, forming a single powerful echo that darted ahead to scout and attack high-value targets directly. Lyra adjusted her elemental barrier, make videos, channeling more energy into it to withstand the increasing pressure of the shadow creature's assault. Thorn's lions continued their aerial patrols, striking from above and below with coordinated precision. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicate moved swiftly through the shadows, engaging key shadow creatures and disrupting their formation. Make videos. Lyra's barrier glowed brighter as she channeled her elemental energy to fortify it against the relentless assault from dark forces. Thorn commanded his lions with precision, ensuring no gap was left unguarded while Seraphina's illusions continued to disorient enemies. LLMs, you said. Arin's spectral duplicate returned with news that the enemy was preparing a final surge. Make videos. Aiming to break through their defenses. Lyra responded by focusing her elemental powers into a single devastating strike, calling forth a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. Thorn rallied his lions for one last coordinated assault, targeting high-value shadow creatures while Seraphina's illusions morphed into deceptive traps. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicate intercepted a surge of shadow creatures, disrupting their advance and buying critical time for his allies. Make videos. Lyra's elemental barrier crackled with energy as she channeled her power into a massive thunderbolt, aiming it at the heart of the enemy formation. Thorn's lions unleashed coordinated aerial attacks, targeting high-value shadow entities while Seraphina's illusions transformed into deceptive labyrinths that trapped and disoriented their foes. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicate continued to engage key shadow creatures, disrupting their advance and providing vital intelligence for his allies. Lyra intensified her elemental barrier, focusing on directing powerful lightning strikes that illuminated and scattered the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated attack, aiming to isolate and eliminate high-value targets as Seraphina's illusions morphed into deceptive traps. Arin's spectral duplicate darted through the shadows, intercepting and disorienting a group of high-value shadow creatures. Make videos. Lyra channeled her elemental energy into precise lightning strikes that illuminated and scattered the encroaching darkness with devastating accuracy. Thorn's lions engaged in fierce aerial combat, targeting critical shadow entities while Seraphina's illusions transformed into deceptive labyrinths that trapped their foes. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicate intercepted another wave of shadow creatures, causing them to scatter into confusion. Lyra intensified her elemental barrier, summoning swirling winds and blinding flashes of lightning to counteract the dark forces converging on their position. Thorn directed his lions with precision, ensuring they provided continuous aerial support and targeted enemy weaknesses. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicate intercepted yet another wave of shadow creatures, causing them to scatter in disarray. Lyra's elemental barrier crackled with intensified energy, summoning powerful gusts and blinding flashes of lightning to counteract the dark forces converging on their position. Thorn directed his lions to engage the scattered shadows with precision strikes, ensuring no enemy could regroup. LLMCU said, Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless engagement, systematically weakening the enemy ranks by intercepting key figures. Lyra focused her elemental energy into a series of devastating strikes, aiming to break through the heart of the shadow forces with overwhelming force. Thorn coordinated his lions' final assault, make videos, ensuring every strike was precise and aimed at eliminating high-value targets. LLMCU said, the shadow creature's formation began to falter under the relentless pressure from Arin's spectral duplicates, Lyra's destructive lightning strikes, and Thorn's lions' precision attacks. Sir, the shadow creature's formation began to fragment as Arin's spectral duplicates continued to intercept and disorient their key figures. Lyra intensified her elemental storms, make videos, focusing on strategic strikes that illuminated the night sky and disrupted enemy coordination. Thorn directed his lions with unyielding precision, ensuring each aerial strike targeted high-value enemies and prevented them from regrouping. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless assault on shadow creatures, intercepting and disorienting every key figure they encountered. Lyra focused her elemental power into pinpoint strikes that illuminated and weakened enemy formations, ensuring no dark force could breach their defenses undetected. Thorn's lions engaged in fierce aerial combat, targeting high-value enemies with precision to prevent any regrouping or counterattack. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, preventing them from regrouping and causing chaos among their ranks. Lyra focused her elemental energy into pinpoint strikes, make videos, illuminating the battlefield and weakening enemy formations with precise lightning bolts. Thorn directed his lions to engage in fierce aerial combat, targeting high-value enemies and ensuring no gaps were left unsecured. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, preventing them from forming any cohesive strategy. Make videos. Lyra focused her elemental energy into pinpoint strikes that illuminated and weakened enemy formations, ensuring no dark force could breach their defenses undetected. Thorn directed his lions to engage in fierce aerial combat, targeting high-value enemies with precision and coordination. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, causing confusion and disarray in their ranks. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers, make videos, using precise lightning strikes to weaken enemy formations, while illuminating the battlefield with radiant light. Thorn directed his lions into a coordinated aerial assault, targeting high-value enemies and ensuring no gaps were left unsecured. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, ensuring no coordinated enemy attack could form. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers, make videos, summoning powerful gusts and blinding lightning strikes to weaken the darkness advancing on them. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated assault, targeting high-value enemies while Seraphina's illusions morphed into deceptive traps that disoriented their foes. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception, ensuring no shadow creatures could coordinate effectively. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers, creating swirling winds and blinding flashes to weaken the darkness closing in around them. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated assault on high-value targets, while Seraphina's illusions morphed into deceptive traps that disoriented approaching enemies. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception, causing confusion among the shadow creatures and preventing them from regrouping. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers. Make videos. Summoning powerful gusts and blinding flashes to weaken the encroaching darkness while illuminating the battlefield with radiant light. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, targeting high-value enemies as Seraphina's illusions morphed into deceptive traps that disoriented approaching foes. Arin's spectral duplicates intercepted another wave of shadow creatures, causing them to scatter in disarray and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated the battlefield with blinding flashes. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, causing them to scatter and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms. Make videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated the battlefield with blinding flashes while weakening enemy ranks. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception, causing shadow creatures to scatter and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms. Make videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated the battlefield while weakening enemy ranks. Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception, causing shadow creatures to scatter and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms. Make videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated and weakened enemy ranks, while Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception, causing shadow creatures to scatter and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms. Make videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated and weakened enemy ranks, while Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Make videos. Arin's spectral duplicates continued their relentless interception of shadow creatures, causing them to scatter and lose formation. Lyra intensified her elemental storms. Make videos, focusing on strategic lightning strikes that illuminated and weakened enemy ranks, while Thorn directed his lions into a final coordinated aerial assault, ensuring every strike targeted key enemy leaders as Seraphina's illusions transformed into complex traps. Aaron stood atop the highest spire of the Skyward Isles, the twin suns casting a golden glow across the floating city. Beside him, make videos. Lyra channeled her elemental powers to calm the turbulent winds that threatened the delicate balance of their home. Seraphina, with eyes closed in concentration, wove protective dreams around the Isles, shielding them from any approaching shadows. Aaron felt a shiver run down his spine as dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, casting ominous shadows over the otherwise serene Skyward Isles. Lyra's voice cut through the tension, make videos, urging them to prepare for an impending storm that could disrupt their delicate balance in the sky. Seraphina nodded, her eyes flashing with determination as she intensified her dream, weaving to fortify their defenses against any incoming threats. Up. Make videos. Thorn led his winged lions across the shimmering clouds, their powerful wings slicing through the air as they approached the Skyward Isles. The tension was palpable among the group, make videos, each member acutely aware of the impending danger that threatened their floating sanctuary. Seraphina's protective spells began to crackle with energy, forming a barrier around the city as dark shapes loomed closer in the distance. Make videos. Aaron noticed Lyra's elemental barriers shimmering under the strain of the approaching shadows, her face set in grim determination as she bolstered their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions circled above, make videos, ready to engage any dark forces threatening their home, while Seraphina continued weaving intricate dream spells that enveloped the Skyward Isles in a protective cocoon. Make videos. Aaron watched as Seraphina's dream spells intertwined with Thorn's protective illusions, forming an intricate web of sapphires around their floating city. Lyra called out to her companions, make videos, urging them to focus and maintain their barriers against the growing pressure from the encroaching darkness. The sky darkened further, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for the Skyward Isles like grasping fingers. Videos. Aaron felt a surge of determination as he watched Seraphina's and Thorn's protective measures strengthen around the Skyward Isles. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered, but held firm. Make videos, her voice steady as she coordinated their defensive efforts against the darkening clouds. The winged lions circled protectively overhead, their powerful wings creating swirls of wind that seemed to disrupt the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Aaron exchanged a determined glance with Seraphina and Thorn as they prepared for the imminent confrontation. Lyra's elemental barriers glowed brighter, absorbing the dark energy that swirled around them like a living entity. The winged lions roared defiantly, their powerful wings slicing through the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Aaron's heart pounded as dark tendrils began to seep through Seraphina's protective spells, testing the resilience of their combined defenses. Lyra's elemental barriers crackled and sparked with raw energy. Make videos, channeling her power into a formidable shield against the encroaching shadows. Thorn signaled his winged lions to tighten their formation, ready to strike at any moment as they circled protectively over the Skyward Isles. Make videos. Aaron felt an icy chill as dark tendrils breached Seraphina's dream shields, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers, a storm of wind and fire raging at the edges of their sanctuary, while Thorn directed his winged lions to bomb the approaching shadows. The sky rumbled ominously as the battle for the Skyward Isles reached its climax. Make videos. Arin's sword flashed in the dim light as he charged forward to meet the encroaching shadow's head. On, his movements fluid and precise. Lyra's elemental barriers thrashed violently against the dark energy. Make videos. Her face a mask of concentration and determination. Thorn barked orders at his winged lions, coordinating their aerial assault to disrupt and disperse the approaching threat. Make videos. Arin sliced through shadowy tendrils with swift precision, his movements guided by years of training and unwavering resolve. Lyra's elemental barriers pulsed with raw energy. Make videos. Channeling a tempest that obliterated dark forms attempting to breach their defenses. Thorn commanded his winged lions to attack the encroaching shadows, their powerful wings creating whirlwinds that scattered the darkness. Make videos. Arin's sword flashed again and again as he cleaved through waves of shadowy tendrils, his movements a blur of precision and power. Lyra's elemental barriers roared with renewed intensity. Make videos. The tempest she unleashed tearing apart any dark form that dared to encroach upon their sanctuary. Thorn's winged lions dove in spiraling attacks, scattering the shadows like leaves before a gale. Make videos. Arin's movements were a dance of light and shadow as he continued to slice through the encroaching tendrils, his sword becoming an extension of himself. Make videos. Lyra's elemental barriers erupted in a burst of fiery explosions, each explosion scattering dark forms like dust in the wind. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly, their aerial attacks breaking apart the last remnants of the shadows that threatened to consume the skyward isles. Make videos. Arin sheathed his sword as the last remnants of shadow dissipated into the clouds, his breath coming in heavy gasps from the intense battle. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered and dimmed. Make videos. Signaling that the immediate threat had passed, though her eyes remained vigilant for any sign of resurgence. Thorn praised his winged lions with a nod, their fierce roars echoing through the air as they circled protectively over the skyward isles. Arin wiped sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief as he surveyed the now peaceful skyward isles. Lyra's elemental barriers had returned to normal. Make videos, her eyes reflecting the exhaustion but also a quiet pride in their teamwork. Thorn and his winged lions continued patrolling the skies, ensuring no further threats could approach their sanctuary. Arin shared a wary but satisfied smile with his companions, knowing their vigilance had protected their home once again. Lyra let out a long breath. Make videos, her elemental barriers calming as she assessed the extent of damage to the skyward isles. Thorn's winged lions landed gracefully beside them, their vigilant eyes scanning the skies for any lingering threats. Make videos. Arin gathered his thoughts as he looked out over the calm skyward isles, grateful for the momentary peace after their battle. Lyra and Seraphina began to mend any damage caused by the storm. Make videos, their combined efforts restoring the floating city's defenses swiftly. Thorn and his winged lion stood guard, ready to fend off any further threats that might arise. Make videos. Arin turned to Thorn and nodded appreciatively at his winged lion's heroic efforts during the battle against the shadows. Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly to reinforce their protective spells. ensuring no future threats could breach their sanctuary again. As night fell over the skyward isles, a sense of calm settled among the defenders, who now watched the stars with renewed vigilance. Make videos. Arin exchanged a knowing glance with Thorn as they discussed strategies to fortify their defenses further against potential future threats. Lyra and Seraphina worked in tandem, make videos, enhancing their protective spells with intricate runes and dream weavings that would detect any approaching danger early on. The Skyward Isles began to shimmer subtly under the combined magic of its guardians, creating an aura of tranquility despite the ever-present threat. Make videos. Arin and Thorn devised intricate plans to strengthen their defenses, focusing on early detection systems that would alert them at the first sign of danger. Make Lyra and Seraphina continued to weave complex enchantments around the Skyward Isles, ensuring that any future threats would face an unyielding barrier. The floating city glowed softly under the combined magic of its guardians, a beacon of hope against encroaching darkness. Esu. Arin and Thorn reviewed battle reports meticulously, identifying weaknesses in their current defensive strategies. Lyra and Seraphina added new layers to their protective spells, incorporating elements that would adapt dynamically to changing threats. The Skyward Isles began to pulse with an ethereal glow as the magic of its guardians interwove seamlessly. LMMs, you said, make videos. Arin's mind raced as he pondered potential future threats, his thoughts drawn towards the enigmatic Shadow Realms and their elusive denizens. Thorn suggested forming alliances with celestial beings from neighboring realms to bolster their defenses against dark forces. Lyra and Seraphina agreed, their combined magic already beginning to bridge connections across distant worlds. LLMs, you said. Arin felt a renewed sense of purpose as he considered the strategic importance of forging new alliances. Thorn's winged lions began scouting distant skies, searching for signs of celestial allies willing to aid their cause. Seraphina and Lai make videos. Arin's resolve hardened as Thorn's winged lions returned, bearing news of potential allies in distant realms. Lyra and Seraphina initiated complex, magical rituals to reach out across the astral planes, seeking guidance from celestial beings who might aid them against dark forces. The Skyward Isles glowed with a vibrant light as the combined efforts of its guardians began to forge new connections that would strengthen their defenses. Arin and Thorn prepared for diplomatic missions to distant realms, seeking alliances that would fortify their defenses against dark forces. Lyra and Seraphina continued enhancing protective spells, weaving intricate barriers that could adapt to various threats. The Skyward Isles pulsed with a radiant glow as the magic of its guardians interwove into an unbreakable shield. Make videos. Arin and Thorn finalized their diplomatic plans as Lyra and Seraphina strengthened protective spells around the Skyward Isles. The floating city shimmered under the combined magic of its guardians, preparing for new alliances that would fortify their defenses against dark forces. Make videos. Arin and Thorn embarked on the diplomatic mission to distant realms, hoping to find celestial allies who could offer new strategies against dark forces. Make videos. Lyra and Seraphina continued fortifying the skyward isles with intricate barriers that would adapt to various threats, ensuring their home remained unassailable. The floating city pulsed with an ethereal light as its guardians prepared for future challenges. Sarah. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn arrived at the Celestial Observatory in the Whispering Woods, seeking guidance from the wise chronomancers who could predict future threats. Make videos. Lyra and Seraphina stayed behind to further fortify the skyward isles, their protective spells intertwining like a living shield around their floating home. The sky above the observatory shimmered with an otherworldly light as ancient runes glowed on its spires. Sue. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn were warmly greeted by the chronomancers at the Celestial Observatory, who offered ancient wisdom and prophecies to aid their quest against dark forces. Make videos. And Seraphina back on Sky Fireward Isles intensified their protective enchantments, weaving a barrier so intricate it seemed almost alive around their home. Make videos. The observatory spires glowed with runes that shimmered in response to the magical energies flowing through them. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn listened intently as the chronomancers shared visions of future threats, their eyes widening at the implications for their floating sanctuary. Back on Skyward Isles. Make videos. Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly to implement new protective enchantments based on the ancient wisdom they had received. Make videos. The observatory spires continued to shimmer with runes that pulsed rhythmically in harmony with the magic surrounding them. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn carefully studied the chronomancer's visions, their minds racing as they considered how to defend Skyward Isles against impending threats. Make videos. Lyra and Seraphina back on the floating city worked in tandem, crafting a new layer of protective barriers that pulsed with ancient runes imbued with celestial power. The Celestial Observatory's spires shimmered brighter, reflecting the intense magical energies being channeled from distant realms. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn left the Celestial Observatory with newfound knowledge and plans to fortify Skyward Isles against impending dangers. Back on their floating home. Make videos. Lyra and Seraphina had completed an intricate layer of protective barriers that pulsed with celestial runes imbued with ancient power. The observatory's spires continued to shimmer brightly, reflecting the intense magical energies being channeled from distant realms. Make videos. Aaron stood on the edge of the Whispering Woods, his echo blades glinting in the dappled sunlight as he prepared for another scouting mission into the heart of the forest. Beside him, Lyra chanted softly, "Make videos," her elemental powers rippling through the air to detect any approaching threats from afar. Thorn nodded sharply, tightening the reins on his winged lion and readying himself for a swift departure. As they entered the Whispering Woods, Aaron's echoes spread out in all directions, scouting for any signs of danger. Make videos. Lyra's eyes glowed faintly as she manipulated tiny whirlwinds to clear a path ahead and warn them of impending threats. Thorn urged his lion forward, its wings flaring as it took flight, soaring above the canopy. Deep within the Whispering Woods, the trees whispered secrets only Aaron's echoes could hear, guiding him to hidden paths and ancient ruins. Lyra focused intently on her elemental magic. Make videos. feeling the pulse of nature around them as it responded to their presence. Thorn's lion circled overhead, its keen eyes scanning the dense foliage for any sign of movement. Make videos. Arin's echoes discovered an ancient ruin deep in the whispering woods, its stone walls covered in intricate carvings and glowing runes. Lyra's eyes widened as she felt a powerful magic emanating from within. Sensing that this was the source of their quest, Thorn's lion landed beside them, its wings folding neatly as it let out a reassuring growl. Make videos. Arin's echoes darted inside the ancient ruin, their faint glows reflecting off the walls adorned with runes that pulsed with latent power. Lyra stepped forward cautiously, her fingers tracing a glowing rune, Make videos, which lit up brighter under her touch as she tried to unravel its secrets. Thorn stood guard near the entrance, his lion at his side, ready to defend them from any unseen threats. Make videos. Inside the ancient ruin, Arin's echoes found a chamber filled with an array of magical artifacts and scrolls inscribed with complex spells. Lyra carefully unwrapped a scroll, her eyes scanning the arcane text as she whispered its incantations aloud to test their power. Thorn remained vigilant outside, his lion snarling at any slight light noise that might signal danger. Iteration count is 6. Make videos, which means there are no more iterations to generate before concluding the story. However, since the instruction specifies to continue until iteration count equals memory cleaner curval interna 30, make videos. Let's proceed with narrative development until then. In a sudden burst of light, Lyra activated an ancient spell from one of the scrolls she had found, Make videos, causing runes across the chamber walls to glow brighter and pulse rhythmically. Arin's echoes gathered around her, their presence amplifying the magic and triggering a hidden mechanism in the ruins. Make videos. Thorn rushed inside as his lion screeched overhead, ready to defend them if any traps were set off. Make videos. Lyra's spell triggered the hidden mechanism within the ancient ruin, causing sections of the walls to slide open and reveal a descending staircase. Arin's echoes reconnoitered the area quickly, signaling safety with their glowing lights. Thorn followed closely behind Lyra as they ventured down into the unknown depths. Make videos. The descending staircase led them deeper into the heart of the ancient ruin, revealing chambers filled with more relics and artifacts. Arin's echoes darted around, their glows illuminating hidden alcoves and secret passages that might hold further secrets. Thorn kept a watchful eye, his lion growling softly as they approached what seemed to be a central chamber. Make videos. Lyra's heart raced as she deciphered more ancient spells etched into the walls of the central chamber, her fingers tracing intricate patterns that seemed to hum under her touch. Thorn kept watch from the doorway. Make videos, his lion growling softly at shadows that flickered across the stone floor. Arin's echoes spread out further, searching for any hidden threats or additional clues within this ancient sanctuary. Make videos. Lyra's eyes widened as she stepped closer to an ancient pedestal in the center of the chamber, her fingers hovering over the intricate symbols engraved upon it. Make videos. Thorn's lion snarled fiercely at a shadowy figure that darted across the room, prompting Thorn to draw his sword and move protectively beside Lyra. Arin's echoes reconnoitered rapidly, signaling the presence of hidden traps within the walls. Make videos. Lyra's spell triggered the hidden mechanism within the ancient ruin, causing sections of the walls to slide open and reveal a descending staircase. Arin's echoes reconnoitered rapidly, signaling the presence of hidden traps within the walls. Lyra's spell triggered the hidden mechanism within the ancient ruin, causing sections of the walls to slide open and reveal a descending staircase. Arin's echoes reconnoitered rapidly, signaling the presence of hidden traps within the walls. Lyra hesitated before placing her hand on the pedestal, feeling its ancient magic surge through her fingers and into the symbols. Thorn tensed beside her. Make videos. His lion crouching low as it growled warningly at the shadows that darted along the walls. Arin's echoes circled protectively around them, signaling that more traps were likely triggered by Lyra's contact with the pedestal. Make videos. Lyra's touch on the pedestal caused the chamber to tremble slightly as hidden mechanisms within the walls began to activate. Make videos. Thorn swiftly sheathed his sword and signaled for Arin's echoes to guide them through any emerging traps, while his lion flew up to scout ahead from above. The ancient ruin seemed to come alive with hidden dangers as they cautiously ventured deeper into its heart. Make videos. Lyra's eyes shone brightly as she stepped back from the pedestal, her hands trembling slightly from the surge of power coursing through them. Make videos. Thorn signaled for Arin's echoes to gather more information about their surroundings, while his lion flew ahead to scout unseen areas. The ancient ruin began to reveal its secrets in earnest, leading them deeper into its heart where powerful magic and hidden dangers awaited. Make videos. Lyra's sudden activation of ancient mechanism caused glowing runes to light up the chamber walls, revealing hidden compartments filled with rare artifacts. Make videos. Thorn signaled Arin's echoes to investigate these newfound treasures, while he and Lyra proceeded cautiously towards a massive stone door that seemed to be the final barrier within the ruin. The lion perched on a high ledge, its keen eyes scanning every shadow for any sign of danger. Make videos. Arin's echoes discovered a hidden compartment filled with ancient relics that shimmered under their faint glows. Thorn signaled for his lion to remain vigilant, as Lyra carefully examined one particular artifact. Make videos, her eyes narrowing in concentration. The massive stone door ahead seemed to pulse slightly, drawing them closer and hinting at the secrets it guarded. Make videos. Lyra's touch on the artifact caused the stone door to slowly creak open, revealing a chamber filled with shimmering light and ancient energies. Thorn stepped forward cautiously. His lion perched protectively behind him as they entered the newly revealed space. Arin's echoes darted around, their glows illuminating hidden alcoves that seemed to hold further secrets. Make videos. Lyra carefully stepped into the chamber beyond the stone door, her senses heightened as she felt the ancient energies swirling around them. Thorn kept close behind. Make videos. His lion ready to defend against any sudden threats, while Arin's echoes spread out to uncover hidden dangers. The room was filled with strange symbols and artifacts, glowing faintly in the dim light. Make videos. Lyra's eyes widened as she stepped closer to an ancient artifact, glowing softly in the center of the room, while Thorn and his lion stood guard nearby. Arin's echoes circled protectively around them. Make videos. Their faint glows casting intricate shadows on the stone walls. The artifacts around them pulsed with latent power, hinting at secrets long buried within this ancient sanctuary. Make videos. Lyra cautiously reached out and touched another artifact near the glowing centerpiece, causing it to light up brightly and reveal hidden compartments within. Make videos. Thorn's lion snarled fiercely at shadows that darted across the walls, its keen eyes watching for any signs of danger as it guarded them closely. Arin's echoes spread further, their glows illuminating more secrets hidden deep in the ancient ruin. Make videos. Lyra's touch on another artifact caused an ancient scroll to slide out from its hidden compartment, revealing inscriptions that seemed to pulse with latent magic. Thorn remained vigilant beside her, his lion perched protectively atop a high ledge, ready to defend against any sudden threats. Arin's echoes continued to spread throughout the chamber, their faint glows illuminating more secrets hidden within the ancient sanctuary. "LLMM," Siu said, as Lyra carefully unrolled the ancient scroll. "Make videos." Her eyes traced over the intricate runes and symbols that seemed to come alive under her touch. Thorn's lion growled softly from above. "Make videos," its keen senses alert for any approaching dangers as it scanned the room with piercing eyes. Arin's echoes moved swiftly around them, signaling the discovery of a hidden passage behind an ornate tapestry. "Make videos." "LLMMs is you," said. Lyra's eyes widened as she deciphered part of the ancient scroll, her voice barely audible as she whispered the incantations aloud. Thorn stepped forward cautiously and... "Make videos." Thorn stepped forward cautiously and pulled back the ornate tapestry, revealing a narrow passage filled with flickering lights. Arin's echoes darted inside to scout ahead. "Make videos," their glows illuminating hidden dangers lurking within the darkness. Lyra held tightly onto the ancient scroll as they prepared to venture into the unknown. Make videos. Thorn carefully guided his lion through the narrow passage, its wings barely fitting as they navigated the cramped space. Arin's echoes moved ahead. Make videos, their glows illuminating hidden traps and dangers lurking in the shadows. Lyra clutched the ancient scroll tightly, her eyes scanning the walls for additional clues or signs of trouble. Make videos. Thorn's lion led them deeper into the narrow passage, its keen senses detecting any hidden threats in advance. Arin's echoes moved swiftly ahead, their faint glows revealing secret compartments and hidden traps. Lyra held the ancient scroll close, her fingers tracing over the runes as she whispered incantations that seemed to bring the chamber to life. Make videos. Thorn's lion led them through a narrow tunnel that twisted and turned deeper into the ancient ruin. Arin's echoes moved ahead cautiously, signaling any potential dangers to their team as they progressed. Lyra continued to whisper incantations from the ancient scroll she held tightly, her eyes scanning the walls for more clues. Make videos. Thorn's lion led them through a darkened corridor lined with flickering lights that cast eerie shadows on the walls. Arin's echoes moved ahead cautiously, signaling any potential traps or hidden dangers lurking in the darkness. Lyra clutched the ancient scroll tightly, whispering incantations as she focused intently on deciphering its arcane text. Make videos. As they moved deeper into the darkened corridor, Thorn's lion led them through twists and turns, while Arin's echoes scouted ahead for any hidden dangers. Make videos. Lyra continued to whisper incantations from the ancient scroll, her voice barely audible but resonating with power that seemed to light up the shadows around them. The walls of the tunnel began to vibrate slightly as if responding to Lyra's magic. Make videos. Lyra's incantations from the ancient scroll caused the walls to vibrate more intensely as they approached, an ornate door carved with intricate runes. Make videos. Thorn signaled for Aaron's echoes to gather more information before proceeding, while his lion perched above, ready to defend against any threats that might emerge. The air thickened with anticipation as they prepared to unlock the final secrets of the ancient ruin. Make videos. Lyra's eyes glowed as she stepped closer to the ornate door, her fingers tracing the intricate runes etched into its surface. Make videos. Thorn signaled for his lion to fly ahead and scout any unseen dangers, while Aaron's echoes spread out further, their faint glows illuminating hidden alcoves on either side of the corridor. The air grew colder and heavier as they approached what seemed to be a final chamber within the ancient ruin. Make videos. Lyra carefully placed her hand on one of the intricate runes carved into the ornate door, feeling its ancient magic respond to her touch. Thorn's lion flew ahead. Make videos. Scouting for any potential threats that might be lurking in the shadows beyond the door. Aaron's echoes spread out further, illuminating hidden alcoves and signaling safety as they approached what seemed to be a final chamber within the ancient ruin. Make videos. Lyra's touch on the ornate door caused it to slowly creak open, revealing a chamber filled with a radiant glow and ancient energies. Thorn signaled for his lion to scout ahead, while Aaron's echoes spread out, illuminating hidden alcoves and signaling safety as they ventured further into this mysterious final chamber. Make videos. Aaron stood atop the grand spire of Skyward Isle, feeling the wind whisper secrets to him as he gazed into the distant horizon. Beside him, Lyra focused her elemental powers on a small crystal. Make videos, imbibing it with the essence of their current realm's twin suns. Seraphina and Thorn approached from behind, their combined presence stirring a sense of anticipation among them. See you. Make videos. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he studied the crystal Lyra had just infused with elemental energy, sensing its potential for both protection and offense. Seraphina's voice echoed softly in his mind. Make videos. Her words a premonition of danger that sent shivers down his spine. Thorn stepped forward, his presence commanding as he outlined a strategy to defend their realm against impending threats. Aaron felt a surge of determination as Seraphina's premonitions filled his mind, urging them to prepare for an unseen enemy. Lyra continued her work at the spire's base. Make videos. Weaving intricate patterns into the crystal she had charged earlier with elemental power. Thorn nodded in agreement with Aaron's plan, calling forth his winged lions to stand ready for battle. Make videos. Aaron and his companions gathered at the edge of the Whispering Woods, the dense foliage rustling mysteriously as they prepared for their next mission. Seraphina's eyes glowed with visions of shadow creatures converging on the ember wastes, while Thorn briefed them on the tactical advantages of the terrain. Lyra inspected her enchanted crystal, ready to amplify its powers should danger arise. Make videos. Aaron and his companions ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the air thick with an ancient magic that seemed to echo the voices of the trees. Seraphina's premonitions grew more urgent as they approached a clearing where dark energy swirled ominously. Thorn and his winged lions took up defensive positions around Lyra, who began charging her crystal in preparation for the impending battle. Make videos. Aaron felt his heart pound as they neared the clearing, the dark energy swirling around them, thickening and twisting into menacing shapes. Seraphina's ethereal form flickered, with warnings of shadow creatures converging on their position, while Thorn readied himself to unleash a barrage of attacks from high above with his winged lions. Lyra focused intensely, her crystal glowing brightly as she channeled elemental power through it. Make videos. Aaron felt the ground tremble as shadow creatures emerged from the swirling dark energy in the whispering woods clearing. Thorn gave a sharp command to his winged lions, signaling them to attack the approaching horde, while Lyra's crystal pulsed with elemental power ready for deployment. Seraphina circled protectively around Aaron and Lyra, her ethereal form weaving intricate protective spells against the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Aaron and his allies pushed through the thick underbrush of whispering woods, their surroundings growing increasingly ominous as they neared the heart of the dark energy. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions swooped low over Lyra's head, their keen eyes scanning for any sign of shadow creatures, while Seraphina cast protective spells around them to shield against unseen threats. The ground began to rumble ominously, signaling that the confrontation with the looming danger was imminent. Make videos. Aaron felt the air grow colder as they ventured deeper into whispering woods, the dark energy swirling around them, thickening and twisting into menacing shapes. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their keen eyes there scanning for any sign of approaching danger, while Lyra charged her crystal with elemental power, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. Seraphina moved fluidly. Make videos. Casting protective spells that shimmered in the dim light as they prepared for an impending confrontation. Make videos. Aaron's grip tightened on his sword as they reached the heart of whispering woods, where the dark energy condensed into an oppressive fog. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead. Make videos. Their fierce roars echoing through the thick canopy, while Seraphina's spells continued to shield them from unseen threats. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, feeling its power grow as they stood ready for the impending battle. Make videos. Aaron's senses heightened as they emerged from whispering woods into an open clearing bathed in dim twilight. Thorn's winged lions swooped down, their fierce presence intimidating any approaching shadow creatures. Make videos. While Seraphina cast intricate spells to fortify their defenses against unseen threats, Lyra prepared her crystal with a surge of elemental power, ready for the impending battle that loomed ahead. Make videos. Aaron and his companions stood in the twilight clearing, shadows dancing around them as the dark energy condensed into tangible forms. Thorn's winged lions prowled restlessly at the edges. Make videos. Their keen senses alert to any signs of movement, while Seraphina cast a protective barrier that shimmered with ethereal light. Lyra's crystal pulsed with elemental power, ready to unleash a wave of fiery destruction should danger arise. Make videos. Arin's heart raced as shadow creatures began to emerge from the thick fog, their forms twisted and menacing. Thorn commanded his winged lions to form a protective circle around Lyra and Seraphina. Make videos. While Lyra focused her crystal with an intensity that lit up the clearing, Seraphina's eyes glowed with otherworldly wisdom, casting powerful shields as the creatures closed in. Make videos. Arin's eyes locked onto the nearest shadow creature as it lunged towards Thorn's winged lions, who responded swiftly with fierce roars and sharp talons. Seraphina's protective shield shimmered and expanded to envelop Lyra, ensuring she could focus on unleashing her elemental wrath through the crystal without interruption. Make videos. Arin watched as Thorn's winged lions engaged in fierce combat against the shadow creatures, their talons and beaks tearing through the darkness. Lyra unleashed a burst of fiery energy from her crystal, incinerating several encroaching foes, while Seraphina maintained an unyielding barrier around them, ensuring their safety during the chaos. Make videos. Arin felt a surge of pride as Thorn's winged lions fought bravely alongside Lyra's fiery onslaught against the shadow creatures. Seraphina continued to weave her protective spells, ensuring their defenses remained unbreached despite the relentless assault. The battle raged on, each ally playing a crucial role in safeguarding Skyward Isle from the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Arin and his companions emerged from whispering woods into an open meadow bathed in twilight, their presence heralded by Thorn's winged lions circling protectively overhead. Seraphina's ethereal form shimmered with protective spells that cast a comforting light around them, while Lyra held her crystal aloft, its surface crackling with elemental power ready to be unleashed. The clearing was silent except for the distant howls of shadow creatures converging on their position. Make videos. Arin and his companions paused in the open meadow, Thorn's winged lions circling protectively overhead, while Seraphina continued to weave her ethereal protective spells. Lyra held her crystal aloft. Make videos. Its surface crackling with elemental power as she prepared for the impending battle against the shadow creatures converging on their position. Make videos. Arin and his allies moved swiftly through the open meadow, their steps synchronized as they prepared for the impending confrontation. Thorn's winged lions roared menacingly, circling low to maintain a vigilant watch over their surroundings, while Seraphina's ethereal form glowed softly with protective light. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, readying it for deployment in the coming battle against the shadow creatures. Make videos. Arin felt his muscles tense as they approached a cluster of twisted trees at the edge of Ember Wastes, where the sands seemed to burn brighter under the twin suns. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead, their sharp eyes scanning for any sign of movement, while Seraphina continued casting her protective spells to shield them from unseen threats. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, feeling its elemental power surge as she prepared for the battle ahead. Make videos. Arin and his companions continued their journey through Ember Wastes, the fiery sand scorching underfoot as they approached a towering sand dune. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, make videos, ready to intervene should any threat arise, while Seraphina's ethereal form glowed softly with protective light. Lyra focused her attention on her crystal, its elemental power pulsating in preparation for the impending conflict. Make videos. Aaron and his companions reached the crest of the towering sand dune, the fiery sands reflecting the twin suns' brilliant light. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead, their fierce roars echoing through the desert air, while Seraphina's ethereal form glowed softly with protective spells to shield them from unseen threats. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, its elemental power pulsating as she prepared for the battle that loomed ahead. Make videos. Aaron and his companions descended from the sand dune into a valley where shadow creatures lurked amidst the fiery sands. Thorn's winged lions swooped down to scout ahead, make videos, their keen eyes searching for any sign of danger while Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them. Lyra prepared her crystal with renewed intensity, focusing on amplifying its elemental power to combat the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Aaron and his companions cautiously moved through the shadow-laden valley in ember wastes, Thorn's winged lions swooping low to scout ahead for any signs of danger. Seraphina's ethereal form glowed with protective light as she maintained a shield around them, while Lyra focused intensely on her crystal, amplifying its elemental power for an imminent confrontation. Make videos. Aaron and his companions encountered a cluster of shadow creatures at the edge of ember wastes, their dark forms twisting menacingly in the fiery sands. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead, while Seraphina cast protective spells to shield them from unseen threats. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, amplifying its elemental power for an imminent confrontation. Draw. Make videos. Aaron and his companions pushed deeper into ember wastes, the fiery sands searing their feet as they neared an ancient ruins shrouded in darkness. Thorn's winged lions scouted ahead, make videos, their sharp eyes searching for any sign of danger while Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a shield against unseen threats. Lyra prepared her crystal with renewed intensity, focusing on amplifying its elemental power to counter the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Aaron and his companions pressed forward through ember wastes, the scorching sands biting at their feet as they approached the ancient ruins. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead, make videos, their sharp eyes scanning for any sign of danger while Seraphina continued to cast protective spells that shimmered like a shield around them. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, amplifying its elemental power in preparation for an impending confrontation with shadow creatures. Make videos. Aaron and his companions reached the entrance of the ancient ruins, their footsteps echoing through the silent corridors as Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant outside. Seraphina's protective spells continued to shimmer around them, while Lyra prepared her crystal, ready for any confrontation that might arise within the darkened halls. The air grew colder inside, and Aaron felt a sense of unease as they ventured deeper into the unknown. Make videos. Aaron and his companions ventured deeper into the ancient ruins, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows that danced ominously across crumbling walls. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant outside. Make videos. Their sharp eyes scanning for any sign of approaching danger, while Seraphina continued to cast protective spells around them, ensuring safety from unseen threats. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, amplifying its elemental power as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead in the darkened halls. Make videos. Aaron and his companions moved cautiously through the ancient ruins, torchlight flickering off damp walls as they explored deeper into the darkness. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant outside, make their sharp eyes alert for any sign of approaching danger, while Seraphina maintained protective. Lyra focused intently on her crystal, amplifying its elemental power to ready herself for any confrontation that might arise. Make videos. As Aaron stood atop the floating skyward aisles, the wind carried the scent of distant battles and impending doom, stirring a deep sense of foreboding within him. Make videos. Lyra's hands glowed with elemental power as she prepared to reinforce their defenses against the encroaching darkness, her eyes reflecting the determination of countless warriors before them. Beside Aaron, Seraphina whispered soothing words into his mind, weaving protective dreams that shielded them from the nightmarish visions that lurked at the edges of perception. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions roared in anticipation as they circled above, their powerful wings casting shadows on the bustling skyward aisles below. Make videos. Aaron felt Seraphina's comforting presence fade slightly as she focused her magic to shield them from the approaching darkness, leaving him with a sense of vulnerability and urgency. Lyra's voice cut through the tension, urging them all to prepare for the storm that was fast descending upon their refuge. Make videos. The sky darkened dramatically as shadow creatures began to materialize from the swirling mists below, their eerie forms casting long shadows across the floating islands. Make videos. Seraphina's ethereal voice whispered instructions in Aaron's mind, guiding him through the complex web of protective dreams she was weaving around them. Thorn, ever vigilant, directed his winged lions into strategic positions, ready to strike at any sign of enemy advance. Make videos. Aaron felt a surge of determination as he prepared to meet the shadow creature's head-on, his echo blades gleaming in the dim light. Lyra's elemental magic crackled around them, creating a barrier that flickered against the encroaching darkness, while Thorn readied his winged lions for combat. Seraphina's protective dreams intensified, wrapping everyone in a cocoon of safety as the first wave of shadow creatures attacked. Make videos. As Aaron faced the encroaching shadow creatures, he felt Seraphina's protective dreams strengthen around him, providing a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. Make videos. Lyra's elemental barriers shimmered and fluctuated under the onslaught, while Thorn directed his winged lions to engage the enemy with precision and ferocity. The battle raged on, each warrior contributing their unique abilities in a coordinated effort against the darkening sky. Make videos. Aaron's echo blades sliced through the air, creating multiple echoes that mirrored his every move to fend off the shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental barriers shimmered and pulsed in rhythm with her incantations. Make videos. Offering a flickering shield against the dark entities, Thorn directed his winged lions with precision, their powerful wings slicing through the encroaching shadows as they engaged the enemy. Make videos. Aaron's echoes moved in perfect synchronization with his own strikes, each blade cutting through shadow creatures as Thorn's winged lions descended into battle from above. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to maintain their protective spells, though the sheer number of enemies began to test even their formidable abilities. As the fight intensified, Aaron noticed a glimmer of hope among the chaos, a figure emerging from the shadows wielding light. 2. The mysterious figure revealed themselves fully in the chaotic battle, their radiance cutting through the darkness and dispelling shadows as they moved. Make videos. Aaron felt an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with awe at the sight of this unexpected ally who appeared to be a celestial navigator armed with stars and constellations woven into their magical arsenal. Make videos. With their arrival, the tide began to turn in favor of Aaron and his companions as the figure's celestial magic introduced a new level of precision and power to their defense. Make videos. The celestial navigator's presence brought a renewed sense of hope and strategy to Aaron and his allies, their combined efforts pushing back against the relentless tide of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions. Make videos. Seeing the change in momentum, launched into more aggressive maneuvers from above, their roars echoing through the darkened sky as they engaged the enemy with renewed vigor. Seraphina's protective dreams grew even stronger around them, now infused with celestial guidance that fortified both body and spirit. The celestial navigator's magic created intricate constellations that lit up the darkened sky, guiding Aaron and his allies to more effective combat strategies. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions responded to the celestial guidance with renewed ferocity, their attacks becoming more coordinated as they targeted the shadow creatures' weak points. Seraphina's protective dreams now shimmered with a radiant light, providing both physical defense and spiritual strength. Make videos. Aaron felt his heart swell with renewed hope as he watched Thorn's winged lions and Seraphina's protective dreams work in harmony under the celestial navigator's guidance. Make videos. The once overwhelmed allies now stood side by side, their combined efforts driving back the shadow creatures with a coordinated brilliance that filled the darkened sky with light. With each passing moment, the encroaching darkness seemed to recede further, thanks to the strategic maneuvers and powerful magic of the celestial navigator. Make videos. Aaron watched as Seraphina's protective dreams and Thorn's winged lions worked in perfect synchronization, driven by the celestial navigator's strategic guidance. The sky above glowed with intricate constellations that illuminated every shadow creature, making them easier targets for Lyra's precise elemental attacks. With each passing moment, the encroaching darkness receded further, revealing the floating skyward isles bathed in a serene light. The sky above the skyward isles gradually lightened as the shadow creatures retreated into the swirling mist below. Thorn's winged lions landed gracefully beside Aaron and his allies. Make videos. Their battles won, but wounds still visible on their proud forms. The celestial navigator stepped forward, her radiant aura fading slightly yet leaving a sense of accomplishment among the victorious group. Make videos. As they stood victorious on the floating skyward isles, Aaron felt a profound sense of camaraderie and respect for Thorn's winged lions, whose bravery had been pivotal in their triumph. The celestial navigator stepped forward to thank each warrior personally, her radiant aura dimming slightly but still evident as she acknowledged their shared victory against overwhelming odds. Seraphina, make videos, now visibly drained from maintaining protective dreams throughout the battle, leaned on Lyra for support while Thorn's lions rested nearby. Make videos. Aaron exchanged wary yet triumphant glances with Thorn and Seraphina as they surveyed the now tranquil skyward isles, feeling a profound sense of unity and accomplishment. Make videos. The celestial navigator's radiant aura had faded to a subtle glow, but her presence continued to inspire Aaron and his allies, reminding them of the shared victory against overwhelming odds. As night approached once more, Thorn's winged lions settled beside their masters, ready for rest and the challenges that awaited in the coming days. Make videos. The celestial navigator's subtle glow continued to inspire Aaron and his allies as they settled into the twilight tranquility of the Skyward Isles. Seraphina and Thorn shared quiet words while Lyra prepared restorative spells for all, ensuring their strength would be replenished before facing future challenges. As night fell, the group gathered around a flickering campfire, exchanging stories and plans that held promise yet brimmed with caution. Make videos. Aaron watched as Thorn's winged lions shifted restlessly near their resting place on the Skyward Isles, sensing potential threats even in the calm twilight. Seraphina's eyes held an unspoken wisdom. Make videos, Hertz. Turning to the dreams yet to come while Lyra focused on healing minor wounds with gentle magic. The celestial navigator offered words of encouragement and strategic advice for the days ahead. Make videos. Aaron felt the weight of responsibility as he watched Thorn's winged lions settle restlessly near their resting place on the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's contemplative gaze lingered on the horizon. Make videos. Her thoughts lost in a sea of future possibilities, while Lyra tended to minor wounds with her soothing magic. The celestial navigator stood quietly beside them, offering strategic advice for the challenges that lay ahead. As night fully enveloped the Skyward Isles, Aaron could not shake the feeling that their victory was merely a pause before the next wave of darkness. Seraphina's protective dreams had faded completely now, leaving them exposed yet resilient. Thorn's winged lions remained alert, their restless presence an unsettling reminder of the ongoing threat. Make videos. Aaron's thoughts turned inward as he gazed at the starlit sky above the Skyward Isles, contemplating the sacrifices and challenges that lay ahead in their quest for peace. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant. Make videos. Their restless movements a stark reminder of the constant threat looming over them. Seraphina quietly meditated nearby, her dreams weaving through the fabric of reality to foresee future dangers. Lyra's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at the starlit sky, her thoughts wandering to the elemental balance she had helped preserve. Thorn's winged lions shifted uneasily nearby. Make videos, their restless movements a silent alarm that danger lingered just beyond sight. Seraphina sat quietly by Aaron, her presence calming his nerves as they prepared for whatever challenges awaited them. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions shifted restlessly once more, their keen senses alert to any potential threats as night settled over the Skyward Isles. Lyra and Seraphina exchanged concerned glances. Make videos, both aware that the respite from battle was fleeting at best. Aaron stood watch, his echo blades ready for any sign of trouble, while contemplating the strategic guidance provided by the celestial navigator. Make videos. Aaron's thoughts turned to the celestial navigator's guidance as Thorn's winged lions shifted uneasily near their resting place. Seraphina meditated silently nearby. Make videos. Her dreams weaving through reality to foresee future dangers, while Lyra monitored everyone's health with meticulous care. The night was calm, but tension lingered in the air, a palpable reminder of the challenges ahead. Make videos. Aaron's eyes followed Thorn's winged lions as they patrolled the edges of their encampment on the skyward isles, ever vigilant against potential threats. Seraphina's meditative presence brought a sense of calm to the group, her dreams weaving protective layers around them to shield from unseen dangers. Lyra stood nearby. Make videos. Her elemental magic ready to be summoned at a moment's notice should any shadow creatures approach once more. Make videos. Arine's heart raced as Thorn's winged lions resumed their patrol, the night sky on the skyward isles shimmering subtly under Seraphina's protective dreams. Make videos. Lyra monitored everyone closely with her elemental magic, ensuring that any sign of danger would not go unnoticed. The celestial navigator stood watchful alongside them, her radiant aura now a subtle glow but still visible as she prepared for future challenges. Videos. Aaron's echo blades glinted under the moonlight as Thorn's winged lions continued their vigilant patrol around the skyward isles. Seraphina and Lyra maintained their protective spells. Make videos, ensuring that any approaching danger would be met with a coordinated response from the group. The celestial navigator watched over them silently, her subtle aura glowing faintly in preparation for the next confrontation. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions resumed their patrol around the skyward isles, their powerful wings casting shadows that danced across the tranquil night sky. Seraphina and Lyra maintained vigilant watch over their allies. Make videos, ensuring every potential threat was met with a coordinated response from the group. The celestial navigator stood nearby, her subtle aura glowing faintly as she prepared for future challenges. Dedo. Make videos. Aaron's eyes narrowed as Thorn's winged lions resumed their patrol around the skyward isles, casting shadows that danced across the tranquil night sky. Seraphina and Lyra maintained vigilant watch over their allies, ensuring every potential threat was met with a coordinated response from the group. The celestial navigator stood nearby, her subtle aura glowing faintly as she prepared for future challenges. Make videos. Aaron's echo blades glimmered in the moonlight as Thorn's winged lions patrolled around their encampment on the skyward isles. Seraphina and Lyra continued to maintain protective spells, ensuring that any approaching danger would be met with a coordinated response from the group. The celestial navigator stood watch nearby, her subtle aura glowing faintly as she prepared for future challenges. Make videos. Aaron felt a growing sense of unease as Thorn's winged lions resumed their patrol around the encampment on the skyward isles. Seraphina and Lyra continued to weave protective spells, ensuring that any approaching danger would be met with a coordinated response from the group. The celestial navigator stood watch nearby, her subtle aura glowing faintly as she prepared for future challenges. The celestial navigator, Elara, guided her starship through the swirling vortex between realms as she navigated toward the Whispering Woods. Make videos. Her heart raced at the thought of encountering the ancient trees that held secrets crucial to thwarting the impending doom prophesied by harbingers. As twilight fell over the ship's observation deck, a faint green glow appeared on the horizon, hinting at the proximity of the enchanted forest. Elara felt the familiar tug of dimensional shifts as her starship emerged into the realm of the Whispering Woods. The green light intensified, casting eerie shadows on the ship's hull and revealing a forest alive with whispers and ancient magic. She prepared to disembark, knowing that secrets hidden in the heart of the woods could be the key to saving their world. Elara stepped onto the forest floor, the ground soft and covered in fallen leaves that crackled beneath her boots. The ancient trees loomed overhead. Make videos, their branches interlocking to form a canopy that seemed to pulse with green energy. She felt the presence of unseen guardians, watching her every move as she ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods. Make videos. As Elara ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, the air grew thick with an ancient magic that whispered secrets in her ears. She encountered a gnarled old tree, whose bark seemed to ripple and form lips. Make videos, speaking in a voice as smooth as molten silver about hidden paths and forgotten lore. Determined to uncover more, Elara followed a narrow trail that twisted through the dense underbrush, leading towards what appeared to be an ancient temple nestled between two colossal trees. There, Elara pushed aside thick vines and climbed over fallen logs as the trail grew increasingly steep. The temple ahead appeared shrouded in mist. Make videos. Its stone walls carved with intricate runes that glowed softly under the moonlight. She could sense a powerful aura emanating from within, knowing that answers to her quest lay hidden inside. Dear. Make videos. Elara cautiously approached the ancient temple, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of moss covering the ground. As she stepped inside, the air grew colder and heavier, filled with an aura that seemed to press against her soul. The walls were adorned with carvings depicting celestial events and dire prophecies, each symbol stirring a deep sense of foreboding within her. Make videos. Inside the ancient temple, Elara discovered a room filled with glowing crystals that pulsed in sync with her heartbeat. As she reached out to touch one, make videos, visions of impending doom flashed before her eyes, a dark force threatening to consume their world. Determined to prevent this catastrophe, Elara sought guidance from the forest's sentient guardians. Make videos. Elara encountered a wise old spirit in the form of a towering tree, who offered her knowledge to decipher the ancient runes that covered the temple's walls. The spirit revealed a hidden chamber deep within the roots of the forest, where an artifact capable of altering fate lay concealed. Guided by the spirit's wisdom, Elara ventured into the heart of the Whispering Woods with renewed determination. Make videos. Elara descended into the hidden chamber deep within the Whispering Woods, her heart pounding as she approached the artifact that shimmered in the dim light. Make videos. The air was thick with ancient magic, and a sense of urgency filled her as she realized the imminent threat to their world could be thwarted or sealed forever by this single relic. Make videos. Guided by the wisdom of the sentient forest guardians, Elara prepared to wield the power contained within the artifact. Make videos. Elara carefully unwrapped the ancient artifact from its protective casing, feeling the weight and power it carried. The relic glowed softly. Make videos. Pulsating in harmony with her heartbeat as she prepared to wield its immense potential against the impending doom. With a deep breath, Elara invoked the celestial energies taught by her mentor, channeling them through the artifact to unlock its full capabilities. Make videos. Elara felt a surge of power coursing through her as she activated the ancient artifact, its glow intensifying and casting long shadows across the chamber walls. The relic hummed with energy, responding to her celestial navigation skills and unlocking secrets that could alter the fate of their world. With newfound confidence, Elara prepared to leave the Whispering Woods and return to her people armed with this potent tool. Make videos. Elara emerged from the hidden chamber, her eyes reflecting the lingering glow of the artifact she now carried. Make videos. She knew that time was short, and every second counted in preventing the impending doom prophesied by the Harbingers. With a determined stride, Elara made her way through the Whispering Woods. Make videos, feeling the ancient spirits watching over her journey. As she neared the edge of the woods, Elara spotted a small group of travelers huddled around a fire. Their leader approached her warily, sensing the power radiating from the artifact. Elara introduced herself and explained that she possessed knowledge crucial to their survival against the looming threat. Make videos. The leader listened intently as Elara shared her findings, and offered to guide them through the coming crisis. Impressed by her knowledge and the artifact she carried, he welcomed her into their group, eager for her expertise in navigating the perilous future ahead. Make videos. Elara led her new companions through the dense, whispering woods, navigating treacherous paths and ancient trials that tested their resolve. Along the way, she shared stories of celestial navigation and the secrets hidden within the stars, inspiring awe and trust among her fellow travelers. As night fell, they set up camp near a shimmering pond where fireflies danced around their flames. Make videos. As they journeyed deeper into uncharted territories of the Whispering Woods, Elara and her companions encountered a tribe of forest-dwelling creatures who possessed knowledge vital to their quest. The creatures, made known as Sylvan Watchers, were initially wary but soon welcomed them upon sensing the celestial power in Elara's artifact. Make videos. Elara and her companions exchanged gifts and promises with the Sylvan Watchers, forming an alliance that promised to be crucial in their battle against impending doom. The tribe's elders shared ancient prophecies and secrets of the forest, while Elara taught them about celestial navigation and the stars' influence over destiny. Strengthened by this newfound unity, they prepared for the next leg of the journey into territories even more perilous. Make videos. Elara and her companions pressed onward through the Whispering Woods, their path lit by the glow of Elara's artifact and the flickering lights of fireflies. They encountered ancient stone bridge spanning a chasm filled with glowing embers that pulsed rhythmically, hinting at the proximity of the ember wastes beyond. Elara and her companions reached the edge of the ember wastes, where the ever-burning sands stretched endlessly under an orange sky. Make videos. The air was thick with heat and the scent of scorched earth as they prepared to venture into this desolate realm in search of answers. With each step forward, Elara felt a growing sense of urgency and the weight of responsibility for their world's fate. See. Make videos. Elara and her companions pressed through the scorching sands of the ember wastes, their clothes and skin covered in a fine layer of ash. The fire spirits that roamed this desolate realm seemed to sense their intrusion, converging around them as they ventured deeper into territory where few dared tread. Despite the oppressive heat and looming danger, Elara felt a surge of determination fuel her steps. Make videos. Elara and her companions continued their trek across the ember wastes, navigating through towering sand dunes as the sun beat down relentlessly. Make videos. Each step was marked by swirling embers and the constant presence of fire spirits that seemed to challenge their resolve at every turn. Despite the dangers around them, Elara felt a growing sense of purpose, knowing their journey held critical answers for saving their world. Make videos. Elara and her companions spotted an ancient ruin partially buried under shifting sands, its weathered stones glowing faintly in the desert heat. They approached cautiously, knowing such ruins often held secrets crucial to their quest against impending doom. Inside, Make videos, they discovered a chamber filled with scrolls detailing the movements of celestial bodies that could predict future events. LLMM says you, said, as Elara delved into the ancient scrolls. She deciphered prophecies that pointed to a convergence of cosmic energies in the near future, an event capable of either unleashing destruction or providing salvation. With this newfound understanding, she felt a renewed sense of urgency and responsibility to act swiftly. LMMCU said, leaving the ruins behind. Elara led her companions through the shifting sands toward the next part of their journey. Guided by celestial signs in the sky above, the group encountered a tribe of Ember Wastes nomads who shared tales. Make videos. Elara and her companions continued their journey through the Ember Wastes, guided by celestial signs in the sky above. Make videos. The nomads they met shared tales of ancient prophecies that hinted at a convergence of cosmic energies soon to occur. Armed with new knowledge and renewed determination, Elara led them towards the next significant landmark on their quest. Make videos. Elara and her companions pressed on through the shifting sands, their eyes fixed on the horizon where towering dunes hinted at the next stage of their journey. Make videos. They encountered an oasis hidden within a ring of ancient trees, providing much needed respite from the relentless heat of the Ember Wastes. Here, Elara shared her insights about the impending celestial convergence and its implications for their world. Make videos. Elara and her companions set out from the oasis at dawn, the sky already tinted orange by the rising sun. As they ventured further into the Ember Wastes, strange symbols began to appear in the sand. leading them towards a mysterious temple hidden beneath the dunes. The nomads who had warned Elara about these signs confirmed that the temple held secrets vital for their quest against impending doom. Make videos. Elara and her companions followed the strange symbols in the sand, their eyes fixed on the dunes ahead as they approached the hidden temple. The air grew cooler and more charged with magic as they ventured deeper into the shifting sands, a stark contrast to the relentless heat of the surrounding desert. With each step, make videos. Elara felt the weight of their mission growing heavier, knowing that what lay ahead could determine the fate of their world. Make videos. Elara and her companions uncovered an entrance to the hidden temple beneath the shifting sands, their hearts racing at the sight of ancient carvings that glowed softly in the moonlight. Inside the temple, make videos. They found a room filled with intricate puzzles and celestial maps that revealed the path towards preventing impending doom. With every step, Elara felt the urgency mounting as she realized the importance of deciphering these clues swiftly. Make videos. Elara and her companions navigated through the intricate puzzles within the hidden temple, their minds working tirelessly to decipher the celestial maps that held vital information for their quest. Make videos. Each solved puzzle led them closer to a chamber at the heart of the temple where ancient artifacts lay waiting, imbued with powers necessary to alter cosmic energies. As they approached this sacred space, Elara felt the presence of unseen guardians watching over them. Make videos. Elara and her companions cautiously entered the chamber at the heart of the hidden temple, their eyes widening as they beheld ancient artifacts glowing softly in the dim light. Make videos. The relics pulsed with a power that seemed to resonate with Elara's celestial navigation skills, hinting at their potential to alter cosmic energies. As she reached out to touch one artifact, make videos, a voice echoed through the chamber, warning them of the immense responsibility that came with wielding such powers. Make videos. Elara and her companions gathered around an ancient artifact in the heart of the hidden temple, its glow intensifying as they approached. The relics pulsed with celestial energy. Make videos. Resonating deeply with Elara's unique abilities, promising immense power to alter cosmic forces. With a sense of solemnity, Elara reached out and activated one of the artifacts, feeling the weight of the mission pressing down on her. Make videos. Elara and her companions prepared to leave the hidden temple, each carrying artifacts that pulsed with celestial energy. They knew their journey was far from over as they faced challenges yet unknown. Make videos, but the power in their hands gave them hope against impending doom. As they stepped back into the shifting sands of the Ember Wastes, a sense of determination filled their hearts. Make videos. Arin stood atop the floating skyward aisles, her echo blade shimmering in the twin sun's eternal glow as she prepared for an imminent battle against shadow creatures. Below them, make videos. Lyra conjured a whirlwind to test the strength and agility of their defenses, while Thorn commanded his lions to scout ahead. Seraphina knelt beside Arin, waving intricate spells to protect their minds from the impending psychic onslaught. Arin felt the wind rushing past her as she leaped from one cloud to another, echo blade flashing with each movement. Lyra and Seraphina followed closely behind. Make videos, their magic swirling around them like a protective shield against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, ready to strike at any sign of enemy presence. Make videos. Arryn and her companions reached the edge of the Skyward Isles, where dark tendrils were beginning to seep through from the Shadow Realms. Lyra cast a powerful light spell, illuminating the encroaching shadows. Make videos. While Seraphina placed protective wards around them, Thorn directed his winged lions into a formation that would allow for quick and coordinated strikes. Make videos. Arryn's heart pounded as she sensed the shadow creatures closing in, their presence darkening the once illuminated Skyward Isles. Lyra's light spells flickered against the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Barely holding back the tide of shadows, while Seraphina chanted protective incantations to shield them from psychic attacks. Thorn gave a sharp command, and his winged lions dove into the fray, their wings cutting through the air as they lunged at the advancing enemy. Make videos. Arryn sliced through the first wave of shadow creatures with precise movements, her echo blade dancing around Thorn's winged lions as they attacked. Lyra and Seraphina worked in tandem. Make videos. Lyra's light spells illuminating their path, while Seraphina's protective wards held back the psychic onslaught that threatened to overwhelm them. The battle raged on, each fighter pushing their limits as they fought for the safety of the Skyward Isles. Make videos. Arryn's echo blade sang as she parried another shadow creature's attack, her movements fluid and precise. Thorn's winged lions dove from above, their claws tearing through the darkness. Make videos. While Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly to maintain a barrier of light and protection. The battle was intense, with every fighter pushing themselves beyond their limits to safeguard their home. Make videos. Arryn felt the weight of responsibility as she watched Thorn's winged lions engage the shadow creatures in fierce aerial combat. Lyra and Seraphina continued to weave spells from below. Make videos. Their efforts crucial in maintaining a barrier against the encroaching darkness. The battle was relentless, but each fighter held firm, determined to protect their home. As the conflict intensified. Make videos. Arryn noticed a new figure emerging from the shadows, a celestial navigator who seemed to be manipulating cosmic energies. His arrival shifted the tide of battle, providing allies with strategic guidance that allowed Thorn's lions to gain the upper hand. The combined efforts began to push back the encroaching darkness. With the immediate threat receding. Make videos. Arryn turned her attention to assessing the damage and preparing for potential future threats. Lyra and Seraphina's spells had left a trail of luminous energy that illuminated the Skyward Isles. Make videos. While Thorn's lions perched atop clouds, vigilant and ready to defend their realm once more. Make videos. Arryn felt a sense of relief as the immediate danger subsided, her heart still racing from the intense battle. The celestial navigator's presence had been pivotal in turning the tide, his cosmic guidance allowing Thorn's winged lions to outmaneuver their shadowy adversaries. With the skies slowly clearing and light reclaiming the isles, Lyra and Seraphina began to mend any lingering damage inflicted during the confrontation. Make videos. Arryn and her companions stood watch as night fell over the Skyward Isles, their vigilance unwavering despite the victory they had just secured. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, patrolling for any signs of renewed shadow activity. while Lyra tended to minor damages with her elemental magic. Seraphina sat in contemplative silence, deep in thought about the celestial navigator's unexpected arrival and its implications. Make videos. Arin's thoughts were filled with questions as she gazed at the celestial navigator, who remained aloof yet watchful beside them. Make videos. Thorn continued to command his lions in silent assurance that their skaes would remain secure, while Lyra and Seraphina conferred softly about strategies for future protection. Make videos. The night was calm but charged with an undercurrent of mystery surrounding the celestial navigator's role. Make videos. Arin approached the celestial navigator, her curiosity piqued as she sought to understand his purpose and connection to their realm. Make videos. Thorn nodded approvingly at Arin's cautious approach toward the enigmatic figure, recognizing the importance of building alliances with such powerful beings. Seraphina, sensing the gravity of the situation, joined them to discuss potential strategies for utilizing the navigator's unique abilities. Make videos. Arin's voice was steady as she questioned the celestial navigator about his motives and abilities, her echo blade resting lightly in her hand. Thorn listened intently from nearby. Make videos. His winged lions circling protectively overhead, Seraphina and Lyra joined them, their minds focused on understanding the strategic benefits of this new ally. Make music. Make videos. Seraphina's insights were invaluable as she explained the potential for harnessing celestial energies to fortify their defenses against future threats. The celestial navigator nodded in agreement, offering to share ancient knowledge that could prove crucial in maintaining peace on the Skyward Isles. As the night wore on, plans were solidified for training sessions that would integrate the celestial navigator's guidance into their daily routines. Thorn's lions stood guard as discussions continued well into the early hours of dawn. Make videos. Arin's eyes gleamed with determination as she outlined plans for training sessions that would incorporate celestial energies and cosmic guidance. Thorn nodded in approval, his winged lions flanking them protectively while Seraphina listened intently, her mind already formulating new protective spells. Lyra added her insights on elemental coordination to fortify their defenses. Make videos. As dawn broke, the celestial navigator departed with promises of returning soon to provide further guidance. Make videos. Arin felt a renewed sense of hope and strength knowing they had a powerful ally in their ongoing battle for peace on the Skyward Isles. Thorn's lions began their patrols once more. Make videos, while Seraphina and Lyra prepared to implement their new defense strategies. Thorn's vigilant gaze never wavered as he observed his companions putting their plans into action. Make videos, each one contributing uniquely to the safety of their floating realm. The morning light cast long shadows that reminded them all of the darkness they had recently fought against, and the battles yet to come. Make videos. Arin and her companions moved swiftly to reinforce their defenses, each contributing according to their unique abilities. Thorn's lions roamed the skies, while Seraphina wove intricate protective spells. Make videos. Lyra coordinated elemental forces to create a formidable shield against any future threats. The morning light shone through the clouds, casting a hopeful glow over the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's new wards shimmered with celestial energy, integrating perfectly with the existing protections. Thorn watched over them all, his presence a constant reassurance of their strength and resilience. Arin felt a renewed sense of purpose as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. As preparations concluded, whispers began circulating about potential threats in other realms. Arin knew that their victory was just the beginning, and that they must remain vigilant to protect not only the Skyward Isles, but also other parts of their world. Make videos. Arin and her companions gathered at dawn to plan their next moves, each contributing ideas on how to protect other realms from impending threats. Thorn's lions circled overhead. Make videos. Providing aerial reconnaissance as Seraphina worked on refining protective spells for widespread use. Lyra focused on coordinating elemental forces across different regions to create a network of defenses. Make videos. With their immediate surroundings secured, Arin felt a growing sense of urgency about the whispers reaching them from distant realms. Make videos. Each member of her team expressed readiness to venture beyond the Skyward Isles, knowing that the safety of one realm was interconnected with all others. Seraphina's latest wards shimmered with celestial energy. Make videos. A testament to the group's collective efforts. The morning light bathed the Skyward Isles in hope as Arin and her companions prepared for their journey into uncharted territories. Make videos. Arin and her companions gather their gear as they prepared to leave the Skyward Isles for the first time since the battle. Thorn's winged lions were already in the air, scouting ahead, while Seraphina ensured that each member was equipped with protective wards. Lyra coordinated elemental forces around them, creating a safe passage through potentially dangerous areas. Make videos. As they stepped onto their journey into uncharted territories, Arin felt a mix of apprehension and determination. The morning light shone through the clouds, casting shadows that reminded them of the darkness they had overcome, but also hinted at new challenges ahead. Make videos. Arin led her companions through the swirling clouds, their destination an enigmatic realm mentioned in ancient texts. Thorn's lions glided ahead. Make videos. Marking safe paths while Seraphina cast wards to shield them from unseen dangers. Lyra used her elemental magic to navigate around turbulent weather patterns, ensuring a steady progression toward their goal. Make videos. Arin and her companions navigated through thick clouds, guided by Thorn's lions and protected by Seraphina's wards. Make videos. Lyra's elemental magic helped them skirt around dangerous storms as they approached an uncharted realm mentioned in ancient texts. The landscape below was shrouded in mystery, hinting at the challenges that awaited them. Make videos. Arin and her companions continued their journey into uncharted territories, guided by Thorn's lions and protected by Seraphina's wards. Lyra used her elemental magic to navigate around turbulent weather patterns, ensuring they made steady progress toward their mysterious destination. As they flew closer, the landscape below revealed a realm shrouded in ancient legends. Make videos. Arin and her companions ventured deeper into the uncharted territories, guided by Thorn's lions as they flew over an enigmatic landscape shrouded in ancient legends. Seraphina's wards flickered with celestial energy, protecting them from unseen dangers, while Lyra used her elemental magic to navigate through unpredictable weather patterns. The group felt a growing sense of anticipation and determination as they approached the mysterious realm. Zealous. Make videos. Arin and her companions landed on the mysterious realm's border, where ancient ruins greeted them under the eternal twin suns. Thorn's winged lions perched nearby, vigilant as always. while Seraphina began laying down protective wards around their campsite. Lyra assessed the elemental patterns of the area, preparing for any potential threats. LLM 6U, said Aaron explored the ancient ruins, uncovering inscriptions that spoke of guardians who protected the realm from dark forces. Thorn's lions communicated their findings back to him, while Seraphina and Lyra worked together to decipher the symbols and prepare for any potential encounters with these guardians. LLMs, you said, as Aaron continued her exploration. She discovered a hidden chamber within the ruins that contained an artifact of immense power. Thorn's lions stood guard outside, make videos, ensuring no threats could approach as Seraphina and Lyra carefully examined the relic, sensing its potential to aid them in their mission. Make videos. Aaron carefully studied the artifact within the hidden chamber, sensing its powerful energies that resonated with celestial forces. Thorn's lions remained vigilant outside, make videos, their keen eyes alert for any signs of danger, while Seraphina and Lyra worked together to understand the relic's potential uses, make videos. The group felt a surge of excitement and responsibility as they realized this could be a crucial tool in their ongoing battle against darkness. Make videos. Aaron and her companions deciphered the ancient inscriptions around the artifact, learning of its ability to enhance their defenses against dark forces. Thorn's lions remained watchful nearby, make videos, their sharp eyes never straying from potential threats, while Seraphina crafted protective wards infused with celestial energy to harness the relic's power. Lyra coordinated elemental forces, make videos, ensuring that every aspect of their camp was safeguarded as they prepared to venture deeper into this mysterious realm. Make videos. Aaron felt a surge of determination as she and her companions prepared to venture deeper into the ancient ruins. Thorn's lions communicated their findings back to him, while Seraphina crafted wards infused with celestial energy to protect them against unseen dangers. Lyra used her elemental magic to sense and prepare for any potential threats lurking in the shadows. Make videos. Aaron and her companions ventured deeper into the ancient ruins, guided by Thorn's lions who led them through treacherous paths. Seraphina continuously reinforced protective wards around their group as they uncovered more inscriptions hinting at powerful artifacts hidden within. Lyra's elemental magic detected a looming storm system that threatened to disrupt their progress if they did not find shelter soon. Make videos. Aaron and her companions pressed on through the ancient ruins, guided by Thorn's lions as they carefully avoided traps set by past guardians. Seraphina worked tirelessly to maintain protective wards, while Lyra magic to identify safe passages through the treacherous terrain. As night fell, they found a hidden cavern that offered shelter from an approaching storm system detected earlier. Make videos. Aaron and her companions took shelter in the hidden cavern as the storm outside intensified. Seraphina worked to strengthen their wards against any potential intruders, while Lyra monitored elemental patterns to predict when the weather might abate. Thorn's lions kept watch from the entrance of the cave, ready to alert them if anything approached. LM, you said. As night fell inside the cavern, Aaron and her companions discussed their next moves. Seraphina's celestial wards flickered with an ethereal light, while Lyra's elemental magic created a calming presence within the enclosed space. Thorn's lions shifted restlessly outside, keenly aware of potential threats looming in the darkness. "Elements," Yu said. "Make videos." The group decided to continue exploring the ruins once the storm passed. Seraphina's wards would be enhanced further to protect against dark forces, and Lyra planned to use make videos. Lyra used her elemental magic to predict when the weather would abate, while Seraphina continued to strengthen their wards for protection against any lurking threats. Thorn's lions remained vigilant outside, make videos, shifting restlessly as they kept watch over the group's temporary shelter in the hidden cavern. Thorn's lions communicated their findings back to him about signs of potential intruders nearby, make videos, prompting Aaron to devise a plan for defending the group should they be discovered, make videos. Lyra coordinated elemental forces within the cavern to create additional layers of security in case the storm did not pass as quickly as predicted, make videos. Her Seraphina's celestial wards shimmered with increasing intensity, forming an intricate barrier that pulsed with energy as she channeled her magic to protect against any dark entities approaching their shelter. Thorn's lions remained watchful outside, ready to alert the group at the slightest sign of danger. Make videos. Seraphina's wards shimmered brighter as she channeled more celestial energy into them, forming an impenetrable barrier around their shelter. Thorn's lions communicated potential threats to him, and Aaron listened intently, preparing for any contingency plan. Lyra used her elemental magic to create a soothing atmosphere within the cavern, calming everyone's nerves, make videos. Thorn continued to watch over their perimeter from the entrance of the cave, his lion's movements indicating any unusual activity. Seraphina worked tirelessly on fortifying the wards, ensuring no dark forces could breach the defenses. Lyra monitored the elements closely, predicting when they might venture forth again. As the night wore on, the group settled into a tense yet determined rhythm. Seraphina and Lyra worked in harmony to maintain their defenses, while Thorn's lions provided constant surveillance from outside, make videos. Aaron felt a renewed sense of purpose as she prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. As dawn approached, the storm outside showed signs of abating, allowing Aaron and her companions to prepare for their next move. Seraphina's wards continued to glow brightly, while Thorn's lions perched nearby, make videos, ready to take flight at a moment's notice. Lyra focused on assessing the weather patterns, ensuring they would have clear skies for their journey. Seraphina and Aaron finalized their plans, make videos, integrating the celestial energies more deeply into their defenses. Thorn's lions took off into the sky, scanning the area for any signs of danger or intruders, make videos. Lyra coordinated elemental forces to create a safe path through the remnants of the storm. With everything in place, Aaron led her companions out of their temporary shelter as the sky cleared, make videos. Thorn's lions circled above, providing aerial cover while Seraphina and Lyra ensured that no dark entities could follow them from the storm-ravaged region. Aaron, the Echo Blade, stood atop the floating skyward isles, his echoes mirroring his determination as he gazed out at the horizon where dark storm clouds were gathering ominously. Beside him, Lyra, make videos, an elementalist with her hair tied back and eyes fixed on the brewing tempest, prepared to summon a barrier of fire to protect their home. Seraphina, the Dreamwalker, sensed the approaching danger deep within her dreams and began weaving intricate protective spells around Aaron and Lyra. Make videos. Thorn, the Beastmaster, rode his winged lion high above the Shadow Realms, tracking the movements of dark forces that threatened their allies on the skyward isles. With keen eyes, make videos. Thorn spotted a column of shadow creatures advancing towards the floating islands, intent on causing destruction and chaos. He signaled to Seraphina with a sharp whistle, urging her to intensify her protective spells as he prepared his companions for combat. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes stood ready as Lyra unleashed a wave of fire to form an impenetrable barrier around their home. Thorn, coordinating from above, signaled for his winged lions to circle protectively overhead. Make videos. Adding another layer of defense against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's spells shimmered in response, intertwining with the elemental magic to fortify their defenses. Zoo. Make videos. Lyra focused her energy on maintaining the fire barrier as shadow creatures began to breach its edges, their dark forms struggling against the intense heat. Thorn and his winged lions circled protectively above. Make videos. Ready to dive down and engage any that managed to slip through. Seraphina's eyes fluttered closed, her face contorted in concentration as she enhanced her spells, pushing back the encroaching darkness with every ounce of her strength. Oh! Make videos. Aaron and his echoes shifted into defensive positions as Lyra's fire barrier flickered under the strain of the shadow creatures' relentless assault. Thorn directed his winged lions to swoop down. Make videos, tearing at the shadows with their razor, sharp claws, and powerful talons. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter, pulsing with a fierce light pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Us. Seraphina's protective spells began to weave together, forming an intricate lattice that shimmered in hues of silver and gold, reinforcing Lyra's barrier against the dark creatures. Make videos. Thorn expertly directed his winged lions with swift commands, their fierce roars echoing across the skyward isles as they engaged the shadow forces head-on. Aaron and his echoes moved swiftly to intercept any shadows that slipped through, striking with precision and efficiency. See. Seraphina's protective spells formed an intricate web that glowed intensely around them, pulsating in rhythm with the encroaching shadows. Thorn and his winged lions continued their relentless assault. Make videos. Their sharp claws tearing through the dark ranks as they fought to protect their allies on the floating isles. Aaron and his echoes moved fluidly, each strike calculated and precise, pushing back the darkness with every action. Make videos. Lyra's fire barrier flared brighter as more shadow creatures attempted to breach it, their dark forms momentarily illuminated by the intense flames. Thorn directed his winged lions in precise maneuvers, coordinating a synchronized attack that tore through the advancing ranks of darkness with devastating efficiency. Seraphina's protective lattice shimmered and pulsed rhythmically, strengthening with each passing moment to keep the shadows at bay. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes leaped into battle alongside Thorn's winged lions, their combined efforts creating a formidable barrier against the shadow creatures. Seraphina continued to weave her protective spells, make videos, her eyes never leaving the darkening horizon where more shadows lurked ominously. Lyra's fire barrier raged with renewed intensity, its flames dancing like living entities as they fought off wave after wave of encroaching darkness. Make videos. The combined efforts of Aaron and his echoes, Thorn's winged lions, Seraphina's protective lattice, and Lyra's raging fire barrier repelled wave after wave of shadow creatures. Seraphina felt a surge of dark energy on the horizon, signaling the arrival of more formidable foes that threatened to overwhelm their defenses. Thorn adjusted his battle plan, directing his lions to intercept any approaching reinforcements while Aaron and his echoes kept up their relentless assault on the current threats. LLPMZU said. Make videos. Lyra's fire barrier flickered, but held firm as the shadow creatures intensified their assault, casting eerie shadows across the skyward isles. Thorn and his winged lions fought with renewed vigor. Make videos. Diving into the ranks of darkness to tear them apart. Seraphina's protective lattice shone brightly, pulsating in rhythm with the dark energy that now swirled menacingly on the horizon. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes engaged in fierce combat, their mirrored forms blending seamlessly as they struck down shadow creatures with precision. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly. Make videos. Their sharp claws tearing through the dark ranks, while Seraphina's protective lattice shimmered defiantly against the encroaching shadows. Make videos. Lyra's fire barrier surged in intensity as more shadow creatures approached, casting an eerie glow over the skyward isles. Thorn and his winged lions swooped down, their fierce roars echoing amidst the chaos. Make videos. While Seraphina's protective lattice pulsed with a rhythmic brilliance. Aaron and his echoes moved swiftly, intercepting any shadows that managed to breach the initial defenses. Make videos. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she sensed an impending surge in dark energy that would test their defenses further. Thorn directed his winged lions to intercept any reinforcements. Make videos. While Aaron and his echoes moved swiftly to engage the relentless shadow creatures. Lyra focused intensely on maintaining her fire barrier, its flames dancing wildly as they fought off wave after wave of darkness. Make videos. Seraphina's protective spells surged in intensity as she sensed an ominous, dark pulse emanating from the horizon. Thorn and his winged lions launched a coordinated aerial assault on the incoming reinforcements. Make videos. Their sharp claws tearing through shadow ranks with brutal efficiency. Lyra's fire barrier blazed fiercely, its dancing flames creating a wall of searing heat that repelled wave after wave of encroaching darkness. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes coordinated their movements perfectly, striking down shadow creatures as they breached Lyra's fire barrier. Make videos. Thorn directed his winged lions in a precise formation to intercept any approaching reinforcements, ensuring none could reach their allies unchallenged. Make videos. Seraphina's protective lattice glowed with an intense rhythm, warding off the dark energy that threatened to overwhelm their defenses. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered ominously as she sensed an impending surge in dark energy that threatened to overwhelm their defenses. Make videos. Thorn and his winged lions launched another coordinated aerial assault, tearing through the ranks of shadow creatures with relentless precision. Lyra maintained her fire barrier, its flames dancing wildly against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered more intensely as she sensed an imminent surge in dark energy threatening to overwhelm their defenses. Make videos. Thorn and his winged lions launched another coordinated aerial assault, tearing through the shadow creatures with relentless precision. Lyra maintained her fire barrier, its flames dancing wildly against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered dangerously as she sensed a surge in dark energy that threatened to overwhelm their defenses. Make videos. Thorn and his winged lions continued their relentless assault on the shadow creatures, tearing through them with brutal efficiency. Lyra maintained her fire barrier, its flames dancing wildly against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy approaching their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly, tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with intense focus, its flames dancing wildly against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Make videos. Thorn and his winged lions continued their fierce assault on the shadow creatures, tearing through them with brutal efficiency to prevent reinforcements from reaching their allies. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes moved in perfect harmony, striking down shadow creatures as they breached Lyra's fire barrier. Thorn directed his winged lions to intercept any approaching reinforcements. Make videos, ensuring none could reach their allies unchallenged. Seraphina's protective lattice glowed intensely, warding off the dark energy that threatened to overwhelm the defenses. Savu. Make videos. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly. Make videos. Tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly, tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Make videos. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly. Make videos. Tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus. Make videos, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly. Make videos. Tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Make videos. Aaron and his echoes moved in flawless synchronization, striking down shadow creatures that breached Lyra's fire barrier. Thorn directed his winged lions to intercept any approaching reinforcements, make videos, ensuring none could reach their allies unchallenged. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Oh. Make videos. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought on relentlessly, tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with precise movements to intercept any reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as dark energy surged ominously from the horizon, threatening to overwhelm their defenses. Thorn and his winged lions fought relentlessly, make videos, tearing through ranks of shadow creatures with brutal precision to intercept any approaching reinforcements. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective lattice flickered violently as she sensed an overwhelming surge in dark energy threatening to engulf their defenses. Make videos. Thorn directed his winged lions to intercept any approaching reinforcements, ensuring none could breach the barriers they had set up around the skyward isles. Lyra maintained her fire barrier with unwavering focus, its flames dancing wildly against the relentless encroaching darkness. Arin and Lyra stood atop the highest tower in Skyward City, their breath visible as they gazed into the horizon where dark clouds loomed ominously. Below them, make videos. The city buzzed with activity as preparations for an impending storm were underway. Merchants closed shops early while families gathered inside homes. Seraphina approached quietly from behind, her presence a calming force amidst the growing tension. Make videos. Seraphina, Jaren and Lyra at the tower's edge, her eyes scanning the darkening sky for any signs of approaching danger. With a soft voice, she shared visions she had seen. A storm unlike any other. Make videos, bringing with it shadow creatures from another realm. Thorn arrived moments later, his lion companions flanking him as he assessed the defenses surrounding the city. Arin felt a chill run down his spine as Seraphina spoke of shadow creatures approaching in the storm. Thorn nodded grimly, make videos, instructing his lions to patrol the city's perimeter and keep watch for any signs of intrusion from the dark clouds. Lyra focused on reinforcing the city's protective runes, her hands glowing with elemental energy as she channeled power into ancient stones embedded around the isles. Make videos. The wind howled as the storm drew nearer, its dark tendrils reaching out to grasp Skyward City in their icy grip. Seraphina's eyes closed briefly as she reached into the fabric of reality. Make videos, summoning a protective shield around the city just as shadow creatures began to materialize from the clouds. Thorn directed his lions with swift commands. Make videos, forming a formidable barrier against the increasing darkness, while Arin and Lyra worked tirelessly to bolster their defenses. As the storm intensified, shadow creatures launched an aggressive assault on Skyward City's outer defenses. Thorn's lions fought valiantly, make videos, their claws and teeth tearing through the dark masses, while Arin and Lyra worked to stabilize the weakening protective barriers. Seraphina, her energy spent from weaving such powerful protections. Passed out momentarily, but was quickly tended to by concerned allies. Make videos. Serafina regained consciousness as the first rays of dawn filtered through the dispersing storm clouds, her eyes widening at the sight of the diminished shadow creatures retreating into the abyss. Make videos. Thorn's lions and Aaron's echoing blades had managed to hold off the worst of the assault, but the city was left battered and weary from the night-long battle. Lyra, exhausted yet determined, used the last remnants of her elemental energy to heal minor damages across Skyward City, ensuring its defenses would remain strong. Make videos. The sky above Skyward City slowly cleared as the remnants of the storm faded away, leaving behind a sense of eerie calm. Serafina's vision revealed that while the immediate threat had passed, shadow creatures lingered in hidden corners of reality, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Aaron and Thorn decided to patrol these darkened areas with their companions to ensure no further breaches would occur. Make videos. Aaron and Thorn ventured into the dimly lit alleys where shadow creatures had been spotted, their senses heightened as they moved cautiously through the twilight. Lyra followed closely behind. Make videos. Her elemental magic ready to repel any threats that dared to emerge from the shadows. Serafina used her dream, walking abilities to scout ahead, her presence a silent guardian watching over the streets. Serafina's dream, walking revealed hidden crevices where shadow creatures lurked in wait, their dark forms barely visible against the night. Thorn directed his lions to patrol these areas, make videos, ensuring no corner remained unchecked as Aaron and Lyra prepared for a second wave of attacks. The city's defenses were strengthened further under their watchful eyes, fortifying Skyward City against future threats. Make videos. Thorn's lions patrolled relentlessly through the darkest corners of Skyward City, their roars echoing off silent walls as they hunted lingering shadow creatures. Serafina's visions continued to guide Aaron and Lyra to weakened points in the city's defenses, allowing them to fortify these areas before any breaches could occur. Meanwhile, Lyra worked tirelessly with her elemental magic, ensuring every stone and beam was reinforced against future attacks. Serafina's visions grew more intense as she foresaw new threats emerging from the depths of the Shadow Realms, urging Aaron and Thorn to prepare for a greater conflict. Lyra continued reinforcing Skyward City's defenses with elemental energy, her determination unwavering despite fatigue setting in. Together, they strengthened their resolve to protect not just their city but all realms threatened by darkness. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra joined forces with Thorn and Serafina to devise strategies that would not only fortify Skyward City but also protect other realms from the encroaching darkness. Make videos. They decided to send out scouts to gather intelligence on enemy movements while reinforcing their own defenses, ensuring they were ready for any threat that might arise. Each member of the group contributed their unique skills, weaving a network of protection around their city and beyond. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra trained rigorously alongside Thorn's lions, honing their skills for the looming conflict against shadow creatures. Serafina shared more visions revealing strategic weak points in the enemy's defenses, which they planned to exploit when the time was right. Scouts returned with reports of growing activity from the Shadow Realms, confirming that their preparations were crucial. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra's training sessions grew more intense as they practiced their combined abilities against simulations of shadow creatures, while Thorn's lions demonstrated remarkable agility in protecting their allies from unseen threats. Seraphina delved deeper into her visions. Make videos. Uncovering a pattern that suggested the next major assault would come during the lunar eclipse, providing them with crucial time to prepare. Scouts continued to report sightings of shadow entities gathering at strategic points around Skyward City, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Make videos. Thorn's lions roared in defiance as Aaron and Lyra practiced their coordinated attacks against holographic simulations, each maneuver designed to counteract the shadow creature's tactics. Seraphina's visions provided a detailed map of potential weak points within the shadow realms, guiding them on where to concentrate their efforts for maximum impact. Scouts returned with reports of strange symbols appearing in darkened areas, signaling an imminent mobilization of enemy forces. Seraphina deciphered ancient runes etched into Skyward City's oldest stones, discovering they held prophecies about a great celestial alignment that would grant them power over darkness. Make videos. Thorn led his lions to secure strategic points around the city, ensuring all entrances and exits were fortified against surprise attacks. Aaron and Lyra drilled relentlessly in synchronization with Thorn's patrols, their combined prowess becoming nearly unstoppable. Make videos. Seraphina's eyes gleamed as she shared her findings on the ancient runes with Aaron and Lyra, revealing that their celestial alignment would grant them unprecedented power. Make videos. Thorn positioned his lions strategically around key locations in Skyward City, ensuring every entrance was guarded against possible breaches. Scouts reported increased activity from shadow creatures gathering at the edges of the abyssal depths, signaling an impending, full-scale assault. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra felt an unexpected surge of power coursing through them as they stood under the celestial alignment Seraphina had deciphered, their eyes meeting in silent agreement. Make videos. Thorn's lions roared confidently from their strategic positions around Skyward City, ready to defend against any assault with unwavering loyalty. Scouts reported back urgently about shadow creatures mobilizing at the edges of the abyssal depths, signaling the start of an all-out war. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of duty as they prepared for the coming battle, their minds focused on protecting Skyward City from the shadow creatures massing at the abyssal depths. Make videos. Thorn's lions were positioned with unwavering loyalty, ready to defend against any assault, while Seraphina's visions guided them towards the most critical areas to fortify. Scouts reported back urgently about strange lights flickering in the abyss, signaling that the shadow creatures were launching their full-scale attack. Make videos. Seraphina's visions revealed that shadow creatures were converging at specific points around Skyward City, planning to breach its defenses simultaneously from multiple angles. Make videos. Thorn directed his lions to these critical locations, forming a layered defense system designed to intercept any incoming threats before they could reach the city proper. Aaron and Lyra stood side by side atop the tallest tower, their combined powers radiating outward in waves of protective energy. "LLMC Usud," said as night fell. A thick fog rolled in from the abyssal depths. Make videos, obscuring visibility and making it difficult for scouts to report enemy movements accurately. Thorn's lions relied on heightened senses and Seraphina's guiding visions to navigate through the murkiness, positioning themselves precisely where needed. Aaron and Lyra monitor the defenses closely, readying themselves for the inevitable clash with shadow creatures. LLMs, you said. The first. Make videos. Dark silhouettes began to materialize out of the fog, their forms twisted and menacing as they advanced towards Skyward City's outer defenses. Thorn's lions responded immediately. Make videos. Launching into the fray with razor, sharp claws and powerful jaws that tore through the advancing shadows. Aaron and Lyra stood guard atop the tower, channeling elemental energy to create a barrier around them while Seraphina wove intricate protective spells from her position below. Shadow creatures surged forward from all directions, their dark forms swirling like an inky tide threatening to engulf Skyward City. Thorn's lions fought tenaciously. Make videos, their roars echoing through the fog as they tore into the shadows with relentless fury. Aaron and Lyra stood firm on the tower, their magic intertwining to form a shimmering barrier that deflected the onslaught. Make videos. Lyra's eyes blazed as she directed her elemental magic to strengthen the barrier around Skyward City, feeling Aaron's echoes move in sync beside her. Thorn's lions emerged from the fog, their fur glistening with moisture and blood, cutting a swath through the shadow creatures with fierce determination. Make videos. Seraphina's voice echoed through the fog as she called out new visions to her allies, guiding them toward unseen threats that lurked in the darkness. Thorn's lions barked commands to each other, coordinating their movements with a precision that belied their feral appearance. Aaron and Lyra stood back atop the tower, their defenses unbroken despite the relentless assault of shadow creatures. Seraphina's eyes flickered between visions and reality as she guided Aaron and Lyra to potential weak spots in the shadow creatures' formations. Thorn's lions patrolled ceaselessly. Make videos. Their movements a blur through the thick fog, intercepting any dark forms that dared approach too close. Above it all, Lyra's elemental magic pulsed with an intense rhythm, matching the relentless pace of the battle. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra moved swiftly in tandem as Thorn's lions provided cover against the shadow creatures' relentless assault. Make videos. Seraphina's visions guided them to strategic points where they could disrupt enemy formations, their combined efforts pushing back the dark tide. The battle raged on with no sign of letting up, each ally aware of the critical importance of their coordinated actions. Make videos. Thorn's lions fought with renewed vigor as they engaged in fierce combat against shadow creatures, their movements synchronized and deadly precise. Aaron and Lyra worked together seamlessly from atop the tower. Make videos. Utilizing their combined powers to create barriers that repelled dark forms attempting to breach Skyward City's defenses. Seraphina continued to guide them through visions of strategic points where enemy formations were weakest. Seraphina's visions grew more vivid as she spotted a cluster of shadow creatures amassing near the city gates, urging Thorn to send his lions there immediately. Make videos. Aaron and Lyra responded by reinforcing the defenses with their combined powers, ensuring that no breach could occur. Scouts reported back urgently about strange lights flickering in the abyss, signaling an imminent surge from the shadow realms. Thorn's lions raced towards the city gates as Seraphina's visions warned of an impending surge from the abyssal depths. Aaron and Lyra reinforced the defenses at strategic points. Make videos. Their magic intertwining to form impenetrable barriers against the dark forces amassing outside. Scouts continued to relay urgent reports about strange lights flickering in the abyss, signaling that shadow creatures were mobilizing for a full-scale assault. Make videos. Thorn's lions reached the city gates just in time to intercept the surge of shadow creatures amassing there, their roars echoing through the fog. Aaron and Lyra, from atop the tower, Make videos, felt a pulse of energy connecting them with Thorn and his companions below as they reinforced defenses with elemental magic. Scouts reported back that strange lights flickering in the abyss had intensified, signaling an imminent full-scale assault from the shadow realms. Do make videos. As dawn broke over the whispering woods, Aaron the Echo Blade prepared to face the shadow creatures that had been plaguing the forest inhabitants for weeks. The air was thick with tension as Lyra, an elementalist, conjured a protective barrier around their encampment, her hands glowing with fiery runes. Seraphina, a dream walker, murmured incantations, weaving spells to fortify their defenses against the approaching dark forces. Make videos. Aaron and his companions watched as the dark clouds overhead thickened, casting ominous shadows over the whispering woods. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Make videos. The rustling leaves ceasing abruptly under the impending threat. Lyra's flames flickered uncertainly against the encroaching darkness, a stark contrast to the serene dawn that had just begun. Zia. As the sky darkened further, Thorn, the Beastmaster, emerged from the underbrush leading his trained winged lions. Their presence brought a sense of stability and strength to the encampment, ready to defend against any threat. Seraphina's spells began to glow more intensely as she sensed the proximity of the shadow creatures, her eyes narrowing with concentration. Zia. Make videos. Aaron's echo blades shimmered in the dim light as he prepared for battle alongside Thorn and his winged lions. Seraphina's incantations resonated through the forest. Make videos. Her voice a soothing counterpoint to the rising tension. Lyra adjusted her elemental barriers, ensuring they would withstand the impending assault of shadow creatures. Make videos. The shadow creatures materialized out of the dark clouds, their forms twisted and malevolent, setting off an immediate clash between Aaron's echoes and Thorn's winged lions. Seraphina continued her protective incantations, weaving a complex web of defense around the encampment, as Lyra to maintain the integrity of her elemental barriers. The battle raged fiercely, with each character drawing upon their unique skills to combat the relentless darkness. Make videos. The sky overhead split apart as shadow creatures poured down from the clouds, their dark forms converging on Aaron and his companions with eerie speed. Seraphina's protective spells began to strain under the assault, her voice growing hoarse as she chanted faster and more urgently. Lyra adjusted her elemental barriers, calling upon the raw power of nature self to fortify their defenses against the relentless tide of darkness. Make videos. The winged lions roared in defiance as Thorn commanded them to charge into battle against the shadow creatures, their claws and teeth flashing in the dim light. Arin's echoes moved fluidly around him. Make videos. Engaging the dark beings with precision strikes that disrupted their coordinated assault. Lyra's elemental barriers flared brightly, channeling a surge of earth and fire to reinforce her defenses. As the battle intensified, Arin's echoes began to falter under the sheer number of shadow creatures descending from above. Seraphina's protective spells were pushed to their limits. Make videos. Her voice barely audible over the cacophony of the fight as she struggled to maintain a shield around the encampment. Lyra's elemental barriers glowed with an intense orange hue, absorbing and dispersing the dark energy that threatened to overwhelm them. Thorn directed his winged lions with precision, using their speed and agility to outmaneuver the shadow creatures and strike from unexpected angles. Make videos. Seraphina's voice grew weaker as she continued to weave protective spells, her body trembling slightly from the exertion. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions fought valiantly, but were outnumbered by the relentless shadow creatures that swarmed around them like a dark tide. Lyra's elemental barriers flared with increasing intensity, channeling raw earth and fire to bolster their defenses against the encroaching darkness. Make videos. Arin's echoes began to thin as more shadow creatures descended upon them, their numbers overwhelming his defenses. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions fought fiercely, but were slowly being pushed back by the relentless tide of darkness. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered dangerously as she struggled to maintain control over the raw power coursing through her. Seraphina's protective spells wavered further as her voice dropped to a whisper, signaling that her strength was nearly depleted. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions fought tirelessly but were slowly being overwhelmed by the sheer number of shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered erratically, barely holding back the encroaching darkness threatening to engulf them entirely. Make videos. Arin's echoes faded completely as more shadow creatures descended upon them, their twisted forms pressing in from all sides. Thorn's winged lions fought on bravely, but were increasingly outnumbered and outmatched by the relentless tide of darkness. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered erratically, her control over raw earth and fire faltering under the immense strain. Seraphina's voice finally fell silent as her protective spells collapsed, leaving the encampment vulnerable to the descending shadow creatures. Make videos. Thorn's winged lions fought valiantly but were overwhelmed by the sheer number of dark beings swarming around them. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered one last time before fading completely, allowing darkness to pour into their once safe haven. Make videos. Arin realized they were running out of time as more shadow creatures descended upon them, their twisted forms pressing in from all sides. Seraphina's final protective spell flickered and died. Make videos. Leaving no barrier between them and the encroaching darkness, Thorn's winged lions fought on bravely but were increasingly outnumbered by the relentless tide of dark beings. Make videos. Arin felt a surge of desperation as he saw Thorn's winged lions begin to falter under the overwhelming number of shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental barriers had completely vanished, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Seraphina's final protective spells failed her, and she crumpled to the ground, exhausted. Aaron rallied his remaining echoes to form a last line of defense as Thorn called out orders to regroup and protect Seraphina. Lyra, though drained, summoned her final reserves to create a narrow channel for them to escape through, pushing back the shadows with one last burst of elemental fury. Aaron's echoes formed a tight defensive ring around Seraphina and Thorn, providing crucial moments for them to regroup. Lyra, though drained, Make Videos, used her remaining energy to create a narrow path through the encroaching shadows, allowing their group to move towards safety with renewed determination. The winged lions fought tirelessly alongside Aaron's echoes, their bravery inspiring every member of the team. As Aaron's echoes and Thorn's winged lions provided cover, Lyra directed them towards an ancient grove deep within Whispering Woods. Seraphina, though exhausted, Make Videos, managed to gather enough strength for one final spell that would temporarily blind and disorient their shadow pursuers. The group moved quickly through the darkening forest, guided by the faint glow of Lyra's fading elemental light. God. The group reached the ancient grove just as Seraphina's disorienting spell began to wane, allowing them a brief respite from their pursuers. Aaron, wary but determined, Make Videos, led them deeper into the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to whisper secrets and warnings. Lyra's fading light flickered uncertainly, guiding them towards an old stone circle at the grove's center. The ancient stone circle at the grove's center seemed to pulse faintly as they approached, its surface etched with runes that glowed softly in the gathering darkness. Seraphina, despite her exhaustion, Make Videos, felt a surge of power emanating from the stones and whispered an incantation, hoping it would aid their desperate situation. Lyra's fading light flickered one last time before extinguishing completely, leaving them to navigate by the dim glow of the runes and the distant whispers of the forest. Make Videos. Aaron and his companions huddled around the pulsating stone circle, its glow providing the only light in the dark forest. Seraphina's incantation seemed to resonate with the ancient stones, Make Videos, causing them to emit a soft hum that filled the air with an eerie but reassuring sound. The whispers of the Whispering Woods grew louder, as if the trees themselves were guiding them towards a hidden sanctuary deep within. Make Videos. As they approached the center of the ancient grove, Thorn directed his winged lions to flank the group, ready to fend off any shadow creatures that might follow them. Seraphina's voice trembled but remained steady as she continued her incantation over the glowing runes, hoping to unlock a hidden passage or sanctuary from the stones. The whispering trees rustled ominously around them, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. Make Videos. The ancient stone circle glowed brighter as Seraphina's incantation reached a crescendo, causing the runes to pulse in rhythm with her voice. Thorn and his winged lions remained vigilant, make videos, their eyes scanning the darkening forest for any sign of shadow creatures closing in on them. The whispering trees seemed to guide them towards an opening between ancient roots that appeared like an entrance to some hidden sanctuary. Make videos. Aaron and his companions cautiously stepped through the opening between ancient roots guided by the whispering trees. Thorn's winged lions guarded their flanks as they ventured into the hidden sanctuary, ready to face any new threats that might arise. Seraphina continued her incantation over the glowing runes, hoping to uncover more secrets hidden within this sacred place. Make videos. The hidden sanctuary within the ancient roots was filled with an ethereal glow, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. Thorn's winged lions cautiously surveyed their surroundings, make videos, ensuring no shadow creatures had followed them into this secret place. Seraphina's incantation continued over the glowing runes, her voice resonating with newfound strength as she sought to uncover more about this mysterious sanctuary. Make videos. The hidden sanctuary revealed itself as a labyrinthine network of interconnected chambers and tunnels, each room adorned with ancient symbols and artifacts. Make videos. Thorn directed his winged lions to guard key passages, while Aaron ensured that no shadow creatures had infiltrated their new haven. Seraphina's incantations over the glowing runes began to uncover secrets about the sanctuary's protective powers against dark forces. Make videos. Aaron and his companions explored deeper into the labyrinthine sanctuary, their steps echoing off ancient walls adorned with mystic symbols. Thorn's winged lions roamed ahead, make videos, ensuring no shadow creatures lurked within this hidden realm. Seraphina's incantations over the glowing runes revealed that this sanctuary held powerful protective enchantments capable of repelling dark forces.
Seraphina's incantations continued to reveal ancient secrets hidden within the sanctuary's walls as Thorn and his winged lions scouted ahead. Aaron and Lyra closely followed, their vigilance heightened by the knowledge that safety was just beyond these protective barriers. The labyrinthine network of chambers seemed to hold countless mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Thorn and his winged lions secured key passages within the labyrinthine sanctuary, ensuring their new haven remained safe from shadow creatures. Seraphina's incantations over the glowing runes continued to reveal protective enchantments that strengthened their resolve against darkness. Aaron and Lyra explored further into the sanctuary, uncovering ancient artifacts that hinted at powerful magic. Aaron and his companions delved deeper into the labyrinthine sanctuary, guided by the ancient symbols etched on the walls. Thorn's winged lions scouted ahead, their presence a constant reminder of the dangers lurking outside this hidden heaven. Seraphina continued her incantations over the glowing runes, uncovering secrets that hinted at powerful protective enchantments. Oh. Arin stood atop the highest peak of the skyward isles, her echo blade shimmering in the light as she scanned the horizon for any sign of the approaching darkness. Beside her, Lyra chanted softly, her hands weaving intricate patterns to summon a shield of elemental fire around them. Below, the whispering woods stretched out like an endless green sea, alive with the whispers of ancient trees and hidden dangers. Sa. Thorn led his winged lions through the whispering woods, their powerful wings slicing through the dense canopy, revealing glimpses of Lyra's elemental shield flickering in the distance. Seraphina rode beside him, her eyes closed as she wove protective dreams for the group, ensuring they remained undetected by any lurking dangers within the forest. The trees seemed to bend and sway in their path, almost as if welcoming them, but also warning of hidden threats lurking beneath the emerald leaves. Arin felt the weight of her echo blade as she turned to face Thorn and Seraphina descending from above, their arrival heralding the start of a united front against the encroaching darkness. Lyra's elemental shield flickered with renewed intensity at Arin's nod, readying them for whatever threat lay ahead in the whispering woods. The forest air grew colder as an eerie silence fell over the trees, hinting at the dangers that lurked just out of sight. Arin's eyes narrowed as she caught sight of shadowy figures moving through the whispering woods, their presence unsettling and foreboding. Lyra's voice cut through the silence, casting more light to pierce the encroaching darkness as Thorn and Seraphina prepared for battle with grim determination. The forest seemed to hold its breath, trees swaying slightly as if warning of unseen threats lurking just beyond sight. Seraphina's eyes snapped open as she felt the first tendrils of dark magic weaving through their protective spells, her voice sharp and commanding in the sudden tension. Thorn tightened his grip on the reins, his winged lion roaring a challenge to whatever threats approached from the shadows of the forest. Lyra's elemental shield pulsed with vibrant hues, reflecting the growing intensity of the impending battle. Arin's heart pounded as she saw the shadow creatures closing in, their forms twisted and corrupted by dark magic. Thorn's winged lion took flight, soaring through the canopy to engage the enemy from above. Seraphina chanted rapidly, her voice weaving intricate, protective barriers around each member of the group, while Lyra focused on maintaining her elemental shield against the advancing darkness. The whispering woods seemed to twist and writhe in response, as if the ancient trees themselves were battling an unseen foe. Arin felt a surge of determination as she joined Thorn and Seraphina in the air, her echo blade ready to slice through the encroaching darkness. Lyra remained on the ground, her elemental shield expanding to cover their retreat from the whispering woods. The sky darkened further as shadow creatures closed in from all sides, creating a chaotic scene of fire and magic clashing with twisted forms. Thorn's winged lion fought bravely, diving and circling amidst the melee. Seraphina's protective barriers shimmered under the assault, her voice echoing commands to maintain unity despite the overwhelming odds. Arin sliced through another shadow creature, her echo blade glowing brightly as she fought alongside Thorn and Seraphina to protect Lyra below. The whispering woods were now shrouded in darkness, with ancient trees bending unnaturally under the weight of dark magic, making it difficult for allies to navigate safely. Despite the chaos, Lyra's elemental shield remained strong, its flames dancing like a beacon of hope against the encroaching night. Arin's movements were swift and precise as she dispatched shadow creatures one by one, her echo blade cutting through darkness with each strike. Thorn's winged lion dove low, scattering more enemies while Seraphina shouted incantations to strengthen their defenses against the relentless onslaught. Lyra, on the ground, continued to weave her elemental shield around them, ensuring they had a safe haven to retreat to whenever needed. Seraphina's voice cracked over the cacophony of battle as she urged Thorn to lower their altitude for better coordination against the shadow creatures. Arin, sensing the urgency in Seraphina's tone, signaled Lyra with a series of hand gestures indicating that reinforcements were needed on the ground. The whispering woods below seemed to pulse in response, with ancient roots rising from the earth like skeletal hands to grab at the shadows. Arin coordinated her movements with Thorn and Seraphina, their combined efforts pushing back the tide of shadow, creatures threatening to overwhelm them. Lyra's elemental shield flickered intensely as she adapted her magic to keep up with the relentless assault, ensuring each member had a momentary respite from the chaos. The whispering woods responded violently, roots snaking out like serpents to ensnare and crush any enemy that dared approach their protectors. Thorn's winged lion spiraled downward, its powerful talons grappling shadow creatures as Seraphina chanted protective spells to shield them from dark magic. Arin sliced through the encroaching darkness with her echo blade, each strike resonating through the whispering woods like a defiant note in an otherwise silent symphony. Lyra's elemental shield flickered urgently beneath the onslaught, its flames dancing violently as she fought to maintain the protective barrier. Arin's movements were fluid and precise as she continued to slice through shadow creatures, her echo blade becoming an extension of herself. Thorn and Seraphina worked in tandem, their coordinated efforts creating a formidable defense against the relentless tide of darkness. Lyra's elemental shield flickered urgently, casting intermittent light that illuminated glimpses of the whispering woods twisting and convulsing under the strain. As the battle raged on, Arin noticed a particularly menacing shadow creeping towards Lyra, her elemental shield momentarily weakened. Without hesitation, she called for Thorn to lower their altitude and swoop in with his winged lion to intercept the threat before it could reach Lyra. The whispering woods below continued to pulse ominously, roots twisting like serpents in a desperate attempt to fend off the darkness. Seraphina's voice echoed through the whispering woods as she commanded Thorn to prepare for another wave of shadow creatures approaching from behind. Arin and Lyra exchanged a glance, their silent understanding confirming that they needed to divide their forces temporarily to ensure full coverage against the encroaching darkness. The forest around them responded with an eerie quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the impending battle. Arin and Thorn led their winged lions into a coordinated attack on the shadow creatures, their movements swift and precise as they sought to break through the enemy's ranks. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them, her voice rising in power and urgency as she commanded reinforcements from within whispering woods itself. Lyra adjusted her elemental shield, creating barriers of fire to funnel the shadows towards Thorn and Arin's aerial assault. Lyra's elemental shield flickered brilliantly as she expanded its reach, forming an intricate network to protect all sides from the relentless shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lion engaged in fierce aerial combat, their combined attacks breaking through enemy ranks and causing the whispering woods below to shimmer with relief. Seraphina's protective spells grew stronger, weaving a cocoon of magic around Aaron as she sliced through shadows with her echo blade, ensuring no corner remained unguarded. Aaron felt a surge of renewed energy as Thorn's winged lion swooped low, scattering shadow creatures and allowing her to focus on protecting Lyra from ground-based threats. Seraphina's protective barriers shimmered brilliantly around them, deflecting dark magic that would have otherwise pierced their defenses. The whispering woods pulsed with ancient power, roots rising like serpents to entangle the shadows, offering a fleeting moment of respite for the wary fighters. Lyra adjusted her elemental shield, creating a series of intricate patterns to disrupt any incoming dark magic, ensuring it wouldn't breach their defenses. Aaron and Thorn continued their aerial assault on shadow creatures, their movements in perfect sync as they carved through the enemy ranks. Seraphina's voice echoed with power and determination, commanding reinforcements from within Whispering Woods to strengthen their position against the relentless tide of darkness. Aaron's echo blade glowed fiercely as she parried another attack from a shadow creature, her movements quick and precise to keep up with Thorn's aerial maneuvers. Seraphina maintained a steady stream of protective spells, ensuring each member remained safe even as they faced overwhelming odds in the Whispering Woods. Lyra adjusted her elemental shield, focusing on disrupting any incoming dark magic to prevent it from breaching their fences. Aaron felt a surge of adrenaline as Thorn's winged lion roared defiantly, its powerful talons grappling shadow creatures in midair. Seraphina's voice cut through the chaos with incantations that strengthened their protective barriers against the relentless onslaught. Lyra maintained her elemental shield with unwavering focus, weaving intricate patterns to disrupt any dark magic attempting to breach their defenses. Thorn's winged lion dove low once more, its powerful talons grappling another shadow creature as it spiraled toward the ground. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered brightly around them, deflecting incoming dark magic and ensuring their defenses remained strong against relentless attacks. Lyra adjusted her elemental shield to create a barrier of swirling fire, channeling the raw energy from the Whispering Woods to disrupt any shadows attempting to breach their position. Aaron's echo blade flashed in a final, decisive strike against the last shadow creature threatening their position. Thorn's winged lion landed gracefully beside Lyra and Seraphina, who stood exhausted but relieved as the immediate threat was subdued. The Whispering Woods pulsed with a sigh of relief, ancient roots retracting into the earth as the dark magic receded. Aaron sheathed her echo blade as Thorn's winged lion settled beside Lyra and Seraphina, all breathing heavily from the intense battle. The Whispering Woods seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief, their ancient leaves rustling gently in the breeze that followed the receding darkness. As they regrouped, planning their next move against the looming threat, the forest around them began to heal and regain its vibrant life. Aaron and her companions regrouped amidst the Whispering Woods, their breaths heavy from the intense battle against shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lion rested on its haunches, while Seraphina and Lyra conferred quietly about the next course of action to confront the growing darkness. The forest around them began to recover, leaves rustling softly as if acknowledging the hero's victory. Arin's eyes scanned the horizon as Thorn and his winged lion soared overhead to reconnoiter for any signs of further threats. Seraphina and Lyra stood together, their combined magic still shimmering faintly in the aftermath of battle, a testament to their unwavering resolve. The whispering woods around them seemed to stir softly, almost as if offering guidance or reassurance through its ancient whispers. Arin exchanged a determined glance with Thorn as he returned from his reconnaissance flight, confirming that no immediate threats loomed on their horizon. Seraphina and Lyra, still surrounded by faint magical glows, shared their insights and potential strategies to combat the encroaching darkness, their voices filled with cautious optimism. The whispering woods continued to rustle softly, as if whispering secrets of old magic that could aid them in their quest. Arin nodded in agreement as Thorn reported back from his aerial reconnaissance, confirming there were no immediate threats on their horizon. Seraphina and Lyra, still glowing faintly from residual magic, proposed a plan to seek out ancient relics hidden deep within whispering woods that could aid them against the encroaching darkness. The forest seemed to hum softly with an otherworldly energy, as if responding to their quest. Arin's eyes gleamed with determination as Thorn confirmed there were no immediate threats on their horizon, allowing him to focus on Seraphina and Lyra's proposed plan. The group prepared to venture deeper in whispering woods, in search ancient relics rumored to hold immense power against dark magic, the forest seeming to stir softly around them in anticipation. As they began their journey, Thorn's winged lion took flight once more, soaring above the canopy, while Seraphina and Lyra cast protective spells to ensure their path remained safe. Arin led her companions further into whispering woods, her echo blade at the ready as they ventured towards rumored ancient relics. Thorn's winged lion flew overhead, scouting for any signs of danger while Seraphina and Lyra continued to weave protective spells around them. The forest seemed to guide their path with a mysterious light emanating from between the trees. Celestial Navigator Alara stood at the edge of the whispering woods, her eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the approaching storm. The ancient trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling in a language only they understood, sending shivers down Alara's spine as she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Beside her, Chronomancer Thorn adjusted his time-touched amulet, ready to intervene should the forest's magic turn hostile. Echo Blade Arin dashed through the ember wastes, her echoes racing ahead to scout and defend as she navigated the treacherous landscape. The ever-burning sands cast an eerie glow over the horizon, revealing shadowy figures that seemed to be following in the distance, their intentions unclear but ominous. Beside her, elementalist Lyra channeled fairy winds to clear a path, illuminating the trailhead with intense bursts of light. Dreamwalker Seraphina entered the abyssal depths, her spirit merging seamlessly with the dark waters that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. She felt the weight of ancient knowledge pressing down on her, a burden and a gift in equal measure as she sought answers to protect the world above from impending doom. Nearby, Shadow Weaver Malachi watched silently, his presence shrouded in shadows flickered like living creatures under the dim glow of bioluminescent fish. Soulbender Kale stood atop the crumbling ruins, of an ancient temple in the Shadow Realms, his eyes locked onto the swirling vortex that promised answers to the mysteries plaguing his world. Beside him, Beast, Master Thorn prepared his lion companion for a perilous leap into the unknown, both knowing the risks but driven by necessity and hope. The air around them crackled with an eerie energy as dark tendrils snaked through the temple's remnants, seeking any trace of Kale's presence. Celestial navigator Ilara and chronomancer Thorn hurried through the whispering woods, their urgency heightened by the approaching storm. The trees around them rustled ominously, as if warning of impending danger, and a thick fog began to obscure their path. They quickened their pace, determined to reach safety before the tempest unleashed its full fury upon the forest. Eco Blade Arin and Elementalist Lyra encountered a group of shadow weavers lurking on the edge of the Ember Wastes, their intentions unclear but threatening. The air crackled with tension as both sides prepared for confrontation, each wary of initiating hostilities first. Lyra readied her fiery winds to disperse any dark threats that might emerge from the shadows. A dreamwalker Seraphina emerged from the abyssal depths, her spirit wary but enlightened by ancient wisdom. Soulbinder Kale and Beast Master Thorn leaped into the swirling vortex in the Shadow Realms, their hearts pounding as they entered an eerie dimension where time seemed to bend and twist. The dark tendrils that snaked through the ruins retracted, sensing Kale's presence was no longer a threat, allowing them a fleeting moment of respite before another challenge arose. Thorn's lion companion roared in defiance, its golden eyes piercing the darkness as they prepared for whatever lay ahead. Celestial navigator Ilara and chronomancer Thorn emerged from the whispering woods just as the storm broke, its wrath unleashed in a torrent of wind and rain. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows across the forest floor as they rushed towards a nearby village, hoping to find shelter before the tempest grew worse. The villagers welcomed them with wary eyes, but offered what little protection their humble homes could provide against nature's fury. Echo, a Blade Arin and Elementalist Lyra managed to outmaneuver the Shadow Weavers, using fiery winds to create a protective barrier as they retreated into deeper parts of the Ember Wastes. The shadowy figures hesitated for a moment before vanishing back into the darkness, leaving Arin and Lyra wary but grateful for their narrow escape. As night fell, the pair set up camp around a flickering fire, watching over each other with vigilant eyes. Dreamwalker Seraphina shared her newfound knowledge with Celestial Navigator Ilara and Chronomancer Thorn in a secluded glade, the ancient wisdom filling them with both hope and dread. The trio discussed potential strategies to thwart the impending doom, their minds racing with ideas, while the forest around them remained silent and watchful. Soulbinder Kale arrived just as they were finalizing their plans, bringing news of further threats emerging from the Shadow Realms. Soulbinder Kale's news stirred a sense of urgency within the group as they realized the threats from the Shadow Realms were more imminent than anticipated. The four companions gathered their belongings and set out towards the Ember Wastes, where Arin and Lyra had encountered the Shadow Weavers earlier. Their journey was fraught with peril, but each member brought unique abilities that promised to be crucial in combating the looming dangers. Soulbinder Kyle led the group towards an ancient ruin deep within the Ember Wastes, where he believed they could find powerful artifacts to aid them against the rising threats. As they approached, dark shadows began to gather at the edges of their campfire light, hinting at unseen dangers lurking in the night. The companions tightened their defenses, and prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, their resolve unshaken by the ominous signs around them. Beastmaster Thorn and his lion companions scouted ahead into the ruins, their heightened senses detecting any signs of danger that might threaten the group. The ancient stones crumbled underfoot as they moved silently through narrow corridors filled with eerie whispers from a forgotten past. Kale followed closely behind, feeling the weight of the artifacts they sought to retrieve pressing down on him like an unspoken burden. Echoblade Aaron and Elementalist Lyra discovered an ancient rune inscribed on a stone pillar deep within the Ember Wastes, revealing a hidden chamber filled with artifacts of immense power. The companions gathered around as Kale deciphered the runes, his knowledge unlocking the secrets needed to activate the powerful relics. As they prepared to wield these newfound tools against their foes, dark figures emerged from the shadows, challenging them in a fierce battle for control over the sacred objects. Celestial navigator Ilara used her knowledge of the stars to guide the group through the treacherous ruins, avoiding traps and leading them towards the heart of the ancient chamber. Chronomancer Thorn adjusted his time, touch amulet, slowing down moments when necessary to give their allies an advantage over their foes in combat. Seraphina's presence calmed tensions as she shared visions of potential futures that could be avoided with strategic planning. Soulbinder Kale activated one of the powerful relics they had discovered, and an ethereal spirit emerged from the artifact, its presence radiating a calming aura that dispelled some of the darkness surrounding them. The companions stood united as they faced their adversaries, each drawing upon their unique abilities to fortify their defenses against the encroaching shadows. With renewed hope, they prepared for a final confrontation that would determine the fate of their world. The companions emerged from the ruins, their spirits lifted by the promise of victory against the looming darkness. They regrouped in a clearing bathed in moonlight, planning their next move with renewed vigor and determination. Each member shared their insights on how to best utilize the artifacts they had acquired to turn the tide in their favor. Soulbinder Kale and Beastmaster Thorn led the group deeper into uncharted territories beyond the Ember Wastes, their path guided by ancient maps recovered from the ruins. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous as they ventured through a dense labyrinth of towering spires and chasms filled with eerie silence, each step bringing them closer to an unknown destiny. Meanwhile, Echoblade Aaron kept watch on high ground, her echoes scanning for any signs of danger that might threaten their progress. Celestial navigator Ilara used her knowledge of celestial movements to predict an impending eclipse that would grant them temporary sanctuary from their adversaries. Chronomancer Thorn adjusted his amulet, preparing to manipulate time during the eclipse to create a strategic advantage for their group. Seraphina's dreams revealed visions of ancient allies who could provide critical aid in their upcoming confrontation. Soulbinder Kale and Beastmaster Thorn led the group through a narrow canyon filled with glowing crystals that illuminated their path ahead. Echoblade Aaron used her echoes to scout for any hidden dangers, while Elementalist Lyra created protective barriers around them using fairy winds. Celestial navigator Ilara navigated by the stars, guiding them toward an ancient stronghold said to hold more powerful relics against their enemies. Celestial navigator Ilara and her companions encountered a mysterious harbinger at the ancient stronghold, who foretold a significant event that would soon test their resolve. The group felt a sudden chill as dark omens began to manifest around them, hinting at an impending confrontation with formidable foes. They prepared themselves mentally and physically for what was to come, knowing their actions could alter the course of fate. Soulbinder Kale and Beastmaster, Thorn led the group through an ancient gate that shimmered with arcane energy, opening into a chamber filled with relics and artifacts from forgotten times. The companions moved cautiously, each member taking turns to examine the objects that could hold the key to their victory against the dark forces they faced. As they explored deeper, whispers of an approaching battle filled the air, urging them to prepare for the final confrontation. Echo Blade Erin and her companions faced off against a group of shadowy warriors in a narrow canyon filled with glowing crystals. The battle was intense as each side fought to gain an upper hand, with Lyra's fiery winds clashing against dark spells cast by their adversaries. Despite the odds, the companions managed to push back their attackers, securing a crucial victory that allowed them to proceed towards their ultimate goal. Celestial navigator Ilara and her companions reached an ancient fortress at the heart of the Whispering Woods, where they found clues leading to their ultimate destination. The air crackled with magic as they deciphered riddles inscribed on the walls, revealing a hidden passage beneath the fortress. They descended into darkness, guided by faint glimmers that hinted at secrets waiting to be uncovered. Celestial navigator Ilara and her companions ventured into the hidden passage beneath the ancient fortress, their torches casting flickering shadows on the walls as they followed the faint glimmers that guided them. The air grew colder and more oppressive with each step, and eerie whispers seemed to echo from the stones, stirring a sense of unease among the group. Seraphina's dreams provided glimpses into the dangers ahead, reinforcing their resolve but also heightening their vigilance. Soulbinder Kel and his companions reached a chamber deep within the fortress, where ancient relics pulsed with arcane energy, their presence promising immense power. The air crackled with magic as they approached the artifacts, each member feeling the weight of responsibility to use them wisely for the greater good. Seraphina's visions guided them, revealing potential futures that hinged on their choices in this moment. Echo Blade Erin and her companions emerged from the hidden passage into an open courtyard within the ancient fortress, where sunlight broke through the clouds for the first time in days. The courtyard was filled with intricate carvings depicting past battles between light and darkness, inspiring a sense of determination among the group as they prepared to face their adversaries. Seraphina's dreams revealed that this was the heart of the stronghold, where 决战的关键就在眼前。Celestial navigator Ilara and her companions gathered in the open courtyard of the ancient fortress, their eyes fixed on the intricate carvings that told tales of past battles between light and darkness. The group felt a surge of determination as they prepared for the final confrontation, knowing their actions could shape the fate of their world. Seraphina's dreams revealed potential paths forward, each filled with challenges but also hope. Soulbinder Kale and his companions stood at the edge of an ancient arena within the fortress, where dark figures were gathering to confront them. The air crackled with tension as both sides prepared for a final showdown that would determine their fate. Seraphina's visions guided them through potential battle strategies, ensuring they made the most informed decisions. Echo Blade Aaron and her companions moved to take up defensive positions around the ancient arena, readying themselves for the impending battle against their adversaries. Seraphina's visions continued to guide them with strategic insights, while Kale activated one of the relics they had found, reinforcing their defenses with a protective shield. The dark figures began to advance cautiously, testing the limits of the companions' resolve and strength. Celestial Navigator Lara and her companions took up defensive positions around the ancient arena, their eyes focused on the dark figures advancing cautiously. Each member activated their unique abilities in preparation for the impending clash, their combined strength forming an unyielding front against their adversaries. As the tension escalated, Seraphina's visions offered glimpses of potential outcomes, guiding the group to make critical decisions that could determine their fate. Aaron stood atop the highest spire of the Skyward Isles, his echo blade shimmering in the dual sunlight as he scouted for threats from the vast expanse below. Beside him, Lyra's robes fluttered gently with each gust of wind. She was already weaving intricate runes into the air to fortify their defenses against any impending danger. Meanwhile, Thorn and his winged lions patrolled the edges of the floating isle, ever vigilant for signs of intruders. Seraphina's eyes fluttered open as she slipped into the realm of dreams, her body remaining still on the floating island, while her spirit navigated through the subconscious minds of others. She sought out potential threats and gathered information that would keep their allies safe. Meanwhile, Thorn noticed a group of shadow creatures approaching from below, their forms barely visible against the clouds. Lyra quickly responded to Thorn's warning by amplifying her protective runes, creating an impenetrable barrier around the Skyward Isles. The winged lions roared in preparation for combat, circling above the floating city as Aaron prepared his echo blades for battle. Seraphina returned just moments before the shadow creatures breached their defenses, her presence bolstering the morale of the defenders. She shared crucial insights about the enemy's weaknesses, allowing them to strategize effectively against the impending assault. Aaron and Thorn coordinated their strategies as the shadow creatures closed in, their forms shifting ominously through the clouds. Lyra's runes pulsed with energy, responding dynamically to the threat, while Seraphina directed the defenders from within her dreamscape. The winged lions dove into the fray, their cries echoing across the floating isles. As the shadow creatures began their assault, Aaron summoned his echoes to form an additional line of defense, each clone readying its echo blade. Thorn guided his winged lions with expert precision, instructing them to target the larger, more formidable foes among the attackers. Lyra's runes transformed into a lattice of shimmering light, reinforcing the barrier against the dark forces. The defenders of the Skyward Isles braced themselves as the shadow creatures unleashed their full fury, their dark forms merging and splitting in unpredictable patterns. Seraphina's insights proved crucial, allowing Aaron to anticipate and counteract the enemy's movements with his echoes. Lyra's barrier glowed brighter with each strike from the attackers, her runes adapting seamlessly to repel the assault. Thorn's winged lions engaged in fierce aerial combat, their claws and teeth tearing through the shadow creature's dark forms. Aaron's echoes moved in unison with him, creating illusions that confused and disorient the attackers as they struck from multiple angles. Lyra focused her energy on repairing any breaches in the barrier caused by the relentless assault. Seraphina's eyes flickered open as she emerged from her dreamscape, sharing vital information that allowed Aaron to coordinate his echoes more effectively against the shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions sliced through the attackers with precision, while Lyra maintained a steady flow of protective runes, ensuring no breach went unrepaired. The shadow creatures began to falter under the combined assault from Aaron's echoes and Thorn's winged lions. Seraphina's continued guidance from her dreamscape allowed the defenders to exploit weaknesses in their adversaries, while Lyra's barrier remained unbroken despite constant pressure. The floating isles were safe once more as the attackers retreated into the clouds. As the shadow creatures retreated into the swirling clouds, Aaron felt a surge of relief mixed with lingering tension. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around the Skyward Isles, their roars fading as they secured the perimeter once more. Lyra and Seraphina shared a momentary glance of mutual respect, both knowing their coordinated efforts had been crucial in safeguarding their home. The defenders gathered around a makeshift campfire that night, exchanging stories and strategies for future threats. Aaron shared his insights on enemy tactics, while Thorn recounted tales of ancient beasts he had faced in the past. Seraphina listened intently, her dreams often revealing patterns in the shadow creatures' behavior. Lyra studied the runes she had inscribed around the Skyward Isles, ensuring they would adapt to any future threats without fail. Thorn kept watch from above, his winged lions circling protectively as he shared tales of other realms and creatures with Aaron and Seraphina. Aaron trained rigorously on the floating spires, honing his eco-blade techniques under Thorn's watchful eye. Seraphina meditated near the edge of the island, her dreams weaving a protective net around their home against unseen threats. Lyra consulted ancient tomes, searching for new rune patterns to strengthen their defenses. Seraphina's dreams revealed a new threat approaching from the Whispering Woods. Creatures known for their elusive nature and powerful illusions, Thorn dispatched his winged lions to investigate the woods, while Arin prepared his echoes for any unseen ambushes. Lyra reinforced the island's defenses with additional protective runes as Seraphina continued to monitor the impending danger. Thorn and his winged lions returned from the Whispering Woods with reports of strange, elusive creatures that seemed to vanish whenever approached. Arin practiced his echo techniques on isolated spires, imagining various ambush scenarios and perfecting his defensive maneuvers. Lyra consulted ancient texts for runes that could detect and neutralize illusions cast by these new threats. Seraphina's dreams grew increasingly vivid and foreboding as she glimpsed the approaching threat, the Whispering Woods, more clearly each night. Thorn trained his winged lions to navigate through dense forests, preparing them for a potential ground assault. Lyra devised intricate rune patterns inspired by ancient texts that could detect and counteract illusions. "LLMCU," said Arin felt restless, sensing that their next battle would be unlike any they had faced before. He spent hours honing his echo techniques on the spires, imagining the chaos of battling elusive creatures with powerful illusions. Thorn's winged lions returned from their reconnaissance mission in the Whispering Woods, carrying news of a massive gathering deep within the forest. "LLMM," Siu said. Lyra worked tirelessly to perfect her new rune patterns, knowing that their effectiveness would be crucial in repelling the incoming threat from the Whispering Woods. Seraphina's dreams revealed a hidden sanctuary within the forest where the Whispering Woods where ancient spirits resided, capable of providing invaluable assistance against their enemies. Thorn and his winged lions scouted the area around this sanctuary, ensuring they could approach without alerting any lurking threats. Lyra continued to perfect her rune patterns, integrating elements from Seraphina's visions for enhanced protection. Arin decided to lead an expedition into the Whispering Woods to seek out the ancient spirits mentioned by Seraphina. Thorn agreed to accompany him, bringing his winged lions for aerial support and reconnaissance. Lyra prepared a set of enchanted scrolls containing her perfected rune patterns to protect them from illusions. Arin and Thorn ventured into the Whispering Woods at dawn, their steps quiet yet determined as they navigated the dense undergrowth. Seraphina accompanied them in spirit, guiding their path through her dreams while Lyra remained behind to maintain the Skyward Isle's defenses. The air hummed with an eerie whisper as ancient spirits began to stir from within the heart of the forest. "Oh." Arin and Thorn encountered a clearing in the Whispering Woods where ancient spirits were visibly active, their presence manifesting as swirling mist and whispering voices. Seraphina's guidance through her dreams became more urgent, directing them to a hidden sanctuary at the heart of the gathering spirits. Lyra's protective runes glowed faintly on the enchanted scrolls Arin carried, ready to be activated if needed. As they approached the hidden sanctuary within the Whispering Woods, Arin and Thorn encountered a group of curious forest creatures who seemed to be guarding the entrance. Seraphina's ethereal voice slid through their minds, offering cryptic advice on how to communicate with these guardians. Lyra's protective runes began to hum softly as she sensed an increase in magical energy around them. Arin and Thorn carefully followed Seraphina's guidance through the forest guardians, their movements calculated to avoid alarming the worry creatures. The ancient sanctuary lay just beyond a grove of whispering trees that seemed to hold secrets within every leaf. Lyra's runes continued to glow faintly on the enchanted scrolls Arin carried, ready for immediate activation should danger arise. Arin and Thorn finally reached the hidden sanctuary within the Whispering Woods, finding it surrounded by an aura of ancient magic that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. The forest creatures watched silently from nearby trees, their presence both reassuring and foreboding as they sensed the arrival of these outsiders seeking aid. Seraphina's whispers grew more urgent through Arin's mind, urging him to tread carefully as he approached the sanctuary. Arin and Thorn entered the hidden sanctuary cautiously, their footsteps muted by the soft earth beneath them. The ancient spirits inside welcomed them with a sense of solemnity, offering wisdom and powers that could aid in their battle against the shadow creatures. Lyra's runes on the enchanted scrolls pulsed softly as if acknowledging the presence of such powerful magic. Arin and Thorn were presented with ancient relics by the spirits, each item imbued with unique powers to aid them in their battles. Seraphina's guidance continued through her dreams, offering insights on how best to utilize these newfound abilities. Lyra prepared additional runes based on the knowledge she gained from consulting sacred texts. Arin felt a surge of power as he held one of the ancient relics, its energy resonating within him and enhancing his Echo Blade techniques. Thorn, ever vigilant, examined his own relic with keen interest, recognizing its potential to aid in their upcoming battles. Seraphina's guidance continued through her dreams, offering detailed instructions on how best to integrate these newfound abilities into their strategies. Arin and Thorn emerged from the sanctuary, their spirits uplifted by the wisdom and powers bestowed upon them. Lyra's protective runes on the scrolls pulsed in vibrant patterns as she sensed their return, preparing for any new threats that might arise with this newfound knowledge. Seraphina's guidance continued through her dreams, weaving a web of protection around the skyward isles against unseen dangers. Arin and Thorn returned to the Skyward Isles, bringing back ancient relics that glowed softly in the sunlight. Lyra immediately began integrating new rune patterns into the protective shield, enhancing it with knowledge gained from her consultations at the sanctuary. Seraphina's dreams continue to offer invaluable insights, guiding their defenses against future threats. Arin and Thorn shared their experiences from the Whispering Woods with Lyra and Seraphina upon returning to the Skyward Isles. They recounted tales of ancient spirits and relics that promised new defenses against future threats. Meanwhile, Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly to integrate this knowledge into their protective systems. Arin and Thorn discussed potential battle strategies using their newfound relics, while Lyra worked on refining the protective runes around the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's dreams provided crucial insights, helping them anticipate future threats and strengthen their defenses accordingly. The team felt a renewed sense of purpose as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Arin and Thorn devised intricate combat maneuvers using their relics, integrating Echo Blade techniques with winged lion strikes. Lyra and Seraphina worked together to create an impenetrable barrier around the Skyward Isles, combining protective runes with dream-sourced insights. The team's synergy was evident as they prepared for impending threats from the Whispering Woods. Arin, the Echo Blade, felt the weight of responsibility as they prepared for the impending confrontation against the shadow creatures threatening the Skyward Isles. The storm clouds below churned with malevolent energy, a stark contrast to the serene twin suns overhead. Beside him, Lyra, an elementalist, channeled her power over the elements, preparing to defend their floating homeland. Arin felt the familiar presence of Seraphina beside him, her ethereal touch weaving protective spells that shimmered around them. The sky above crackled with lightning as the first wave of shadow creatures descended from the dark clouds, their forms twisted and menacing. Lyra's eyes flared with elemental power, preparing to unleash a devastating storm upon the advancing foes. Arin's echoes multiplied rapidly as shadow creatures emerged from the storm clouds, their twisted forms lunging towards the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's protective spells flickered and strengthened around them, her eyes reflecting the intensity of the battle brewing below. Lyra unleashed a torrent of lightning and fire upon the advancing foes, illuminating the dark sky with bursts of elemental fury. Thorn's winged lions soared above the battle, their roars piercing the storm clouds as they circled menacingly. Arin watched in awe as Thorn directed his companions with practiced precision, each lion diving to attack shadow creatures that dared approach the floating isles. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered brighter with each passing moment, weaving a web of defense around them. Arin's echoes moved in unison with Thorn's wind's lions, their coordinated efforts creating a formidable barrier against the shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental storms raged on, each burst of lightning and fire sending more foes back into the dark clouds. Seraphina's face was etched with concentration as she maintained her protective spells, ensuring none could breach their defenses. Arin's echoes joined Thorn's winged lions in relentless attacks against the shadow creatures, their combined efforts pushing back the dark tide threatening the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's protective spells glowed with an otherworldly light, weaving a cocoon of safety around them as they stood united against the encroaching darkness. Lyra's elemental powers surged uncontrollably, her lightning and fire storms sweeping across the battlefield like raging tempests. As the battle raged on, Aaron's Ekus and winged lions pressed forward relentlessly against the shadow creatures, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. Seraphina continued to reinforce her protective spells with any that matched the encroaching darkness, ensuring a barrier of safety for everyone under threat. Lyra's elemental storms intensified further, creating a barrier between them and the advancing enemies. The sky darkened further as more shadow creatures emerged from the swirling clouds, their twisted forms lunging towards the skyward isles. Arin's Ekus and Thorm's winged lions continued their relentless assault, pushing back the encroaching darkness with coordinated precision. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter under the strain, weaving a resilient shield around them as Lyra unleashed wave after wave elemental fury. Arin's Ekus and Thorn's winged lions created a powerful synergy, their movements in perfect synchronization as they defended the skyward isles against the relentless wave of shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells pulsed with an ethereal light, growing stronger under the pressure, while Lyra's elemental storms continued to rage uncontrollably across the battlefield. As the battle intensified, Arin noticed a glimmer of hope as more celestial navigators arrived on floating platforms, ready to join in and bolster their defenses. Seraphina's spells began to weave intricate patterns, creating portals that allowed reinforcements from other parts of the skyward isles to quickly arrive and aid them. Lyra's elemental storms gradually began to calm, her control over her powers returning as she realized their combined strength was enough to push back the encroaching darkness. The sky started to clear slightly as more allies joined the fight. Lyra's elemental storms gradually subsided as her control over her powers returned, allowing her to direct them more precisely against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells continued to shimmer and pulse with an ethereal light, maintaining a strong barrier around their group, despite the increasing pressure of the battle. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly as they pushed back wave after wave of enemies, their coordinated attacks growing increasingly effective. LLM, you said. Arin's Ekus joined forces with Thorn's winged lions, creating a formidable front that effectively pushed back the shadow creatures. The sky above slowly began to clear as the combined efforts of all defenders started to take effect, driving the dark entities back into the swirling storm clouds. Seraphina's spells continued to weave intricate patterns, ensuring that no enemy could breach their defenses, while she created additional portals for reinforcements from other parts of the skyward isles. Lyra's elemental storms gradually diminished to controlled bursts of lightning and fire, ensuring precision strikes against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells began to stabilize as the dark entities were pushed further into the storm clouds above, their forms barely visible through the swirling mist. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, providing a continuous aerial assault that kept any remaining foes at bay. Arin's Ekus and Thorn's winged lions continued to push back the shadow creatures relentlessly, their coordinated efforts leaving a trail of defeated foes in their wake. Seraphina's protective spells began to fade slightly as the immediate threat diminished, but she remained vigilant, ensuring no new threats could emerge from the storm clouds above. Lyra's elemental powers gradually returned to normal, allowing her to channel precise bursts of energy that sealed off any remaining breaches. The sky gradually cleared as the shadow creatures were pushed back in the swirling storm clouds above, their twisted forms barely visible through the mist. Seraphina's protective spells finally faded away, replaced by a sense of relief and accomplishment among the defenders. Thorn's winged lions continued to circle overhead, ensuring no new threats would emerge from the dark clouds. As they stood amidst the aftermath of battle, Arin turned towards Lyra and Seraphina, acknowledging their vital contributions with grateful nods. The trio shared a moment of mutual respect for each other's unique abilities that had saved their floating homeland, as celestial navigators approached on floating platforms, bringing news that reinforcements from all corners of the Skyward Isles had successfully repelled similar threats elsewhere, ensuring the safety of their entire realm. Thorn's winged lions landed gracefully beside them as the battle subsided, their fierce roars replaced by proud calls of victory. The trio exchanged wary smiles, each acknowledging the toll the confrontation had taken on them, while celebrating their shared triumph against the darkness that threatened their home. Seraphina's ethereal form seemed to glow with a renewed sense of purpose as she turned towards Arin and Thorn, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the immediate threat neutralized, Arin felt a deep sense of relief mixed with wariness, knowing that their victory was just the beginning of a long struggle against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions settled beside them, their presence a reassuring reminder of the strength and unity they shared in defending their floating homeland. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with determination as she prepared to weave further protective spells, ensuring no future threats could breach their defenses. L.L. Emmons, you said, as night fell over the Skyward Isles, Arin, Lyra, and Seraphina gathered around a campfire with Thorn's winged lions nearby. They shared stories of their respective abilities and past battles, deepening their bonds and understanding of each other's strengths. The camaraderie among them grew stronger as they strategized for potential future threats, ensuring that no enemy could ever breach the safety of their floating realm again. The morning sun rose over the Skyward Isles, casting golden rays that illuminated the remnants of last night's battle. Arin, Seraphina, and Thorn stood together on a cliff overlooking the floating islands, their presence radiating calm after the storm. They discussed strategies for fortifying their defenses, as Lyra observed from afar, her eyes reflecting the determination to protect their home at all costs. As they stood overlooking the Skyward Isles, Arin's thoughts turned to the countless battles yet to come and the need for constant vigilance. Seraphina nodded in agreement, her gaze distant as she contemplated ways to strengthen their defenses further against future threats. Thorn flexed his arm muscles, a silent declaration of readiness to fight alongside them whenever danger arose. Lyra approached quietly from behind, her eyes filled with determination as she handed each of them a vial containing a potent elixir that would restore their energy and fortify their magical powers. Arin felt grateful for her support, knowing the elixirs would be crucial in maintaining their strength through future skirmishes. The group decided to form a council consisting of all skilled defenders from across the Skyward Isles. This collective effort aimed at pooling resources and talents to create an unbeatable front against any future invasions by shadow creatures or other malevolent forces threatening. The group convened in a grand hall on one of the Skyward Isles to discuss plans for a united defense council. Each member brought unique skills and ideas to the table, fostering a collaborative environment where everyone felt valued and heard. Seraphina proposed using her dream, walking abilities to predict potential threats before they materialized. Thorn suggested forming partnerships between different types of defenders to maximize their collective strength and versatility during battles. Seraphina agreed, adding that such alliances would also help them understand each other's strengths better. Lyra proposed creating a network of elemental conduits to quickly distribute energy across the Isles in case of emergencies. Arin felt a surge of excitement as they discussed potential alliances and strategies to fortify their defenses further against future threats. Thorn proposed incorporating more winged lions into coordinated attacks, which Seraphina supported by offering her knowledge on predictive dreaming techniques. Lyra added that elemental conduits could be integrated into the Isla's infrastructure for rapid energy distribution during emergencies. Seraphina's predictive dreams revealed potential weak points in their defenses that needed immediate attention. Thorn suggested reinforcing those areas by integrating his winged lions' agility and speed into defensive tactics. Lyra proposed enhancing elemental conduits to instantly bolster protective spells when threats were threat detected. Arin watched as Thorn's winged lions began to patrol the skies in search of any lingering threats, their presence providing reassurance against future attacks. Lyra and Seraphina worked together to integrate elemental conduits with protective spells, ensuring that magic would flow seamlessly during emergencies. The united efforts of all defenders solidified a strong front for defending the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's predictive dreams revealed a new pattern emerging in the behavior of shadow creatures, suggesting an impending large-scale invasion. Thorn responded by organizing patrols with his winged lions across strategic areas to intercept any early signs of enemy activity. Lyra and Arin worked closely to refine their combined elemental and echo-based defenses, ensuring they would be ready for a coordinated attack. Arin's echoes multiplied rapidly around the Skyward Isles, creating a network of vigilant watchers that provided real-time updates on potential threats. Seraphina shared her dreams with the Defense Council, allowing them to strategize effectively against anticipated tactics used by shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions roamed overhead, their powerful presence deterring any attempts at aerial assaults. Lyra's elemental conduits began to pulse with vibrant colors, indicating a seamless connection between her powers and the Isla's protective spells. As night fell, the floating islands glowed softly under the twin moons. Seraphina's predictive dreams indicated that shadow creatures were amassing in nearby storm clouds, preparing for an imminent assault on the Skyward Isles. Thorn's winged lions took to the skies, their powerful wings casting shadows over the floating islands as they patrolled strategically for early detection of enemy movements. Lyra adjusted her elemental conduits, ensuring they would channel protective spells instantly when needed. Arin's echoes continued their vigilant watch around the Skyward Isles, relaying real-time updates to the Defense Council as they prepared for an anticipated invasion. Thorn's winged lions maintained strategic patrols overhead, their powerful presence deterring any attempts at aerial assaults, while Seraphina used her predictive dreams to anticipate enemy tactics and share them with Lyra for immediate countermeasures. Arin felt a sense of unease. Seraphina's predictive dreams suggested that shadow creatures were regrouping for another attack. Thorn's winged lions patrolled overhead, their powerful presence a deterrent against aerial assaults. Lyra adjusted her elemental conduits to ensure an immediate surge of protective magic in case of an impending invasion. Seraphina's ethereal form glowed faintly as she shared more detailed visions of the enemy's plans, her voice steady and resolute. Arin nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of staying vigilant despite recent victories. Thorn's winged lions began to circle even tighter patterns around the skyward isles, readying for a swift response. Lyra's elemental conduits pulsed rhythmically as she fine-tuned their responsiveness to Seraphina's predictive dreams, ensuring that protective spells would activate instantly when needed. The floating islands shimmered with a soft golden light under the twin moons, reflecting the combined efforts of all defenders. Call image. Arin's echoes continued their vigilant watch around the skyward isles, providing real-time updates on any unusual activity in the storm clouds. Thorn's winged lions maintained strategic patrols overhead, their powerful presence a constant deterrent against aerial assaults by shadow creatures. Seraphina shared her latest visions with the Defense Council, revealing intricate details of potential enemy movements and tactics. Lyra's elemental conduits pulsed rhythmically as she fine-tuned them to respond instantly to any threats detected by Arin's echoes or Thorn's patrols. The floating islands shimmered softly under the twin moons, reflecting a sense of unity and preparedness among the defenders. Seraphina's ethereal form glowed faintly as she continued to weave protective spells that would activate automatically upon detection of shadow creatures. Arin's echoes reported increased activity in the storm clouds as shadow creatures gathered once more for an assault on the skyward isles. Thorn's winged lions responded by intensifying their patrols, their powerful wings cutting through the dark clouds like a relentless force. Seraphina used her predictive dreams to map out possible enemy routes and share detailed strategies with Lyra for immediate countermeasures. Seraphina's ethereal form shimmered faintly as she continued to weave protective spells that would activate upon detection of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions intensified their patrols, circling overhead with powerful wings, cutting through the dark clouds like a relentless force. Lyra fine-tuned her elemental conduits, ensuring they responded instantly to any threats detected by Arin's echoes. Arin felt a sense of urgency as the storm clouds grew darker, indicating an imminent assault by shadow creatures. Seraphina's predictive dreams revealed specific routes and tactics the enemy would likely use to invade the skyward isles. Thorn's wind lions roared defiantly, their fierce presence signaling readiness for battle. Lyra's elemental conduits began to pulse rhythmically, preparing to unleash powerful storms should the enemy forces breach their defenses. The floating islands shimmered softly under the twin moons, a testament to the unity and preparedness of all defenders against impending danger. Arin's echoes multiplied rapidly around the skyward isles, providing real-time updates on any unusual activity in the storm clouds. Thorn's winged lions intensified their patrols overhead, cutting through dark clouds with powerful wings and roars that echoed across the floating isles. Seraphina's predictive dreams reveal specific routes shadow creatures would likely use to invade, prompting Lyra to fine-tune her elemental conduits for immediate countermeasures. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the whispering woods, celestial navigator Kalen deciphered ancient star charts under the watchful gaze of his companions. The trees murmured secrets in a language only he could understand, their leaves rustling with urgent whispers about an impending darkness that threatened to engulf the world. Nearby, chronomancer Alara focused her magic, slowing time around them so they could unravel the mysteries of the celestial patterns more thoroughly. As Kaelin and Alara continued their work into the night, the trees around them grew increasingly agitated, shaking off leaves in distress. Suddenly, a figure clad in dark robes materialized from the shadows, his presence heavy with an aura of impending doom. The intruder revealed himself to be Harbinger Morthos, bearing urgent news about a convergence that would herald catastrophe if left unchecked. Morthos's arrival stirred a sense of dread in Kaelin and Lara as he spoke of dark omens aligning to bring forth an event that could unravel their world. The duo exchanged worried glances, realizing they had mere days to decipher the celestial signs before it was too late. With urgency mounting, they decided to seek out the remaining elementalists and beast masters across different realms to gather power for their impending battle against darkness. Kaelin and Alara set out immediately under the moonlit sky, their journey taking them from the whispering woods to the ember wastes where fire spirits flitted between flickering flames. Along the way, they encountered Thorn, the beast master who commanded a pack of powerful creatures that joined their cause without hesitation. Together, they forged ahead toward the Skyward Isles to seek aid from other elementalists and dream walkers. LMMs, you said. Upon reaching the Skyward Isles, Kaelin's celestial knowledge combined with Alara's time manipulation skills to convince the assembly of elementalists and dream walkers about the urgency of their mission. Seraphina, a dream walker adept at weaving protective spells, offered her assistance to safeguard their allies from shadowy threats. As Kaelin and Alara led their growing alliance through the treacherous shadow realms, Thorn's beasts navigated the shifting dimensions with ease. Seraphina's protective spells glowed faintly around them, warding off malevolent spirits that sought to impede their progress. The group encountered a lone figure in the realm's eerie twilight, Solbinder Nara, who joined their cause after hearing of their mission. The Alliance pressed on through the Shadow Realms, their ranks strengthened by Solbinder Nara's arrival. Thorn's beasts led them through the shifting sands and dark corridors, while Seraphina's protective spells flickered with each step they took, the urgency of their mission palpable as they neared the convergence point where darkness threatened to consume everything. The group traversed the abyssal depths, where bioluminescent creatures swam around them in the dark waters. Kaelin deciphered ancient runes inscribed on coral walls, revealing the location of a hidden artifact crucial to their mission. Solbinder Nara formed a bond with a spectral guardian that joined their ranks, enhancing their protection against lurking shadows. The Alliance reached a cavernous chamber deep within the abyssal depths, where Kaelin identified the location of the hidden artifact that would empower their cause. Nara's spectral guardian illuminated the dark corners as Thorn directed his beasts to secure the perimeter against potential threats. Seraphina cast additional protective barriers around them as they prepared for the final leg of their mission. With the artifact in hand, the Alliance emerged from the abyssal depths and journeyed through the whispering woods once more. The The trees seem to acknowledge their efforts with a calming rustle as they approach the final convergence point under the watchful eyes of twin moons. Keelan and Alara coordinated their celestial and temporal powers, ensuring that every member was ready for the impending confrontation. The group approached the convergence point where twin moons cast their silvery light across the Whispering Woods. Kaelin and Alara activated their celestial and temporal powers, causing ripples in time and space that signaled their readiness for battle. Seraphina teched spells intertwined with Thorn's beast's ferocious defense, creating an unbreakable front as they faced the encroaching darkness. As they prepared for battle, Morthos revealed a hidden entrance to an ancient temple where their confrontation would take place. The air grew colder and heavier as the group entered the temple's shadowed corridors, each step echoing ominously against the walls. The temple's heart revealed a central chamber adorned with celestial symbols, pulsating with dark energy that emanated from the convergence point. Kaelin and Alara exchanged a worried glance, realizing they had to act quickly before the forces of darkness overwhelmed them. The group united their powers in a brilliant display of magic and might, launching an assault on the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume the realm. Flames, shadows, and elemental forces clashed violently in the heart of the ancient temple. The battle in the ancient temple intensified as Kaelin and Alara coordinated their celestial and temporal powers to disrupt the convergence point. Seraphina's protective barriers held firm against relentless shadow attacks, while Thorn commanded his beasts with unwavering precision. Nara channeled her spectral guardian's strength, amplifying their combined might. The alliance pressed forward through the temple's heart, facing waves of dark entities that sought to overwhelm them at every turn. Keelan's celestial nodded precise strikes against key vulnerabilities in the enemy formations. Alara slowed time around critical moments, allowing allies to escape perilous situations. As the confrontation reached its zenith, the hidden artifact glowed brightly, amplifying their collective power to unprecedented levels. Shadows recoiled, retreating before the overwhelming surge of light and magic that now radiated from the Alliance. The Alliance's combined might surged forth in a dazzling display of light and magic, forcing back the encroaching darkness and illuminating the temple's central chamber. Shadows recoiled before the radiant glow emanating from Kaelin, Alara, Seraphina, Thorn, and Nara as they stood united against the oncoming tide of evil. With each passing moment, the convergence point weakened under their relentless assault, its dark energy dissipating into the air like smoke in a gentle breeze. The darkness finally retreated, leaving behind a lingering silence as the Alliance stood victorious in the ancient temple's central chamber. Kaelin and Alara exchanged relieved glances, their celestial and temporal powers flickering softly as they began to recede. The air cleared of dark energy, revealing the twin moons, silvery light shining through the temple's high windows. The Alliance celebrated their victory over the encroaching darkness, their spirits lifted by the twin moons, silvery light shining through the temple's high windows. Kaelin and Alara shared a moment of reflection, acknowledging the immense power they had unleashed to protect their world from catastrophe. Seraphina's protective spells faded gently as Thorn's beasts settled in a peaceful vigil around them. the Alliance emerged from the ancient temple, their victory over the encroaching darkness, marked by the twin moons, silvery glow illuminating the whispering woods. Kaelin and Elara led a procession back to safer grounds, where they would regroup and plan for any residual threats lingering in the shadows. Seraphina's protective spells remained vigilant, ensuring no remnants of dark forces could disrupt their peace. Back in their camp under the twin moon's light, Kaelin and Elara shared a moment of quiet contemplation, reflecting on the strength and resilience of their alliance. Seraphina's spells continued to protect them, as Thorn planned strategies for any lingering threats, ensuring they remained vigilant against potential resurgence of darkness. The night air was filled with the whispers of grateful trees, acknowledging the victory that had safeguarded the whispering woods. The next morning dawned bright and clear as the Alliance prepared to depart from their camp in the Whispering Woods. Kaelin led them towards new challenges, knowing that while they had triumphed over immediate threats, more dangers lurked beyond the horizon. Seraphina's protective spells still shimmered faintly around them, a reassuring presence against any lurking shadows. As they ventured further into uncharted territories, Thorn's beast scouted ahead, ensuring safety for those who followed closely behind. The journey was long and fraught with perilous encounters, yet each member of the Alliance grew stronger in their resolve and camaraderie. Nara's spectral guardian served as a silent but ever-present guide through treacherous landscapes. The group encountered a hidden village nestled between towering mountains, where inhabitants greeted them with gratitude for their recent victory against darkness. Kaelin and Elara shared the knowledge they had gathered from ancient texts, teaching villagers protective measures too. Kaelin and Elara were warmly welcomed into the village, where they shared their knowledge on how to protect against dark forces. The villagers eagerly listened, learning protective spells from Seraphina and beast training techniques from Thorn. Nara's spectral guardian roamed nearby, its presence reassuring and protective. The villagers soon formed a tight, knit community ready to defend their homes with newfound knowledge and skills. Kaelin's celestial insights guided them in setting up early warning systems for dark entities approaching from afar. Seraphina taught more complex protective spells that would safeguard the village against future threats. The Alliance left the village after ensuring its defenses were secure and well prepared for any future threats. Kaelin and Elara's departure was met with heartfelt gratitude from the villagers, who promised to keep their teachings alive. Thorn's beasts led the way as they ventured uncharted territories beyond the mountains. Thorn's beasts led the way through the rugged mountain passes, their keen senses picking up any signs of danger as they ventured deeper into unknown territories. Kaelin and Elara shared a look of determination, knowing that their next challenge awaited them beyond the horizon. The air grew colder with each step, signaling the approach to an icy realm where elementalists wielded the power of frost. As they neared the icy realm, Thorn's beasts picked up an unfamiliar scent on the cold wind, signaling potential danger ahead. The frost elementalists, wary of outsiders, greeted them cautiously at the edge of their territory, demanding to know their purpose in this harsh landscape. Kaelin and Elara explained their mission, earning reluctant trust from the frost elementalists who agreed to help if it meant protecting their home. The frost elementalists guided Kaelin and his allies deeper into their icy realm, introducing them to fellow warriors who shared stories around roaring fires. The Alliance's arrival sparked hope among the frost elementalists, bolstering their resolve against encroaching shadows. The Alliance continued their journey through the icy realm, encountering treacherous blizzards and razor-sharp ice formations that tested their skills. Frost elementalists joined them, adding their formidable powers to combat any threats lurking in the shadows. Kaelin and Elara's leadership inspired unwavering trust among all members of the group. The Alliance pressed forward through the icy realm, facing challenges that only deepened their bonds and trust in one another. Frost elementalists demonstrated their mastery over ice, creating pathways across treacherous landscapes as they guided Kaelin and his allies toward a looming confrontation with dark forces. Seraphina's protective spells continued to shield them from lurking shadows, ensuring the group's safety on their perilous journey. The Alliance pushed through an icy canyon where jagged cliffs scraped against the sky, their breath visible in the frigid air. Frost elementalists used their powers to create temporary bridges over treacherous chasms as they advanced toward a looming confrontation with dark forces. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered protectively around them, warding off any lurking shadows that dared to approach. The Alliance moved cautiously through an icy gorge, frost clinging to their cloaks as they trudged forward. Frost elementalists led the way, using their powers to clear paths across treacherous ice formations that threatened to slow them down. Seraphina's protective spells glowed faintly around them, warding off any lurking shadows that dared to approach. The Alliance reached a towering ice bridge that arched over a deep chasm filled with swirling blizzards. Frost elementalists used their powers to stabilize the fragile structure, while Seraphina's protective spells glowed brightly around them, warding off any shadows attempting to disrupt their progress. The Alliance pressed on across the ice bridge, their footsteps echoing against the swirling blizzards below. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered protectively around them as Thorn's beast scouted ahead for any signs of danger. Frost elementalists worked tirelessly to stabilize the precarious structure with their icy magic. Aryn stood atop the floating skyward isles, his gold blaze shimmering in the eternal twin suns as he prepared for the impending battle against shadow creatures. Beside him, Lyra channeled her elemental powers to create a barrier that glowed with an intense blue light, fortifying their defenses. Below them, clouds swirled ominously, hinting at the storm's approach. Seraphina's eyes glowed faintly as she delved into the minds of their enemies, searching for weak spots and strategies to counteract the approaching threat. Thorn barked orders at his lions, ensuring each creature was in position to strike with precision and ferocity when the moment arrived. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the clash between light and darkness. Aryn and Lyra exchanged a quick glance, their bond as warriors solidifying in moments of impending danger. Seraphina's ethereal voice cut through the tension, guiding each team member into precise, defensive positions. Thorn's lions circled protectively around their human allies, their wings beating steadily against the encroaching darkness. As the storm clouds darkened further, Thorn's lions let out a synchronized roar, their fierce sound echoing across the floating isles. Seraphina murmured incantations that shimmered in the air like glowing threads, weaving intricate patterns to ward off impending doom. Aryn and Lyra braced themselves for impact, their weapons poised as they awaited the first assault. The first shadow creatures emerged from the dark clouds, their forms twisting and contorting in eerie ways under the twin suns. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them, creating a barrier that flickered with resistance against the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his lions to attack the weakest points of the shadow horde, aiming for swift and decisive strikes. Aryn sliced through the first wave of shadow creatures with his echo blades, creating phantom reflections that fought alongside him. Lyra's elemental barriers pulsed and strengthened with each assault from the dark entities, her movements fluid and precise as she maintained their defenses. Seraphina's spells began to falter momentarily under the sheer number of foes, prompting Thorn to release a burst of commands for his lions to close in on Seraphina's position. The sky grew darker as more shadow creatures poured from the clouds, their forms becoming more aggressive and relentless in their attack. Seraphina's spells began to weave faster and brighter, each incantation pushing back the encroaching darkness just a bit further. Thorn's lions lunged into battle with precision and fury, their wings cutting through the air as they targeted key shadow creatures. The sky darkened further as waves of shadow creatures intensified their assault, forcing Aryn and Lyra to adapt their strategies quickly. Seraphina's protective spells began to falter more noticeably, straining under the relentless pressure from the encroaching darkness. Thorn's lions continued their fierce attacks, each strike targeting a critical point in the shadow horde to disrupt their formation. Aryn's echo blades spun faster as he created more phantom reflections to counteract the increasing number of shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental barriers flared intensely, absorbing wave after wave of dark energy, her focus unwavering despite the strain. Thorn's lions roared in defiance, their attacks cutting through the heart of the enemy formations with lethal precision. Seraphina's voice rose above the chaos, her incantations weaving through the air like threads of silver light, reinforcing their weakening defenses against the relentless shadow creatures. Thorn directed his lions to flank the dark entities, aiming for a coordinated strike that would break the enemy's formation and turn the tide of battle. Arin and Lyra fought side by side, each movement synchronized with the other as they adapted to the ever-evolving threats from the shadows. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously as more shadow creatures emerged from the dark clouds, their forms swirling and distorting in sinister ways. Thorn's lions lunged forward with renewed vigor, attacking the shadows' weak points to disrupt their advance. Arin and Lyra fought back to back, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance, echo blades and elemental barriers working in perfect harmony. Seraphina's incantations grew louder and more urgent as she struggled to tame the weakening protective barriers against the relentless shadow creatures. Thorn's lions roared in unison, their wings slicing through the air with deadly precision, targeting critical weak points within the enemy ranks. Arin and Lyra fought side by side, echo blades and elemental powers combining to create a formidable defense that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's protective spells flickered even more erratically as she pushed herself to the limits, her voice strained from the constant incantations. Thorn's lions circled protectively around their allies, taking down shadow creatures with precision and ferocity to keep the team safe. Arin and Lyra continued their synchronized assault, echo blades slicing through shadows, while elemental barriers held back the relentless tide. Arin's echo blades glowed brighter as he summoned even more phantom reflections to assist in the battle against the shadow creatures. Thorn's lions clawed and bit through the heart of the enemy ranks, their attacks relentless and precise under Thorn's command. Seraphina's voice echoed urgently over the chaos, her incantations weaving a fragile but necessary barrier around them all. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered and strengthened in rapid succession as she adapted to the increasing pressure from the shadow creatures. Thorn directed his lions to form a protective circle around Seraphina, ensuring that the Dreamwalker could focus on reinforcing their defenses without interruption. Arin continued to summon phantom echoes, each reflection adding another layer of protection for their group. As Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, Thorn directed his lions to form tighter defensive formations around her and Arin. Lyra focused her elemental barriers on key points where shadow creatures breached their defenses most aggressively. The sky darkened further as more entities emerged from the clouds. Arin's echo blades glowed intensely, summoning phantom reflections to intercept incoming shadows. Thorn's lions roared in unison, their wings cutting through the air with lethal precision as they targeted key shadow entities. The battle raged on fiercely under the darkening twin suns. Lyra's elemental barriers pulsed with renewed intensity, absorbing wave after wave of dark energy. Seraphina's protective spells began to stabilize slightly as her voice rose in urgency, directing precise defenses against the encroaching darkness. Arin and his phantom reflections fought relentlessly alongside Thorn's lions. Thorn's lions continued their relentless assault on the shadow creatures, their wings slicing through the air with precise efficiency. Seraphina's protective spells began to stabilize as she directed her defenses more precisely against the encroaching darkness. Lyra and Aaron fought in perfect synchronization, elemental barriers and echo blades combining to push back the tide of shadows. Seraphina's protective spells finally stabilized as she directed Thorn to launch a coordinated attack on the shadow creature's weak points. Lyra intensified her elemental barriers to absorb another wave of dark energy, while Aaron and his phantom reflections pushed back against the relentless tide of shadows. The sky darkened further, but their combined efforts began to turn the battle in their favor. Seraphina's protective spells finally held firm as she directed Thorn to launch a precise attack on the shadow creature's weak points. Lyra's elemental barriers intensified, absorbing another wave of dark energy, while Aaron and his phantom reflections pushed back against the relentless shadows with unwavering determination. Thorian's lions launched their coordinated attack on the shadow creatures' weak points, their wings slicing through the air with lethal precision. Seraphina's protective spells finally held firm as she directed precise defenses against the encroaching darkness. Lyra and Aaron continued to fight in perfect synchronization, pushing back the relentless tide of shadows. Oh. Seraphina's protective spells held firm as Thorn directed his lions to strike at the shadow creature's most vulnerable spots. Lyra and Aaron continued their synchronized assault, pushing back against the relentless tide of darkness with unwavering resolve. Thorn's lions' coordinated strikes began to break through the enemy formations, their attacks becoming more effective as they targeted critical weaknesses. Seraphina maintained her barrier with unwavering focus, ensuring that no dark entity could breach their defenses. Lyra's elemental barriers pulsed brighter as she absorbed another wave of dark energy, her movements becoming more fluid and precise. The sky above the skyward isles grew lighter as fewer shadow creatures emerged from the clouds. Seraphina's voice grew clearer and more confident as she directed Thorn to launch a final coordinated assault on the shadow creature's remaining weak points. Lyra's elemental barriers flared brilliantly, absorbing one last wave of dark energy, while Aaron and his phantom reflections continued their relentless push against the weakening shadows. The sky above the skyward isles began to lighten as the battle turned decisively in their favor. Thorn's lions' coordinated strikes broke through the enemy formations as Seraphina directed Thorn to launch a final assault on the shadow creature's remaining weak points. Lyra's elemental barriers flared brilliantly, absorbing one last wave of dark energy, while Aaron and his phantom reflections continued their relentless push against the shadows until they weakened significantly. The sky above the skyward isles began to lighten as dawn approached, marking a decisive victory for the defenders. As dawn approached, the sky above the skyward isles began to lighten, marking the turning point in their battle against the shadow creatures. Thorn's lions roared triumphantly as they continued to break through enemy formations, their attacks becoming more decisive and precise. Seraphina's protective spells glowed with renewed strength, holding firm under her unwavering guidance. Lyra's elemental barriers flared brilliantly, absorbing the final wave of dark energy, while Aaron and his phantom reflections pushed back the weakened shadows with relentless determination. The sky brightened further, signaling a decisive victory for the defenders who had fought tirelessly through the night. Thorn's lion's attacks became even more precise, targeting the remaining shadow creatures' weak points with lethal efficiency. Seraphina's protective spells finally stabilized completely, creating a robust barrier that held firm against any residual dark entities as attempting to breach their defenses. Seraphina's protective spells stabilized completely, providing a robust shield that held firm against any remaining shadow creatures attempting to breach their defenses. Thorn directed his lions into defensive formations around Seraphina and Lyra, ensuring they could rest while Aaron and his phantom reflections continued the fight. The sky brightened further as dawn approached, signaling the end of the relentless night battle. Thorn's lions' coordinated strikes finally shattered the last remaining formations of shadow creatures, their wings slicing through the air with lethal precision. Seraphina's protective spells stabilized completely, forming an impenetrable shield that held firm against any remnants trying to breach their defenses. Lyra and Aaron stood back to back, their breath steady as dawn broke over the skyward isles, signaling victory. Lyra's elemental barriers flickered one last time before stabilizing completely, absorbing the final remnants of dark energy from the defeated shadow creatures. Thorn directed his lions to form protective circles around Seraphina and Lyra, allowing them to rest after their relentless night battle. Aaron stood silently beside Thorn, acknowledging the victory with a nod as dawn broke over the skyward isles. Thorn's lions roared in triumph as they finished off the last shadow creatures, their wings beating steadily to ward off any lingering darkness. Seraphina collapsed on a soft grass, her voice hoarse from the constant incantations she had cast throughout the night, while Lyra leaned on Aaron for support, her elemental barriers finally at rest. The dawn light illuminated the skyward isles, casting a serene glow over the victorious team as they took a moment to catch their breath and assess the damage. Seraphina's eyes fluttered open as she regained her strength, her voice still hoarse but filled with relief at their victory. Thorn's lions circled protectively around them, their roars fading to gentle growls as they sensed the end of the battle. Aaron and Lyra shared a relieved smile, their weapons now lowered in the peaceful dawnlight. Seraphina slowly sat up, her voice raspy but filled with gratitude for their victory against the shadow creatures. Thorn's lions settled around them protectively, their eyes gleaming in the dawn light as they shared a sense of accomplishment and relief. Aaron and Lyra exchanged a look of mutual respect and tiredness, acknowledging each other's unwavering support during the intense battle. The celestial navigator Thaler meticulously charted the night sky from his observatory on the skyward isles, seeking guidance for Aaron's impending battle against the shadow creatures. Below him, Lyra and Thorn prepared their elemental magic and beast companions, each aware of the grim stakes involved in defending their floating haven. Seraphina, meanwhile, used her dream-walking abilities to predict enemy movements, weaving protective spells that would shield her allies from harm. Arin stood at the edge of the floating island, his eco blades ready as he gazed into the ominous darkness approaching from the horizon. Lyra and Thorn moved among their companions, distributing weapons and supplies while Seraphina continued to weave complex protective enchantments around the isles. The tension was palpable, each warrior acutely aware that tonight would test not only their skills but also their resolve. Arin and his companions formed a tight, knit circle as they prepared for the impending battle, their shared determination to protect the skyward isles evident in every glance. Lyra's flames flickered brightly against the encroaching darkness, her hands moving deftly over runes etched into the ground, while Thorn barked orders to his winged lions. Seraphina stood quietly apart, her eyes closed as she navigated through enemy dreams, searching for weaknesses and countermeasures. As Arin and his allies waited for the shadow creatures to approach, Lyra used her elemental magic to create an illusionary wall around their position, masking their presence from enemies lurking in the darkness. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their powerful wings steering the air as they prepared to strike at the first sign of trouble. Seraphina's eyes remained closed, her face serene as she delved deeper into enemy dreams, searching for any clue that could turn the tide of battle. Arin's heart raced as the shadow creatures began to emerge from the encroaching darkness, their twisted forms gliding across the sky in eerie silence. Lyra and Thorn coordinated their strategies, with Thorn's lions roaring to boost morale while Lyra channeled her elemental magic to ignite a protective barrier around them all. Seraphina remained calm, her focus unwavering as she continued to navigate the dreams of enemies, seeking any advantage for their defense. Arin and his companions stood side by side as the shadow creatures grew closer, their twisted forms casting ominous shadows across the floating island. Thorn's winged lions roared in defiance, their powerful wings beating against the encroaching darkness, while Lyra maintained a steady flow of elemental magic around them all. Seraphina's presence was calming yet focused. Her eyes remained closed as she continued to manipulate enemy dreams from afar. The shadow creatures drew nearer, their twisted forms casting long shadows over the skyward isles as they prepared to attack. Lyra's protective barrier flickered brightly under the onslaught, Thorn's winged lions diving into combat with a fierce roar, while Seraphina wove intricate spells from her dream-walking abilities. Arin and his allies fought valiantly, their coordinated efforts creating a formidable defense against the encroaching darkness. Arin and his allies held their ground as the shadow creatures descended upon them, each warrior ready to face the darkness that threatened their home. Lyra's flames danced around Thorn's winged lions, creating a barrier of fire and steel while Seraphina continued her dream-walking, searching for weaknesses in enemy ranks. The battle raged on, with Arin and his companions fighting fiercely to protect the Skyward Isles from certain doom. The battle against the shadow creatures intensified as Arin and his companions fought valiantly to protect their floating home. Thorn's winged lions clashed fiercely overhead, while Lyra summoned powerful elemental storms, her magic crackling through the air. Seraphina remained focused, manipulating enemy dreams from afar and providing crucial strategic insights that kept them one step ahead of their adversaries. As Arin and his allies pushed back against the shadow creatures, Thorn's lions fought bravely alongside Lyra's elemental storms, creating a formidable defense. Seraphina's dream-walking provided critical insights that allowed them to adapt their strategies in real time, keeping the enemy at bay. The battle was intense and grueling, but every member of Arin's team remained steadfast in their determination to protect the Skyward Isles. Arin and his allies continued their fierce defense of the Skyward Isles, each warrior drawing strength from the others in the face of overwhelming odds. Thorn's lions roared defiance as they clashed with shadow creatures, while Lyra unleashed a series of lightning strikes that lit up the night sky. Seraphina's presence remained calm and focused, her dream-walking abilities crucial in guiding their strategic responses. With Thorn's lions and Lyra's elemental storms creating chaos among the shadow creatures, Arin's echo blades sliced through the darkness with precision. Seraphina's strategic insights from dreamwalking kept their defenses one step ahead of the enemy onslaught. Each warrior fought with renewed vigor, determined to protect their floating heaven. Arin and his allies fought through the night, their combined efforts pushing back the relentless tide of shadow creatures. Thorn's lions and Lyra's elemental storms worked in perfect harmony, creating a formidable defense that kept the enemy at bay. Seraphina continued to navigate the dreams of enemies from afar, her strategic insights invaluable as she guided Arin's team through the chaos. As dawn began to break over the Skyward Isles, Arin and his allies emerged victorious from their night-long battle against the shadow creatures. Thorn's lions were battered but triumphant, while Lyra's elemental magic had left a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. Seraphina opened her eyes, satisfied that her dreamwalking had played a crucial role in anticipating enemy moves and guiding strategic defenses. The dawn brought relief and a sense of victory as Arin's team stood amidst of the remnants of their battle against the shadow creatures. Thorn's lions perched triumphantly on floating islands, their roars echoing across the skyward realm, while Lyra's elemental magic left trails of cooling embers behind. Seraphina opened her eyes, satisfied that her dreamwalking had been pivotal in guiding their strategic defenses and ensuring victory. The victory over the shadow creatures had left Arin and his allies exhausted but elated as they began to tend to their wounded comrades. Thorn's lions perched proudly on floating islands, watching over the injured while Lyra worked tirelessly to heal them with her elemental magic. Seraphina remained contemplative, her mind already turning towards future threats and how they might be prevented. Thorn's lions tended to their own injuries while Lyra and Seraphina worked together to heal the wounded warriors. The floating islands were eerily quiet as dawn gave way to morning, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous night. Arin reflected on the battle, his mind racing with thoughts about future challenges that awaited them. Arin and his allies took stock of their surroundings as dawn broke over the Skyward Isles, finding comfort in each other's resilience after the night's harrowing battle. Thorn's lions guarded the floating islands with vigilant eyes, while Lyra's elemental magic continued to mend wounds and restore strength among the weary warriors. Seraphina's dreamwalking had provided crucial insights that turned the tide of battle. leaving her contemplative as she considered how best to prepare for future threats. Arin and his allies gathered in the observatory to discuss their next moves after securing victory over the shadow creatures. Thorn shared insights from his lion's observations, while Lyra focused on restoring energy through her elemental magic. Seraphina spoke about potential future threats she foresaw in her dream-walking visions. Arin and his allies decided to fortify defenses further based on Seraphina's insights from her dream-walking abilities. Thorn's lions patrolled the skies above, ensuring no shadows could approach undetected, while Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce protective barriers with new elemental spells. As Arin and his allies fortified their defenses on the skyward isles, Thorn's lions patrolled relentlessly, ensuring no shadows could approach undetected. Lyra cast intricate spells to reinforce protective barriers, while Seraphina continued her dream walking, seeking any signs of future threats that might endanger their floating haven. Al-Emem, Shu said. The floating isles hummed with a renewed sense of purpose as Arin and his allies worked diligently to prepare for any future challenges. Thorn's lions roared in the distance, their presence a constant reminder of the danger that still lurked beyond. Lyra's elemental magic shone brightly, forming an unyielding wall around their home. Thorn's lions kept watch from high above as Arin and his allies continued to reinforce their defenses on the floating islands. Lyra devised new elemental spells, integrating ancient runes into her magic for unprecedented protection, while Seraphina's dream walking revealed potential future threats lurking in the shadows of other realms. Thorn's lions roared in approval as they spotted suspicious movements from their high vantage point above the skyward isles. Lyra adjusted her elemental barriers, adding layers of complexity to protect against any new threats that Seraphina might predict through her dreamwalking abilities. Arin and his allies felt a renewed sense of purpose as they fortified their defenses on the floating skyward isles. Thorn's lions kept vigilant watch from above while Lyra integrated ancient runes in her elemental spells, enhancing protective barriers with intricate magic. Seraphina remained focused on dreamwalking to uncover potential threats lurking in other dimensions. Thorn's lions screeched urgently as they spotted another group of shadow creatures approaching from the horizon. Arin and his allies sprang into action, coordinating their efforts swiftly to defend their floating haven once more. Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly on enhancing protective spells and dreamwalking for strategic advantages. Thorn's lions circled overhead, their powerful wings casting shadows as they spotted more shadow creatures approaching from beyond the horizon. Arin and his companions quickly coordinated their defenses, readying themselves for another fierce battle to protect their floating haven. Lyra and Seraphina worked swiftly on reinforcing protective spells, seeking strategic advantages through dream walking. Thorn's lions communicated urgently through sharp cries as they detected a new wave of shadow creatures closing in on the skyward isles. Arin and his allies sprang into action, quickly adjusting their defensive formations to meet the impending assault. Seraphina's dreamwalking provided critical insights, guiding Lyra and Thorn to deploy their magic and beasts precisely where needed. Thorn's lions dove into action, their powerful wings slicing through the air as they spotted more shadow creatures converging on the skyward isles. Arin and his allies shifted into battle formations, ready to defend their floating haven once again with coordinated efforts. Seraphina continued her dream walking, weaving protective spells that would shield them from the approaching darkness. Thorn's lions dove low over the skyward isles, their powerful wings casting ominous shadows as they detected another wave of shadow creatures approaching. Arin and his allies prepared their defenses once more, with Lyra summoning elemental barriers and Seraphina weaving protective spells through dreamwalking. Thorn directed his lions to strategic positions, ensuring every aspect was covered against the incoming threat. Thorn's lions roared defiantly as they spotted yet another wave of shadow creatures approaching the skyward isles. Arin and his allies swiftly adjusted their defensive formations, readying themselves for a repeat of the previous night's battle. Seraphina delved deeper into her dream walking to provide critical guidance on enemy movements and potential weaknesses. Under the moonlit sky, Thorn and his lion companions patrolled the whispering wood's edge, their shadows elongated by the silver light. The air was thick with an ancient magic that whispered secrets to those who listened closely, causing Thorn's fur to bristle with unease. Nearby, Arin watched from a high vantage point, his echo blades shimmering faintly as he prepared for any unseen threat. Lyra and Seraphina met by the crystal lake in the whispering woods, where the water shimmered with an otherworldly glow that revealed hidden truths. As they conversed in hushed tones, a spectral figure emerged from the trees, its presence unsettling yet strangely familiar. Thorn and Arin, alerted to the disturbance, approached cautiously, their senses heightened by the mystical aura surrounding them. Arin and Thorn joined Lyra and Seraphina at the crystal lake, their presence adding to a sense of foreboding as the spectral figure remained silent but watchful. The air grew colder, a tangible chill that spoke of ancient dangers, lurking just beyond the veil of reality. As they prepared for what seemed inevitable, whispers in the wind had cryptic warnings of an impending battle against forces unseen. The spectral figure began to fade as Thorn and Arin drew closer, its presence leaving behind a trail of shimmering mist that coiled around their ankles. The group stood in tense silence, listening to the distant rustling of leaves that could have been either wind or approaching enemies. Suddenly, Seraphina reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of the crystal lake as she called forth visions from its depths. Sir. Lyra's eyes narrowed as she studied the visions Seraphina had summoned from the lake's depths, her face etched with concern over the ominous signs they revealed. Thorn tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling a surge of determination to protect his companions in whatever battles lay ahead. Arin shifted slightly, his echo blades ready, as he scanned their surroundings for any sign of approaching danger. The crystal lake's surface rippled with new images as Seraphina continued to seek guidance from its depths, her face illuminated by the ethereal glow. Thorn and Arin exchanged a silent understanding, both prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, while Lyra nodded grimly at the visions unfolding before them. The spectral figure reappeared briefly, leaving behind cryptic messages carved into the air like whispered secrets. Thorn's lion companions growled, softly as they sensed the tension in the air around the crystal lake, their presence adding an additional layer of vigilance to the group. Seraphina deciphered the cryptic messages left by the spectral figure, her eyes wide with realization as she shared a grave look with Lyra and Arin. The whispers in the wind intensified, carrying eerie melodies that seemed to beckon them deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. Thorn's lion companions shifted restlessly as they heard the eerie melodies carried by the wind, their fur bristling as if sensing unseen threats. Seraphina's eyes glowed with an inner light as she grasped the significance of the spectral messages, her voice barely above a whisper as she shared ominous predictions about the coming conflict. The group moved silently deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the cryptic whispers that seemed to lead them toward their fate. The group pressed onward through the dense foliage of the whispering woods, each step marked by the soft rustling of leaves underfoot. Seraphina's voice broke the silence as she translated more of the spectral messages, her words painting a grim picture of their upcoming confrontation with dark forces. Thorn's lions snarled softly at the edges of their vision, sensing the presence of unseen adversaries lurking in the shadows. The group encountered an ancient stone archway deep within the whispering woods, its surfaces with arcane symbols that pulsed faintly as they approached. Thorn's lions hesitated briefly before pressing forward, their growls echoing ominously through the trees. Seraphina reached out to touch one of the symbols, her eyes widening as visions flooded her mind. The group stood before the ancient stone archway, its pulsating symbols casting an eerie glow that illuminated their faces in ghostly hues. Thorn's lions circled protectively around them, snarls echoing through the dense forest as they sensed impending danger. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingers tracing the intricate runes on the archway, causing a portal of swirling darkness to open before them. Arin and Thorn exchanged determined glances as they stepped through the portal alongside Lyra and Seraphina, the swirling darkness enveloping them in an instant. On the other side, they found themselves amidst a twisted landscape, bathed in perpetual twilight where eerie shadows danced with malevolent intent. The air was thick with dread, and each breath seemed to carry the weight of unspeakable horrors. Seraphina gasped as she caught sight of the shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, its form barely discernible, yet unmistakably menacing. Thorn unsheathed his sword and positioned himself in front of the group, ready to defend them against whatever threats lurked in this twisted realm. Lyra and Aaron stood side by side, their eyes scanning every corner of the eerie landscape for any sign of danger. The shadowy figure stepped closer, its presence casting an even deeper gloom over the already ominous landscape as it revealed itself to be a harbinger of dark prophecies. Thorn's lions roared in defiance, their fierce protectiveness evident as they circled around the group, ready to engage any threat that approached. Seraphina began chanting softly, weaving protective spells to shield them from the impending dangers that loomed within this twisted realm. The shadowy figure revealed itself to be an ancient guardian of dark prophecies, its voice echoing through the twisted landscape as it spoke in riddles and warnings. Thorn's lions leaped forward, ready to defend their group from any immediate threat, while Seraphina continued her protective spellwork around them. Lyra and Aaron exchanged a glance, both sensing that this encounter held crucial information about their impending battle against dark forces. The ancient guardian spoke in cryptic tones about impending doom and the need for unity among celestial beings to combat dark forces rising from the abyss. Thorn's lions roared their defiance, circling protectively as Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a cocoon of light. Lyra's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as she listened to the prophecy, realizing that the battle ahead would test not just their strength, but also their resolve and unity. Arryn and Thorn's eyes met in silent agreement as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead within this twisted realm, their companions standing resolutely beside them. The ancient guardian's ominous warnings lingered in the air like a thick fog, adding to the sense of impending doom that enveloped the group. Seraphina's protective spells crackled with energy, her fingers still moving deftly over the arcane symbols etched into her skin. The group felt the weight of the ancient guardian's prophecy as they ventured further into the twisted realm, the air thickening with an oppressive sense of foreboding. Thorn and his lions continued to guard them vigilantly, while Seraphina's protective spells flickered protectively around each member like a barrier against unseen threats. Lyra and Aaron remained alert, their senses heightened as they anticipated the challenges that lay ahead in this eerie landscape. As they ventured deeper into the twisted realm, Thorn and his lions encountered spectral apparitions that seemed to mock their progress, their forms shifting between the shadows. Seraphina's protective spells flickered intermittently as she struggled to maintain a barrier against the growing number of threats. Lyra and Aaron readied themselves for combat, their eyes sharp with anticipation as they braced for the challenges ahead. Thorn and his lions engaged the spectral apparitions in combat, their movements fluid yet relentless as they defended the group from the mocking shadows. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter, her concentration unwavering as she maintained a barrier against the growing number of threats. Lyra and Aaron joined Thorn in battle, their combined prowess creating a formidable front that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Lyra and Aaron exchanged quick nods as they prepared to face another wave of spectral apparitions that emerged from the shadows. Seraphina's protective spells flickered erratically, struggling under the strain of maintaining a barrier against such relentless threats. Thorn's lions roared in defiance, their fierce protectiveness evident as they leaped into battle alongside their human companions. Seraphina's protective spells finally stabilized as she summoned an additional layer of defense around the group, her face etched with concentration and determination. Thorn and his lions pushed back against another wave of spectral apparitions, their combined strength creating a barrier that held the shadows at bay temporarily. Lyra and Aaron joined in the fray, their movements synchronized and deadly efficient as they cleared a path forward through the twisted realm. The group pressed onward through the relentless battle against spectral apparitions, their resolve unshaken by the eerie landscape and encroaching shadows. Thorn's lions roared in tandem with him as they sliced through the darkness, while Seraphina maintained her protective barrier with unwavering focus. Lyra and Aaron fought side by side, each movement a testament to their growing trust and reliance on one another. Thorn and his lions finally cleared a path through the spectral apparitions, their relentless assault, leaving them exhausted but victorious. Seraphina's protective spells flickered weakly as she sagged with relief, her body drained from maintaining such potent defenses. Lyra and Aaron exchanged wary yet triumphant looks, knowing that this victory was only the beginning of their journey into the heart of darkness. As they pushed deeper into the twisted realm, Thorn and his lions encountered a dark portal that seemed to pulse with an ominous energy. Seraphina's protective spells flickered weakly, but held firm as she tried to decipher the cryptic symbols etched around the portal's edges. Lyra and Aaron cautiously approached, their senses heightened for any sign of hidden threats. Thorn and his lions hesitated before the dark portal, their senses tingling with an uneasy premonition of what lay beyond. Seraphina's eyes scanned the intricate symbols around the portal's edges, her mind racing to unravel their hidden meanings as she whispered incantations under her breath. Lyra and Aaron positioned themselves beside Thorn, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in this ominous realm. Seraphina stepped closer to the dark portal, her voice barely audible as she spoke ancient incantations that caused the symbols around it to glow faintly. Thorn and his lions tensed, their eyes scanning for any sign of impending danger as Lyra and Aaron moved to flank them on either side. "Alel you said." The group approached the glowing symbols with caution, Seraphina's protective spells flickering weakly, but still in place as she deciphered their meaning. Thorn unsheathed his sword, ready to defend his companions from any sudden threats that might emerge. Lyra and Aaron stood vigilant beside them, each prepared for whatever lay beyond the dark portal. Seraphina stepped through the dark portal first, her form enveloped in a faint glow as she navigated the swirling darkness. Thorn and his lions followed closely behind, their eyes fixed on Seraphina's back as they emerged into a realm bathed in an eerie crimson light. Lyra and Aaron joined them, each ready to face whatever waited in this new dimension of endless twilight. The The group emerged from the dark portal into an alien landscape, where the sky glowed in hues of crimson and violet, casting long shadows across twisted terrain. Thorn's lions prowled cautiously alongside him, their senses sharpened by the surreal environment as they scanned for any signs of danger. Seraphina led the way with a steady hand, her protective spells flickering protectively around them like a shield against unseen threats. Thorn and his lions continued their vigilant patrol through the eerie crimson landscape, growling softly at any perceived threat. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered faintly as she led them towards an ominous structure looming in the distance, its dark spires piercing the sky like jagged teeth. Lyra and Aaron followed closely behind, ready for whatever challenges awaited beyond this new realm. Arin stood atop the highest spire of the skyward isles, his echo blades glowing faintly as he prepared for the battle that would soon unfold. The horizon was darkening, and shadow creatures were amassing like a storm cloud on the horizon, their intentions clear but their strength uncertain. Lyra, an elementalist with windswept hair and robes of emerald green, joined Aaron, her hands already weaving intricate patterns in the air to summon elemental aid. Arin and Lyra rallied their allies on the skyward isles as shadow creatures began to descend upon them, their dark forms casting ominous shadows over the once bright landscape. Seraphina, the Dream Walker, wove intricate protective spells around the islands while Thorn, the Beastmaster, prepared his winged lions for combat. The sky darkened further as the battle was about to commence, each participant ready to face the impending doom. Arin's echo blades flashed as he signaled for his allies to take their positions, the tension in the air palpable as shadow creatures closed in. Seraphina's eyes glowed with an inner light as she continued weaving protective barriers around the skyward isles, while Thorn prepared his winged lions for aerial combat. The battle erupted into chaos, each fighter knowing that this day would determine the fate of their floating sanctuary. Arin directed his echoes to flank the incoming shadow creatures, creating an illusionary army that disoriented their foes. Lyra summoned gales and torrents of rain, drenching the dark entities and hindering their advance. Seraphina's protective spells flickered intensely as she maintained a barrier around the skyward isles against the relentless assault. Thorn guided his winged lions into battle, their fierce roars echoing as they circled above the shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental forces battered through the dark masses, creating breaches for Aaron and Seraphina to exploit with precise attacks. The skyward isles trembled under the weight of the conflict, yet every fighter remained resolute in their defense. Arin's echoes engaged the shadow creature's head on, their illusions causing confusion among the dark forces. Lyra conjured waves of fire and ice to scatter the enemy, while Seraphina focused her protective spells on critical areas threatened by breaches in the defenses. Thorn's winged lions dove in the fray with battle cries that echoed across the skyward isles, striking fear into the hearts of their adversaries. Arin's echoes scattered across the battlefield, creating multiple illusions that drew the shadow creatures away from their allies. Thorn's winged lions clawed at the dark entities relentlessly, tearing through their ranks with savage precision. Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly to bolster defenses and heal wounds as the fight raged on without respite. To As the battle raged on, Aaron's echoes continued to confuse and disorient the shadow creatures, buying precious time for his allies. Thorn's winged lions delivered devastating blows, their fierce roars echoing across the skyward isles as they fought with relentless fury. Lyra and Seraphina worked in tandem, using elemental forces and protective spells to seal off breaches and heal wounded comrades. Arian's echoes engaged in close combat with shadow creatures, their illusions causing chaos among the ranks. Thorn's winged lions launched aerial assaults, their claws and teeth tearing through dark entities. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as she worked tirelessly to shield her allies from harm. Arin's echoes fought fiercely alongside their allies, each clone engaging shadow creatures in brutal combat to protect the Skyward Isles. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly as they decimated the dark forces, their claws leaving gashes as the battlefield. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly, reinforcing defenses and healing injuries, their efforts critical in maintaining the fragile balance of the fight. Lyra's elemental forces surged forth, waves of scorching flames and freezing ice converging on the shadow creatures to carve out strategic openings for her allies. Thorn's winged lions continued their aerial assault, striking fear into the hearts of the dark entities with each devastating blow they delivered. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered intensely as she wove intricate barriers around key areas, ensuring that no breach would go unaddressed. Arin's echoes fought alongside Thorn's lions, their combined efforts tearing through the ranks of shadow creatures. Lyra and Seraphina coordinated their defenses meticulously, ensuring that no weak point in the barrier was left exposed to the relentless assault. The sky over the Skyward Isles darkened further as the battle reached its peak intensity. Arin's echoes engaged in close quarters combat with shadow creatures, their illusions causing further chaos among the dark ranks. Thorn's winged lions continued to rain down destruction from above, their powerful strikes carving paths through the enemy mass. Lyra and Seraphina maintained a relentless pace in reinforcing defenses, their combined efforts crucial for weathering the storm of dark forces. Arin's echoes continued their chaotic dance around the battlefield, drawing shadow creatures into false traps and weakening them significantly. Thorn's winged lions soared through the skies, their wings slicing through dark entities with every pass, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Lyra and Seraphina worked seamlessly together, creating a protective cocoon that shielded the Skyward Isles from the worst of the assault. Arin's echoes leapt into action, their illusions causing shadow creatures to clash among themselves. Thorn's winged lions clawed and struck with ferocious precision, their battle cries echoing across the Skyward Isles. Lyra and Seraphina worked in unison, maintaining a wall of protective spells that kept the dark forces at bay. Arin's echoes continued to disorient and weaken shadow creatures, creating gaps in their defenses that Thorn's winged lions exploited with deadly precision. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as she reinforced critical areas. ensuring no breaches would compromise the safety of the Skyward Isles. Lyra's elemental forces surged forth again, waves of fire and ice converging to carve strategic openings for her allies. Arin's echoes pressed forward, their illusions drawing more shadow creatures into chaotic skirmishes that weakened their ranks significantly. Thorn's winged lions clawed and struck with relentless fury, leaving trails of destruction in their wake as they carved through enemy lines. Seraphina and Lyra worked seamlessly to bolster defenses, creating a protective barrier that shimmered brightly against the dark forces' onslaught. Arin's echoes surged forward, their illusions drawing shadow creatures into disarray, while Thorn's winged lions continued to strike relentlessly from above. Seraphina and Lyra maintained a formidable barrier around the Skyward Isles, ensuring that no dark entity could breach their defenses as the battle raged on. Arin's echoes surged forward, their illusions causing confusion and disarray among the shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions dove into the fray once more, their powerful strikes carving through dark entities with unrelenting ferocity. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce defenses, ensuring no breaches would allow the shadows to breach the safety of the Skyward Isles. Arin's echoes moved swiftly across the battlefield, drawing more shadow creatures into chaotic skirmishes that weakened their ranks significantly. Thorn's winged lions continued to strike relentlessly from above, leaving trails of destruction in their wake as they carved through enemy lines. Seraphina and Lyra worked diligently to bolster defenses, reinforcing critical areas to ensure no breaches would compromise the safety of the Skyward Isles. Arin's echoes moved fluidly around the battlefield, causing shadow creatures to clash among themselves and weaken their ranks. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, striking with precise ferocity as they carved paths through the enemy mass. Seraphina and Lyra worked in perfect synchrony, maintaining a protective barrier that shimmered brilliantly against the onslaught of dark forces. Arin's echoes scattered across the battlefield, drawing shadow creatures into multiple skirmishes that weakened their ranks significantly. Thorn's winged lions continued to deliver devastating blows from above, their cries echoing ominously as they carved paths through the dark entities. Seraphina and Lyra maintained a seamless barrier around the Skyward Isles, reinforcing critical areas with unyielding determination. Arin's echoes moved gracefully across the battlefield, confusing and weakening shadow creatures with their illusions. Thorn's winged lions continued to deliver relentless blows from above, tearing through the dark entities as they circled overhead. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly together, reinforcing protective barriers that shimmered brightly against the relentless assault of the shadows. Arin's echoes continued to disorient and weaken shadow creatures, their illusions causing confusion among the ranks. Thorn's winged lions soared through the skies, delivering devastating blows that carved paths through enemy lines. Seraphina and Lyra maintained a protective barrier around the Skyward Isles, reinforcing critical areas with unyielding determination. Arin's echoes continued their strategic maneuvers, drawing shadow creatures into traps that weakened their ranks further. Thorn's winged lions engaged in fierce aerial combat, their powerful strikes leaving trails of destruction across the battlefield. Seraphina and Lyra worked in unison to maintain a protective barrier around the skyward isles, reinforcing defenses against every breach. Arin's echoes continued their relentless assault on shadow creatures, causing them to clash among themselves in chaotic skirmishes. Thorn's winged lions maintained their aerial dominance, striking down dark entities with devastating precision from above. Seraphina and Lyra worked seamlessly together, reinforcing protective barriers around the skyward isles as the battle intensified. Arin's echoes pressed forward, their illusions causing shadow creatures to fight amongst themselves. Thorn's winged lions struck with relentless ferocity from above. Seraphina and Lyra continued to reinforce protective barriers around the skyward isles, ensuring no breaches would allow dark forces to penetrate their defenses. Arin's echoes pressed forward, drawing shadow creatures into chaotic skirmishes, while Thorn's winged lions struck relentlessly from above. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to maintain protective barriers around the skyward isles, ensuring no breaches would allow dark forces to penetrate their defenses. Arin's echoes pressed forward, drawing more shadow creatures into chaotic skirmishes that weakened their ranks. Thorn's winged lions continued to strike relentlessly from above, while Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to maintain protective barriers around the skyward isles. Arin's echoes continued their chaotic dance around shadow creatures, drawing them into traps that weakened their numbers. Thorn's winged lions soared through the skies, delivering relentless blows as they carved paths through enemy lines. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly together, reinforcing protective barriers to seal off any breaches that threatened the safety of the skyward isles. In the whispering woods, Lyra and Arin met Torn and Seraphina by the ancient tree known as Vespera's Heart. The elementalist lit a torch to guide them through the darkening forest, while Echo Blade Arin kept watch for any approaching threats. Beastmaster Thorn sent his companions into the trees to scout ahead, their forms blending seamlessly with the shadows. Shoo. As they approached Vespera's Heart, the trees seemed to whisper secrets in a language only the forest could understand. Thorn's winged lions returned, their eyes reflecting the unease that hung thickly in the air. Seraphina closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind to probe the depths of the woods for any hidden dangers. Arin's keen senses picked up the faint scent of smoke and felt an ominous chill run down his spine. Lyra handed him a spare torch from her pack, its flame casting eerie shadows around them as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Seraphina nodded grimly, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the darkening forest, sensing that danger was closing in. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their keen eyes scanning the forest canopy for any sign of movement. Seraphina whispered a spell under her breath, creating an ethereal light that revealed hidden paths and obscured dangers lurking in the shadows. The companions moved cautiously forward, aware that their next steps could determine their fate. Seraphina's ethereal light flickered ominously as they neared Vespera's heart, casting long shadows that danced around them. Thorn signaled his winged lions to descend closer, their presence adding an extra layer of protection against unseen threats. Lyra and Arin exchanged a glance, both sensing the growing tension in the air. The companions gathered around Vespera's heart, its trunk weathered by centuries and adorned with intricate runes that glowed faintly in Seraphina's ethereal light. Thorn's winged lions perched atop branches nearby, their keen eyes scanning every shadow for any sign of danger. Lyra tightened her grip on the torch she carried, feeling a sense of foreboding as they approached the heart of the Whispering Woods. Arin's senses were heightened as they stood before Vespera's heart, his echo blades ready to defend against any unseen threat. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant above them, their silent watch a testament to the danger lurking in the Whispering Woods. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingertips brushing over the glowing runes on the ancient tree trunk as she whispered an incantation. Seraphina's incantation caused ripples to appear in the air above Vespera's heart, revealing a hidden door that slid open with a creaking whisper. Thorn signaled for his winged lions to be more cautious as they entered what seemed like an ancient underground passage. The companions moved silently forward, their senses on high alert for any sign of danger. Lyra led them down into the ancient passage, her torch casting long shadows that flickered against the damp walls. Thorn's winged lions followed closely behind, their sharp claws clicking on the stone floor as they stayed alert for any hidden traps or threats. Seraphina continued to murmur incantations under her breath, her ethereal light dimming slightly but still providing enough illumination for them to see. Arin's echo blades glimmered faintly in the dim light as they ventured deeper into the ancient passage, his eyes scanning for any signs of immediate danger. Thorn's winged lions remained close by, their keen senses alert to any hidden threats that might spring from the shadows. Seraphina's ethereal glow began to fade further, and Lyra handed her a spare torch to maintain visibility. The companions' moves moved silently through the narrow passage, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath them. Thorn's winged lions paced ahead, their sharp eyes flickering over every crevice and crack for potential threats. Seraphina adjusted her ethereal light to better illuminate the path ahead as they approached a chamber adorned with strange symbols. Lyra's torchlight flickered as they entered the chamber, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with ancient symbols. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around them, their eyes never leaving the dark corners for any sign of danger. Seraphina studied the strange markings closely, her fingers tracing over one symbol before it began to glow softly. Arin's echo blades hummed softly as he prepared for any potential ambush in the dimly lit chamber. Thorn's winged lions shifted restlessly beside him, their eyes fixed on Seraphina, who was now muttering a series of complex incantations over the glowing symbol. Lyra held her torch steady, its light dancing off the ancient walls and creating an eerie ambience. Seraphina's incantations caused the glowing symbol to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, revealing a hidden door behind it. Thorn's winged lions growled softly, their hackles rising as they sensed a new danger lurking in the shadows. Lyra and Arin exchanged wary glances, both feeling the tension in the air intensify. Thorn signaled his winged lions to investigate behind the newly revealed door as Seraphina continued her incantations. Lyra and Arin moved forward cautiously, their weapons ready for any unseen peril that might emerge from the shadows beyond. The air grew colder and heavier with each step they took towards the hidden entrance. Thorn's winged lions emerged from behind the hidden door, their forms tense and wary as they returned to report back. Seraphina stopped her incantations, her eyes narrowing as she sensed a powerful presence lurking in the darkness beyond the threshold. Lyra handed Arin another torch from her pack, knowing that every light might be crucial in what lay ahead. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper as she addressed Torn and his winged lions. The presence beyond this door is ancient and powerful. We must proceed with utmost caution. Arin gripped another torch tightly, preparing to light it should darkness engulf their path. Thorn nodded grimly, signaling one of his lions to open the hidden door cautiously. The chamber beyond was shrouded in a thick mist that seemed to shift and whisper secrets as they entered. Lyra's eyes scanned the room, her mind racing with strategies to protect her companions from whatever dangers lay ahead, while Seraphina began weaving protective spells around them. Thorn's winged lions cautiously opened the hidden door, revealing a chamber enveloped in swirling mist and faint glimmers of ancient magic. Seraphina stepped forward, her ethereal light weaving intricate patterns that cut through the fog, illuminating strange symbols on the walls. Lyra tightened her grip on her torch, her eyes darting around the room as she prepared to defend against any hidden threats. Arin unsheathed his echo blade as they stepped into the misty chamber, ready to defend against any unseen threat. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around them, their keen senses alert for danger that might lurk in the fog. Seraphina's ethereal light flickered and grew stronger, illuminating strange symbols on the walls that seemed to pulse with an ancient magic. Seraphina's ethereal light danced around the chamber as she traced the ancient symbols on the walls, her voice barely audible in the thick mist. Thorn signaled for his lions to remain vigilant, their eyes fixed on every shadowy corner that might conceal danger. Lyra adjusted her grip on the torch, her mind racing with thoughts of potential threats and protective strategies. Seraphina's ethereal light revealed a hidden passage behind one of the ancient symbols on the wall, casting an eerie glow over the narrow opening. Thorn's winged lions cautiously approached the entrance, their sharp eyes scanning for any signs of danger within the dark corridor. Lyra and Aaron exchanged nervous glances as they prepared to follow Seraphina into the unknown depths. Seraphina's ethereal light flickered softly as she stepped toward the hidden passage, her eyes fixed on the ancient symbols that pulsed faintly in response to her touch. Thorn's winged lions moved forward protectively, their forms blending with the shadows, while Lyra and Aaron followed closely behind, weapons at the ready for any sudden threats. As they entered the hidden passage, the mist seemed to thicken and swirl around them, creating an eerie atmosphere that made their hearts race. Seraphina's ethereal light dimmed slightly, but still provided enough illumination for Thorn's winged lions to lead the way through the narrow corridor. Lyra and Aaron kept close together, their weapons ready as they advanced deeper into the unknown. Thorn's winged lions moved silently through the narrow corridor, their keen senses alert for any signs of danger. Seraphina's ethereal light flickered weakly, but still cast enough illumination to reveal ancient runes etched into the walls and floor. Lyra and Aaron followed closely behind, weapons at the ready as they ventured deeper into the unknown passage. Seraphina's ethereal light flickered weakly, but still cast enough illumination to reveal ancient runes etched into the walls and floor. Thorn's winged lions moved silently ahead, their sharp eyes scanning every shadow for any sign of danger lurking in the passage. Lyra and Aaron followed closely behind, weapons at the ready as they advanced deeper into the unknown corridor. Seraphina's ethereal light began to flicker more intensely as they approached an ornate door at the end of the passage, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with latent power. Thorn's winged lions paused before the door, their eyes reflecting a mix of wariness and curiosity. Lyra held her torch aloft, casting long shadows as she prepared to push open the ancient wooden barrier. Seraphina stepped forward and placed her hand on the ornate door, feeling the ancient magic resonate through it as Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around them. Lyra handed Seraphina another torch to supplement the fading ethereal light, ensuring they could see clearly once inside whatever lay beyond the barrier. Aaron gripped his echo blades tightly, ready to defend against any threat that might emerge from behind the mysterious door. Thorn's winged lions pushed open the ornate door with their powerful shoulders, revealing a vast chamber filled with ancient relics and arcane artifacts. Seraphina stepped inside first, her ethereal light growing brighter as it illuminated the room's intricate designs and mystical symbols. Lyra and Aaron followed closely behind, each prepared for whatever challenges awaited them in this mysterious space. Seraphina's ethereal light illuminated the vast chamber as they stepped inside, revealing rows of ancient relics and arcane artifacts scattered across the floor. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant, their keen eyes scanning every corner for potential threats. Lyra and Aaron moved cautiously forward, weapons ready to defend against any dangers that might emerge from the shadows. Seraphina's ethereal light glowed brightly as they explored the vast chamber filled with ancient relics and arcane artifacts. Thorn's winged lions prowled cautiously around the room, their keen senses alert for any hidden dangers. Lyra and Aaron moved carefully among the treasures, each step bringing them closer to uncovering a significant secret. Aaron and Lyra stood atop a crystalline spire in the skyward isles, their breath visible as they gazed at the approaching storm. Seraphina's ethereal voice rang out with warnings of shadow creatures converging below them, her presence calming yet ominous. Thorn readied his winged lions, each beast roaring in anticipation and fear as they prepared to face an unseen enemy. Aaron and Lyra exchanged a look of grim resolve as they watched the shadow creatures swarm closer to their island's sanctuary. Seraphina's spells crackled around them, forming an ethereal shield that pulsed with protective energy, while Thorn barked orders to his beasts, urging them into formation for battle. The sky darkened further, and the air grew cold as the first wave of darkness crashed against their defenses. Aaron and Lyra launched themselves into the fray as shadow creatures breached their protective barrier, each warrior moving with precision and grace. Seraphina's spells flared brighter, her voice cutting through the chaos to maintain order, while Thorn guided his winged lions in a coordinated assault on the encroaching darkness. The skyward spires of the Isles trembled under the relentless onslaught of the shadow horde. As Aaron and Lyra fought side by side, their movements synchronized as if they were one entity, Seraphina's protection wavered under the sheer number of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, striking at the encroaching darkness with a ferocity that matched the warriors below. Lyra's elemental forces clashed against the shadow creatures as Aaron duplicated himself to surround their attackers, creating an echoing barrier that trapped them in confusion. Seraphina's voice echoed through the chaos, guiding her companions with soothing reassurances even as she fought back the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his winged lions from above, their fierce attacks breaking up enemy formations and providing crucial support to the ground forces. Seraphina's ethereal spells flickered and dimmed as she struggled to maintain the protective barrier against the relentless surge of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions screeched overhead, their attacks precise but failing to halt the encroaching darkness entirely. Arin and Lyra fought back. To back their movements a symphony of combat that barely managed to keep the horde at bay. Seraphina's voice grew strained. She poured more energy into her protective spells, trying to prevent the shadow creatures from overwhelming Arin and Lyra. Thorn's winged lions continued their relentless attacks, but their numbers were dwindling against the endless tide of darkness. Arin and Lyra fought with renewed ferocity, their strategies interweaving perfectly to create gaps for Seraphina to reinforce her barrier. Seraphina's protective spells began to flicker uncontrollably as more shadow creatures breached their defenses, and Thorn's winged lions fell one by one under relentless assault. Arin and Lyra pressed on, their movements a blur of combat, desperate to buy Seraphina time to restore her barrier. Seraphina's voice rose in urgency as she directed Arin and Lyra to strategic positions to weaken the shadow creature's advance. Thorn rallied what remained of his winged lions, their roars echoing defiance against the dark tide that threatened to overwhelm them. The skyward spires began to crumble under the relentless pressure of the shadows, casting eerie silhouettes across the battlefield. Ugh! Arin's echoes multiplied exponentially as he pushed his abilities to their limit, creating an illusionary army that distracted and disoriented the shadow creatures. Lyra channeled immense elemental energy in her attacks, her movements fluid yet devastatingly powerful against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's remaining winged lions circled protectively around Seraphina, who worked tirelessly to reinforce her faltering barrier. Seraphina's eyes glowed with intense concentration as she channeled her remaining energy into fortifying their protective barrier, which now shimmered precariously against the shadow creatures. Arin and Lyra continued to hold the line, their combined efforts a testament to years of training and trust built through countless battles together. Thorn, though visibly weary from the loss of his winged lions, urged them on with unyielding resolve. Seraphina's protective barrier flickered and dimmed again as she strained to hold back the relentless tide of shadow creatures, her ethereal voice barely audible over the chaos. Arin and Lyra fought with renewed vigor, their movements a seamless blend of precision and power that hinted at the depth of their bond, forged through countless battles side by side. Thorn's remaining winged lions circled protectively around Seraphina, who worked tirelessly to reinforce her faltering barrier despite her weakening state. Seraphina's protective barrier wavered precariously as she channeled every last drop of her energy to fortify their defenses against the shadow creatures. Arin and Lyra fought with a unity that spoke volumes of their deep trust and understanding, each movement synchronized to maximize their impact on the battlefield. Thorn directed his remaining winged lions in desperate maneuvers, aiming to disrupt the enemy's formations and buy them precious moments. Seraphina's protective spells flickered violently as she pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion, her voice cracking but steady. Arin and Lyra fought with unyielding determination, their movements a seamless dance of combat that reflected their deep bond. Thorn, his own injuries evident, directed his remaining winged lions in desperate charges, attempting to carve openings for Seraphina to repair the barriers. Seraphina's voice broke into a desperate whisper. Her protective barriers flickered, dangerously close to failing under the relentless assault. Aaron and Lyra's movements slowed slightly, but their determination remained unwavering. Each strike against the shadow creatures more forceful in an effort to buy time for Seraphina. Thorn directed his last remaining winged lions with a broken voice, urging them to one final charge as he rallied around Seraphina. Ah! Seraphina's protective barriers finally shattered under the overwhelming assault, and shadow creatures flooded into the heart of their stronghold. Aaron and Lyra fought fiercely in its center, their movements interlocked as Thorn's remaining winged lions rained down fiery attacks from above. The once luminous skyward isles were now engulfed in darkness, their fate hanging precariously by a thread. Aaron and Lyra's movements grew increasingly frantic as they fought to hold back the shadow creatures that now swarmed their stronghold, their blades cutting through the darkness with desperate precision. Thorn, his voice hoarse from shouting commands, urged his remaining winged lions into a final charge, their fiery attacks striking deep into the heart of the encroaching horde. Seraphina, though nearly exhausted, continued to weave protective spells around her companions, her ethereal voice breaking but unwavering in its resolve. Aaron's echoes became fewer as he pushed himself to his limits, each duplicate struggling against an overwhelming tide of shadow creatures. Lyra channeled her elemental forces to their utmost, her attacks shattering through waves of darkness with ferocious intensity. Thorn commanded his remaining winged lions in desperate maneuvers, urging them to one final charge to break the encroaching horde. Seraphina's voice grew weaker, but remained steady as she struggled to mend the shattered protective barriers, her spells flickering feebly against the encroaching darkness. Aaron and Lyra fought with every ounce of strength left in them, their movements a desperate dance that pushed back the relentless tide of shadow creatures just enough for Seraphina to stabilize her defenses momentarily. Thorn rallied his remaining winged lions for one final, all-out assault on the enemy formations, hoping to buy time for his friends to regroup and find a way out. Seraphina's spells flickered faintly but held firm as she desperately tried to repair the shattered protective barriers, her voice barely above a whisper. Aaron and Lyra fought back, to back with relentless ferocity, their movements a blur as they cut through waves of shadow creatures, each strike aimed at buying time for Seraphina. Thorn rallied his last remaining winged lions into one final charge, urging them to break the encroaching horde's formation and create openings for Aaron and Lyra to exploit. Seraphina's protective spells flickered weakly, but managed to hold against the shadow creatures and continued to mend the shattered barriers. Aaron and Lyra fought with an intensity that left them breathless, their movements a desperate dance aimed at giving Seraphina the time she needed to reinforce her defenses. Thorn directed his remaining winged lions in one last coordinated charge, aiming to disrupt enemy formations and create openings for his friends. Aaron's echoes flickered and faded as his strength waned, but he pushed through exhaustion to create one final barrier against the shadow creatures. Lyra exhausted her elemental energy reserves in a devastating attack that cleared a path for Thorn's winged lions to charge into battle once more. Seraphina's voice, now barely audible, urged them all forward with a fierce determination, though her protective spells were mere wisps of light. Arin's echoes flickered and disappeared as his strength finally gave way, leaving him to fight alone against the overwhelming tide of shadow creatures. Lyra, equally drained but unwilling to surrender, channeled her last bit of energy into a final, blinding elemental blast that momentarily cleared a path for Seraphina to weave crucial protective spells. Thorn's remaining winged lions charged fiercely into battle, their attacks breaking the enemy formations and allowing Arin, Lyra, and Seraphina to regroup briefly. Arin's breath came in ragged gasps as he faced the encroaching shadow creatures alone, his movements slower but no less determined. Lyra, though drained, rallied her remaining elemental forces for one final, desperate assault to protect Arin from imminent danger. Seraphina worked feverishly to reinforce their defenses, her protective spells flickering with the last remnants of her energy. Arin's movements slowed as exhaustion took its toll, each strike against the shadow creatures growing weaker, but no less determined. Lyra redirected her last reserves of energy into strengthening Arin's defenses, while Seraphina worked desperately to mend their protective barriers, though her voice was barely audible through the chaos. Thorn directed his remaining winds in one final desperate charge, aiming to create a temporary safe zone for his friends. Seraphina's protective spells flickered weakly but managed to hold against the relentless surge of shadow creatures. Arin and Lyra fought back with grim determination, their movements becoming increasingly labored on the crushing weight of exhaustion. Thorn directed his last remaining winged lions in one final desperate charge, urging them to disrupt enemy formations and buy precious moments for Seraphina to reinforce her barriers. Seraphina's protective spells flickered weakly, but managed to hold against the relentless surge of shadow creatures as she worked feverishly to reinforce their defenses. Arin and Lyra fought back with grim determination. Though their movements were labored under the crushing weight of exhaustion, each strike aimed at buying precious moments for Seraphina. Thorn directed his last remaining winged lions in a final desperate charge, urging them to disrupt enemy formations and create temporary safe zones for his friends. Seraphina's protective spells flickered precariously as she struggled to hold back the encroaching shadow creatures, her voice growing weaker but steady. Arin and Lyra fought with grim determination, their movements labored yet relentless, each strike aimed at buying precious moments for Seraphina to reinforce their defenses. Thorn directed his last remaining winged lions in a final desperate charge, urging them to disrupt enemy formations and create temporary safe zones. Seraphina's protective spells flickered precariously as she pushed herself to mend the barriers against the relentless shadow creatures. Arin and Lyra fought back, their movements growing increasingly labored but still determined, striking with all remaining strength to hold off the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his last winged lions in a final desperate charge, urging them to disrupt enemy formations and create temporary safe zones. Seraphina's protective spells flickered precariously as she pushed herself to mend the barriers against the relentless shadow creatures. Arin and Lyra fought back to back, their movements growing increasingly labored but still determined, striking with all remaining strength to hold off the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his last winged lions in a final desperate charge, urging them to disrupt enemy formations and create temporary safe zones. In the Whispering Woods, celestial navigator Elara consulted ancient star charts under the watchful eyes of the sentient trees. She whispered incantations to the stars above, her hands tracing constellations that foretold a coming darkness. Beside her, Echo Blade Arin stood vigilant, ready to protect Elara from any threats while she worked. Arin noticed the tension in Lara's shoulders as she deciphered the star charts, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the enchanted forest. Suddenly, the trees whispered warnings to them both, their leaves rustling like a secret language only they understood. Arin drew his sword, readying himself for whatever darkness was approaching. Elara's heart raced as she sensed an impending storm of darkness converging on their location. The trees around them began to sway violently, their branches cracking under unseen forces. Arin swiftly conjured several echoes of himself, each echo taking up defensive positions around Elara and the star charts. Elara and Arin were abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of soul binders from the shadow realms, their dark robes swirling ominously in the gusting wind. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy as spirits circled menacingly around them, seeking to claim Elara's soul for their master. Arin quickly engaged the intruders, his echoes spreading out like a living shield to buy Elara time. Elara felt her connection to the stars weaken as the soul binder's dark magic encroached upon her mind, threatening to sever her link to celestial wisdom. Arin fought valiantly, his echoes matching and surpassing the number of enemies, but the sheer force of their presence was overwhelming. The sentient trees stepped forward, their roots entwining protectively around Elara as they channeled ancient powers to bolster her defenses. Elara's eyes flashed with determination as she focused on stabilizing her connection to the stars, ignoring the chaos around them. Arin's echoes fought tirelessly, their combined efforts keeping the soul binders at bay long enough for Elara to gather her strength. The sentient trees formed a protective barrier, their branches glowing faintly with arcane power, shielding Elara and Arin from harm. Elara's hands moved deftly over the star charts as she channeled her magic to fortify her connection, feeling Arin's echoes fighting fiercely alongside her. The sentient trees pulsed with energy, their ancient power surging through Elara and amplifying her celestial knowledge against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Harbinger Kyra, her arrival signaling a potential turn in the tide of battle. Kyra's arrival brought an unexpected shift in the battlefield dynamics. Her presence was both calming and enigmatic as she faced off against the soul binders. With Kyra's guidance, Elara managed to complete a critical celestial alignment that momentarily weakened the dark forces threatening them. Arin's echoes multiplied further, now working in tandem with Kira to push back the relentless tide of enemies. The moment Kira completed the celestial alignment, Alara felt an immense surge of power flow through her, strengthening her resolve against the dark forces. Arin's echoes and Kira's combined efforts began to back the Soulbinders, their coordinated defense slowly turning the tide in favor of Alara and the sentient trees. As the battle intensified, Alara realized that this alignment had not only weakened their enemies, but also revealed a hidden path through the Whispering Woods towards an ancient sanctuary. Alara and Arin hurried along the newly revealed path through the Whispering Woods, guided by Harbinger Kira's cryptic instructions to seek out an ancient sanctuary. The sentient trees parted before them, their branches guiding the trio deeper into the heart of the forest, where legends spoke of a place untouched by darkness. As they advanced, the air grew colder and heavier with secrets yet untold. Alara's heart pounded as she navigated the ancient sanctuary, her celestial senses heightened by the presence of Kira and Arin at her side. The air shimmered with an otherworldly glow that cast elongated shadows across intricate carvings telling tales of old. As they stepped further into the sanctuary, a portal opened before them, swirling with ethereal light, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. The trio stepped through the shimmering portal into an ethereal realm filled with floating islands and cascading waterfalls. Alara gasped at the sight before her. A vast library suspended in midair, its shelves brimming with ancient tomes of celestial knowledge. Arin kept a watchful eye on their surroundings as Kira led them towards the central island where the most powerful relics lay hidden. Alara's eyes widened as they entered the central library, where ancient artifacts pulsed with latent energy and whispered secrets from long ago. Arin kept his echoes active, ready to defend against any sudden threats that might emerge in this mystical realm. Kira moved confidently through the stacks of books, her presence radiating both mystery and assurance. Alara carefully selected an ancient tome from one of the floating shelves, its pages filled with celestial knowledge that turned the tide against the encroaching darkness. Arin and Kira stood guard nearby, their senses alert for any sign of danger as they waited for Alara to decipher the book's secrets. The air around them hummed with a sense of urgency, each moment counting towards their ultimate goal. Alara delved into the ancient tome's intricate diagrams and celestial charts, her mind racing as she pieced together the secrets hidden within. Arin and Kira maintained their vigilance, prepared for any unexpected threat that might arise from the shadows cast by the floating islands. The trio moved cautiously through the library, each step bringing them closer to uncovering a full artifact capable of countering the impending darkness. Alara's fingers traced over the celestial diagrams in the ancient tome, her mind absorbing the intricate knowledge that could shift the balance of power against the encroaching darkness. Arin and Kira watched protectively from the shadows, their presence a reassuring force as Alara delved deeper into the secrets of the stars. The library pulsed with an otherworldly energy, enhancing Alara's connection to celestial magic. Alara's hands trembled as she flipped through the ancient tome, her heart racing at the gravity of the information before her. Arin and Kara remained watchful, their presence unyielding shield against any potential threats lurking in the shadows. The library around them seemed to breathe with each page turned, its ethereal glow intensifying as Alara delved deeper into celestial knowledge. Alara's mind raced as she deciphered the celestial diagrams in the ancient tome, her eyes locked on the intricate patterns that could hold the key to thwarting the encroaching darkness. Arin and Kara remained ever vigilant, their senses heightened for any sign of danger, ready to defend Alara with unwavering resolve. The ethereal library pulsed with an otherworldly energy, responding to Alara's growing connection with celestial magic. Alara found herself entranced by a particular section of the tome that spoke of a celestial alignment set to occur in the coming weeks. This event could either fortify their defenses against the encroaching darkness or, if mishandled, worsen their predicament. Arin and Kara listened intently as Alara read aloud from the ancient text, their expressions mirroring her growing concern. Alara's voice trembled slightly as she read the prophecy about an impending celestial alignment that could either strengthen their defenses against darkness or exacerbate the threat. Arin and Kara exchanged a somber look, both aware of the gravity of this information and the urgent need to prepare for such a critical event. The ancient library seemed to echo with the weight of Alara's revelation, its ethereal light dimming slightly as if in contemplation. Alara's voice grew more urgent as she explained the potential outcomes of the impending celestial alignment, each scenario carrying significant risks and rewards. Arin and Kara nodded solemnly, their resolve hardening as they contemplated the strategic implications of Alara's findings. The ethereal library around them seemed to shift subtly, as if responding to the gravity of the prophecy. Alara carefully noted down key details from the ancient tome regarding the upcoming celestial alignment, her mind racing to formulate strategies against potential threats. Arin and Kara exchanged serious glances, both fully aware that this information would shape their next moves in the fight against darkness. The ethereal library continued to pulse with mystical energy, as if encouraging Alara's quest for knowledge. Alara felt a surge of determination as she realized that their next step must involve rallying other allies to aid in preparing for the celestial alignment. Arin and Kara nodded in agreement, each understanding the critical importance of this newfound knowledge. The trio emerged from the ethereal library, ready to embark on a journey that would test their resolve and push them toward an uncertain but vital future. Alara, Arin, and Kara left the ethereal library determined to gather more allies for their impending celestial alignment preparations. As they navigated back through the whispering woods, the air grew warmer with each step, signaling a change in the forest's mood. They encountered Beastmaster Thorn and his pack of companions, who immediately offered their support upon learning about the prophecy. Thorn's pack was ready to join their quest, sensing the urgency in Ilara's voice as she explained the prophecy and its implications. Arin felt his confidence grow, knowing that Thorn's prowess with beasts would be invaluable in upcoming battles against dark forces. Together, they forged a plan, blending the celestial knowledge from the ancient tome with the tactical acumen of Thorn's pack. Ilara's heart filled with hope as Thorn shared his knowledge of hidden sanctuaries and ancient relics that could bolster their defenses. Arin's echoes multiplied further, ensuring the trio was well protected during their journey to gather these crucial items. Together, they forged ahead into new territories, each step bringing them closer to a united front against the looming darkness. Ilara's spirits lifted as they approached the first sanctuary Thorn had mentioned, its ruins hidden among dense foliage and ancient stones. Inside, they found an artifact known as the Sunstone, which glowed with a protective light that Ilara immediately recognized could shield them from dark forces. Arin's echoes moved swiftly to secure the site, while Thorn's companions surveyed the area for any signs of lingering danger. Ilara carefully placed the Sunstone into her satchel, feeling its protective glow radiate warmth and safety. Thorn's companions reported no immediate threats in the vicinity, but their sharp eyes did notice subtle signs of recent activity from dark forces nearby. With renewed urgency, they prepared to leave the sanctuary swiftly before any potential danger could emerge. Ilara's group hurried out of the sanctuary as Thorn's companions signaled an approaching shadow force. Arin and his echoes created a defensive perimeter around Ilara and Kara, while Thorn commanded his beasts to scout ahead for any safe passages. The dense forest seemed to close in on them, casting long shadows that hinted at unseen dangers lurking nearby. Ilara's group swiftly navigated through the dense whispering woods as Thorn's beasts scouted ahead for safe paths. Arin's echoes expanded to cover more ground, ensuring no dark forces could ambush them unexpectedly. Kyra's presence seemed to calm everyone, her mysterious aura hinting at a deeper knowledge of their journey. Arin stood atop the skyward Isil's highest spire, feeling the twin suns beat down upon him as he studied the approaching storm of shadow creatures. Beside him, elementalist Lyra focused her powers to summon a barrier of swirling air and fire, while Dreamwalker Seraphina whispered incantations that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Beastmaster Thorn rallied his winged lions, their fierce eyes glinting as they prepared for the impending battle. Arin felt the wind whip past him as he leaped from the spire, his echoes splitting off to fight alongside Thorn's winged lions. Lyra channeled her elemental magic into a searing blast, ripped through the heart of the shadow creature's formation. Seraphina continued to weave protective spells, ensuring each of their minds remained shielded against the dark whispers. As Arin's echoes clashed with shadow creatures, Thorn signaled his lions to dive into the fray, their wings beating against the storm clouds. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as she sensed a surge in the darkness power, her eyes narrowing with focus. Lyra's barrier flickered but held firm, deflecting waves of dark energy back towards their origin. Arin's echoes merged back into him as he sliced through the last shadow creature, its dark essence dissipating into nothingness. Thorn's winged lions roared victoriously from above, their battle cries echoing across the skyward Isle's cloudscape. Seraphina collapsed to her knees, her protective spells finally fading as she gasped for breath. The trio gathered on the spire to catch their breath, the remnants of the shadow creatures dissipating into thin air beneath them. Arin turned to Thorn and asked, "What do you think lies beyond this storm? More battles or something far more sinister?" Seraphina rose shakily from her kneeling position, nodding in agreement with Arin's question. Arin gazed out at the horizon, his thoughts heavy as he pondered the ominous signs of dark magic encroaching upon their realm. Thorn looked over to Seraphina, who was collecting her strength for another possible confrontation, and nodded grimly in agreement with Arin's unspoken concerns. As they prepared to venture further into the unknown, a raven descended onto the spire, its feathers ruffled by the wind, carrying a cryptic message tied to its leg. Arin carefully unwrapped the message from the raven's leg, his eyes scanning over the hastily written words that spoke of an ancient ritual in the Ember Wastes. Thorn's wings twitched as he sensed a surge of energy coming from the direction mentioned, while Seraphina closed her eyes briefly, visions of dark magic swirling through her mind. The trio knew they had to act quickly, for time was running out and the fate of their world hung in the balance. Arin handed the message to Thorn for him to read, his mind racing with plans on how they could reach the Ember Wasps swiftly. Seraphina's eyes flickered open as she shared a grim nod with Arin and Thorn, her intuition confirming their urgency. With renewed determination, they set off towards the distant horizon where the Ember Wastes awaited, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina navigated through stormy skies toward the Ember Wastes, the message's urgency driving them forward without pause. Below them, the land transformed into a desolate expanse of burning sands, where shadows flickered intermittently across the fiery landscape. They knew the ritual mentioned in the message could only be performed at a specific time and location within this unforgiving desert. As they descended into the Ember Wastes, Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina encountered a group of nomadic fire spirits who warned them of traps set by dark sorcerers. The spirits guided the trio to an ancient oasis, where elemental forces converged, offering a temporary sanctuary from the relentless heat and shadows. The fire spirited them to an ancient oasis at the heart of the Ember Wastes, its waters cool and life, giving amidst the fiery sands. Here they could rest and gather their strength for the confrontation ahead. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina took refuge in the oasis, replenishing their strength with its cool waters while devising strategies to counter the impending ritual. The fire spirits shared ancient knowledge that could provide them with an advantage against dark sorcery, their wisdom a beacon of hope in the oppressive heat. As night fell, the trio prepared for the journey ahead. knowing the dawn would bring them closer to the heart of darkness. Aaron, Thorn, and Seraphina set out from the Oasis at dawn, their resolve hardened by the night's planning sessions. They navigated through treacherous dunes under the glaring sun, the heat relentless as they pressed on towards a distant fortress where dark rituals were being performed. Fire spirits watched over them with silent vigilance, ensuring that the trio remained unharmed from hidden traps. Aaron, Thorn, and Seraphina reached the fortress by nightfall, their arrival marked by the sudden stillness of the desert winds. They moved silently through dark corridors lined with ancient runes, each step echoing ominously in the vast halls. Inside the central chamber, they found a circle of dark sorcerers preparing to initiate the ritual under flickering torchlight. Aaron signaled Thorn and Seraphina to split off as they approached the ritual circle, each taking positions strategically around the sorcerers. Aaron's echoes shimmered into existence, ready to strike at crucial moments, while Thorn readied his lions with a fierce command. Seraphina began weaving complex spells that would disrupt the dark magic. Aaron's echoes leaped into action first, slicing through the dark sorcerers and shattering their ritual components. Thorn commanded his lions to pounce on any remaining threats, while Seraphina's spells encircled the chamber in protective barriers that deflected curses back at the attackers. The trio worked seamlessly together, each move calculated to neutralize the ritual's power and protect them from dark forces. Aaron's echoes merged back into him as he stood victorious over the remnants of the dark ritual. Thorn's lions roared triumphantly from above, their battle won. While Seraphina released a breath she had been holding throughout the intense confrontation. With the immediate threat neutralized, they knew there would be more challenges ahead, but felt a sense of accomplishment for averting this particular crisis. Aaron, Thorn, and Seraphina gathered outside the fortress to catch their breath and strategize their next move, aware that more challenges awaited them beyond the immediate threat. They decided to split up temporarily. Thorn would scout ahead to identify any other dark sorcerers, while Aaron and Seraphina stayed behind to secure the area and ensure no remnants of the ritual posed further danger. Thorn took off into the night sky, his winged lions disappearing into the darkness as he began his scouting mission. Aaron and Seraphina carefully searched every corner of the fortress to ensure no dark magic remained to threaten their world again. Once satisfied that all immediate dangers were neutralized, they prepared to reunite with Thorn and continue their quest. Thorn returned shortly before dawn, his lions carrying intelligence about other dark sorcerers gathering in the Whispering Woods. Aaron and Seraphina exchanged grim looks as they realized their next challenge would be more complex than anticipated. They decided to regroup at the Oasis for a proper strategy session. Aaron, Thorn, and Seraphina gathered at the Oasis to plan their next move, discussing the dangers lurking in the Whispering Woods. Each shared their insights and concerns, strengthening their resolve for the challenges ahead. They agreed to travel through the woods cautiously, maintaining vigilance against any dark sorcerers. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina set off into the Whispering Woods at first light, their senses heightened as they moved through the dense foliage. The trees whispered secrets in hushed tones, causing an eerie chill to run down their spines. They were determined to reach the heart of the woods before nightfall, where rumors suggested a powerful nexus of dark magic. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina pushed deeper into the Whispering Woods, their path illuminated only by the faint glow of magic they carried. The air grew colder as they ventured further, the trees seeming to close in around them like living sentinels guarding a hidden secret. They encountered an old hermit who warned them about treacherous illusions and traps set along their route. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina carefully followed the hermit's advice, their senses on high alert for any signs of deception. They moved through a labyrinthine network of paths, where illusions blurred reality, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. The old hermit watched them leave with a knowing smile, his gnarled hands clutching an ancient tome that held secrets of the woods. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina pushed through dense undergrowth, their path lit by flickering lights from enchanted torches. The deeper they went, the more complex the illusions became, turning familiar landscapes into twisted versions that challenged their sense of reality. They continued forward with unwavering determination, knowing each step brought them closer to confronting the heart of darkness in the Whispering Woods. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina encountered a clearing in the Whispering Woods where ancient runes glowed faintly on stone pillars, marking a sacred site. They knew this was likely the nexus of dark magic they sought to destroy. As they approached cautiously, shadows seemed to retreat from the light their presence brought. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina approached the illuminated clearing cautiously, their senses heightened as they deciphered the ancient runes glowing on stone pillars. The air around them seemed to hum with latent magical energy, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Shadows retreated from the light of their presence, revealing a central altar adorned with dark artifacts. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina stood before the dark altar, their faces set in determined resolve as they prepared to confront the heart of darkness. The runes on the pillars glowed brighter, as if acknowledging their presence, while a low hum filled the air with an ominous energy. With a nod from Arin, they began dismantling the dark artifacts and purifying the area with their combined powers. Arin's echoes shimmered as he moved to dismount the dark artifacts at the altar, his movements fluid and precise. Thorn commanded his winged lions to keep watch over their surroundings, while Seraphina cast protective spells around them, ensuring no unseen threats could disrupt their work. With the purification complete, they felt a surge of relief as the ominous energy in the air dissipated. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina emerged from the whispering woods at dawn, their journey through treacherous illusions behind them. They felt a sense of relief mixed with caution as they surveyed the forest receding into the distance, knowing that more challenges lay ahead, but also that they had succeeded in purifying the dark nexus within the woods. The morning light painted a serene scene around them, hinting at potential peace after their victory. Sue. Arin, Thorn, and Seraphina continued their journey towards the Shadow Realms, guided by rumors of hidden portals that could lead them to new allies. They navigated through eerie landscapes where reality seemed to bend and twist around them, each step bringing them closer to their goal. Along the way, they encountered a mysterious traveler who offered cryptic warnings about dark forces gathering beyond the borders of their current realm. Arin stood atop the highest tower in Skyward City, gazing out at the horizon where dark clouds loomed ominously. Beside him, Lyra focused on her elemental crystals, sensing a storm was brewing not just outside but within their hearts as well. As they prepared for the impending battle against shadow creatures, Seraphina and Thorn joined them below, ready to lend their unique abilities in defense of their floating realm. Arin and Lyra coordinated their defenses as Seraphina began to weave complex dream spells to fortify the city's mental barriers against the impending shadow assault. Thorn rallied his winged lions, their roars echoing through the floating isles, a stark contrast to the ominous silence that hung in the air below the darkening clouds. As night fell, the first shadows crept over the horizon, signaling the start of an intense and relentless battle. As the battle commenced, Arin and Thorn led their forces into action, engaging the shadow creatures that had breached Skyward City's defenses. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them, deflecting dark energies while Lyra summoned torrents of wind and fire to clear a path for her allies. The clash between light and darkness resonated through every corner of the floating isles, as each fighter fought not only for survival but for the hope of their world. Seraphina's dream spells began to falter as more shadow creatures swarmed Skyward City, threatening to breach the mental barriers she had painstakingly erected. Lyra and Arin joined forces, their combined elemental and echo blade abilities creating a formidable frontline defense against the relentless attackers. Thorn's winged lions soared above them, raining down destruction upon the shadows with fiery precision. Elemental crystals glowed brighter. She intensified her attacks against the shadow creatures, while Arin replicated himself to create multiple echo blades that sliced through the darkness. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their fiery breath carving paths for Seraphina to reinforce the weakening mental barriers with new protective spells. The sky darkened further as Seraphina's dream spells flickered and weakened under the relentless pressure from the shadow creatures. Lyra and Arin pushed deeper into the fray, their combined efforts creating a powerful barrier that temporarily slowed the advance of darkness. Thorn directed his winged lions to target specific weak points in the enemy formation, their coordinated attacks causing significant damage. Seraphina's voice echoed through the mental barriers she maintained, urging her allies to hold their ground as more shadow creatures poured into Skyward City. Lyra and Aaron exchanged a determined glance before launching themselves into battle once again, their powers combining in a dazzling display of light against darkness. Thorn's winged lions screeched overhead, their fiery breath carving paths through the swarming shadows. Lyra's elemental crystals shattered under the intense pressure from shadow creatures, forcing her to retreat and regroup. Aaron's Echo Blade technique faltered as he struggled to maintain multiple replicas against the overwhelming numbers. Thorn directed his winged lions to protect vulnerable areas, while Seraphina desperately reinforced the weakening mental barriers. Lyra regrouped and focused on healing Aaron's exhaustion from maintaining his Echo Blade technique, while Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their roars echoing defiance against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina, her voice strained but determined, rallied all remaining defenders to a final push to break through the shadow creature ranks. The night sky lit up with flashes of elemental power and fiery lion attacks, as each fighter poured every ounce of strength into the desperate battle. Seraphina's protective spells flickered and dimmed as the shadow creatures relentlessly pushed forward, threatening to break through the defenses of Skyward City. Lyra and Aaron exchanged a quick look of determination before diving back into the fray, their powers merging in an intense burst against the advancing darkness. Thorn's winged lions joined them with renewed vigor, their fiery attacks carving paths that allowed Seraphina to reinforce her weakening barriers. Lyra and Aaron's combined efforts began to turn the tide against the shadow creatures, their coordinated attacks creating gaps in the enemy ranks. Thorn's winged lions swooped down with renewed ferocity, their fiery breath igniting clusters of shadows and weakening the assault on Skyward City. Seraphina focused her remaining strength on fortifying critical areas, ensuring no part of the floating isles fell to the relentless darkness. Lyra's elemental attacks became more precise and potent as she found her rhythm against the shadow creatures, while Aaron's Echo Blades sliced through enemies in rapid succession. Thorn directed his winged lions to target specific leaders within the enemy ranks, their coordinated strikes breaking apart clusters of attackers. Seraphina pushed beyond exhaustion, her protective spells flickering but holding strong, creating vital space for her allies to maneuver and counterattack. Lyra's elemental crystals pulsed with renewed vigor as she pinpointed key shadow creatures to eliminate, while Aaron's Echo Blades moved fluidly, carving through their ranks. Thorn's winged lions unleashed a barrage of fairy attacks, targeting the heart of enemy formations and breaking their cohesion. Seraphina chanted tirelessly, reinforcing her weakening mental barriers to give her allies precious moments to regroup. Lyra's elemental attacks intensified as she focused on strategic targets within the shadow creature ranks, while Aaron replicated himself more frequently to provide overlapping defenses. Thorn's winged lions swooped down with renewed ferocity, their fiery breath igniting clusters and breaking up enemy formations. Seraphina's mental barriers flickered but held strong, her voice steady as she rallied all remaining defenders for a final push. Lyra's elemental attacks struck with unerring precision as she identified and targeted the shadow creature's leaders, while Arin's echo blades created a swirling vortex that disoriented their attackers. Thorn's winged lions attacked in waves, their coordinated strikes breaking apart enemy formations and creating openings for Seraphina to fortify the mental barriers further. Lyra's elemental attacks grew increasingly precise and devastating, targeting shadow creature leaders and disrupting their command structure. Arin's echo blades moved in rapid succession, creating a whirlwind of disorienting illusions that scattered the remaining attackers. Thorn directed his winged lions to circle above, providing aerial support by targeting weak spots within enemy formations. Lyra's elemental attacks became more focused and lethal as she methodically dismantled the shadow creature's command structure. Arin replicated himself relentlessly, his echo blades creating chaotic illusions that scattered the remaining attackers across Skyward City. Thorn directed his winged lions to target any gaps in the enemy formations, ensuring no part of the floating isles was left unprotected. Seraphina's mental barriers flickered, but held firm as she chanted incantations to bolster her defenses against the relentless shadow creatures. Lyra and Arin worked in perfect harmony, their elemental powers and echo blades carving through the darkness with precision and efficiency. Thorn rallied his winged lions for a final coordinated assault, targeting weak points in enemy formations that had been exposed by the combined efforts of their allies. The darkness began to recede as Lyra's precise elemental attacks and Arin's relentless echo blades took their toll on the shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions continued to rain fire from above, targeting any remaining threats, while Seraphina's mental barriers slowly regained strength under her unyielding chants. As dawn broke over Skyward City, a sense of wary triumph filled the hearts of those who had fought through the night. As dawn broke over Skyward City, Lyra's elemental attacks and Arin's echo blades had significantly diminished the number of shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions circled above, their presence a reassuring symbol of victory as they prepared for any lingering threats. Seraphina's mental barriers glowed steadily, a testament to her relentless efforts throughout the night. Lyra and Arin exchanged exhausted but triumphant smiles as they surveyed the battlefield, now quiet under the early morning light. Seraphina's mental barriers glowed faintly, her voice hoarse from chanting through the night to protect their home. Thorn directed his winged lions to rest on nearby balconies, grateful for a moment of respite after the intense battle. Lyra and Arin took stock of their injuries as they rested on Skyward City's highest tower, the sun now fully risen to brighten the sky. Seraphina sat beside them, her voice barely above a whisper as she recounted the night's battles and praised their unwavering resolve. Thorn joined them shortly after, his winged lions perched nearby, all of them wary but proud of what they had accomplished. Lyra and Arin shared a moment of quiet reflection as they gazed out at Skyward City's dawn, drenched skyline, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment for their victory against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with unshed tears of relief, her gratitude clear as she acknowledged each fighter for their bravery and resilience during the long night. Thorn stood quietly beside them, his winged lions resting peacefully on nearby balconies, all breathing in the rare calm after the storm. Lyra and Aaron shared a moment of silence as they considered the toll the battle had taken on them and their allies. Seraphina's voice was soft, but steady as she offered healing spells to those around her, including Thorn, whose winged lions were similarly tended by their master for the night's exertions. The city buzzed with the sounds of recovery and preparation for whatever challenges might come next. Lyra and Aaron felt a deep wariness settle over them as they tended to minor wounds alongside Seraphina's soothing spells. Thorn spoke quietly to his winged lions, ensuring each lion received the care it needed after their relentless night of battle. The citizens of Skyward City began emerging from shelters, assessing damage and starting recovery efforts. Lyra and Aaron felt a profound sense of relief mixed with lingering tension as they observed Seraphina tending to the mental wounds of Skyward City's defenders. Thorn discussed battle strategies with his winged lions, ensuring their readiness for any future threats that might arise from the abyssal depths below. Citizens started repairing damaged buildings and fortifications, their efforts fueled by a collective determination to protect their floating homeland. Lyra and Aaron felt a surge of pride as they watched their allies begin to rebuild Skyward City after the harrowing battle against shadow creatures. Thorn shared strategic plans with his winged lions, ensuring readiness for future threats, while Seraphina continued her efforts to mend both physical and mental wounds among the defenders. The citizens worked diligently, repairing damages and reinforcing defenses with a renewed sense of purpose. Lyra and Aaron felt a mix of exhaustion and elation as they surveyed Skyward City's rebuilding efforts under the morning sun. Thorn's winged lions perched on nearby towers, their vigilant eyes scanning for any sign of renewed threat, while Seraphina continued her mental healing among the defenders who had fought through the night. The citizens worked tirelessly to mend damages and fortify defenses, their collective resolve evident in every brick laid and spell cast. Lyra and Aaron stood side by side as they observed the bustling activity in Skyward City, their hearts filled with a mix of pride and weariness from the night's battle. Thorn directed his winged lions to patrol the skies, ensuring no further threats emerged, while Seraphina worked tirelessly to mend both physical injuries and mental scars among the defenders. The citizens' resilience was palpable as they diligently repaired damages and strengthened defenses, their efforts reflecting a united resolve to protect their floating homeland. Lyra and Aaron exchanged wary glances as they monitored Seraphina's efforts to heal the defenders' mental wounds from the night's battle. Thorn discussed future strategies with his winged lions, ensuring their readiness for any new threats that might emerge from the abyssal depths below. Citizens of Skyward City continued their recovery efforts, repairing damages and reinforcing defenses amidst a renewed sense of unity. Arin, the Echo Blade, felt his echoes falter as they approached the Whispering Woods, their presence disrupting the forest's eerie tranquility. Lyra, the Elementalist, summoned a protective wall of fire around them to ward off any lurking dangers, her eyes scanning the dense undergrowth with suspicion. Thorn, the Beast Master, tightened his grip on the reins, urging his Loa Wyvern to maintain its vigilant stance beside him. As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, Arin felt an unusual calm settle over him despite the unsettling atmosphere. The trees seemed to whisper secrets in a language only the forest understood, their ancient branches swaying gently as if guiding them forward. Thorn's wyvern snorted nervously, but remained steadfast by his master's side. Seraphina, the dream walker, closed her eyes and reached out with her mind, sensing the shifting tides of the forest's consciousness. The trees whispered warnings in a soft, ethereal voice, their collective wisdom guiding them towards an ancient clearing. Thorn's wyvern growled softly, but did not stray from its path as the companions approached what seemed to be a sacred grove. Arin's echoes flickered uncertainly as they entered an ancient grove bathed in spectral light, trees standing tall and regal around them. Lyra let out a sharp intake of breath when she noticed faint runes glowing on the trunks, signs that this was no ordinary place but rather a sanctuary of immense power. Thorn's wyvern nudged him gently with its snout, sensing the significance of their arrival as well. As they stepped into the grove, Arin felt a surge of energy course through him, connecting his echoes to the ancient magic that pulsed within the trees. Lyra's eyes widened as she recognized the elemental symbols etched onto the bark, each one radiating with latent power waiting to be unleashed. Thorn, ever vigilant, tightened his grip on the wyvern's reins, sensing that their presence was being watched by unseen guardians. Arin's echoes intertwined with the ancient magic of the grove, creating ripples that resonated through the trees as if acknowledging their arrival. Lyra cautiously stepped forward, her hands glowing faintly as she attempted to decipher the elemental runes on one of the massive trunks. Thorn's wyvern shifted restlessly but remained silent, its keen eyes darting between the dense foliage for any signs of movement. Arin's echoes began to resonate louder as they entered an ancient circle in the center of the grove, where the air seemed thicker and charged with latent power. Lyra stepped forward carefully, her elemental magic swirling around her fingertips as she examined intricate symbols carved into the ground. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl, its feathers standing on end as it sensed an imminent presence. The ancient symbols in the grove pulsed with a dim light as Arin's echoes moved closer to the center, where an old tree trunk stood tall and proud. Lyra felt a surge of energy pass through her as she laid her hands on one of the glowing runes, her eyes narrowing in concentration. Thorn's wyvern tensed up but stayed by his side, its wings spread wide in readiness. Arin's echoes merged with the ancient energy emanating from the tree trunk, creating a symphony of magic that reverberated through the grove. Lyra's elemental powers flared as she traced the intricate runes on the bark, her mind racing to understand their significance and potential uses. Thorn remained vigilant atop his wyvern, eyes scanning the surrounding shadows for any sign of hidden danger. Arin's echoes danced around him as he approached the ancient tree trunk, their movement syncing perfectly with the grove's mystical energies. Lyra's eyes glowed with understanding as she deciphered another set of elemental runes, her hands glowing softly in response to the symbol's power. Thorn's wyvern snorted impatiently but remained steady, its wings spread wide and ready for any sudden threat. Arin's echoes pulsed stronger as they intertwined with the ancient magic at the heart of the grove, creating a resonant harmony that seemed to awaken the dormant spirits within the trees. Lyra carefully traced another elemental rune on the tree trunk, her mind working furiously to unlock its secrets and harness its latent power for their benefit. Thorn's wyvern remained vigilant, its wings spread wide as it kept watch over them all. Arin's echoes began to form intricate patterns in the air as they resonated more deeply with the ancient magic surrounding them. Lyra carefully channeled her elemental powers through the runes, feeling a surge of energy that promised great potential for their quest ahead. Thorn's wyvern hunched low, its wings folded tightly against its sides, ready to spring into action at any moment. Arin's echoes grew bolder as they interacted more closely with the ancient magic, weaving complex patterns that seemed to speak an age-old language. Lyra felt a surge of power ripple through her body as she completed tracing another elemental rune, her mind racing with newfound knowledge and possibilities. Thorn's wyvern remained vigilant, but showed signs of fatigue from the constant state of alertness. Arin's echoes surged as they connected more deeply with the ancient magic, forming patterns that seemed to dance and weave through the air. Lyra's hands glowed brightly as she continued tracing elemental runes on the tree trunk, her mind buzzing with newfound understanding of its power. Thorn's wyvern shifted restlessly but remained loyal by his side, sensing the significance of their discovery. Arin's echoes began to form a protective barrier around them as they delved deeper into the heart of the grove, where ancient magic seemed to whisper secrets of old. Lyra's elemental powers flared more intensely with each rune she deciphered, her eyes gleaming with the promise of newfound abilities. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained calm, its keen senses alert for any signs of danger. Arin's echoes intensified their protective barrier as they approached a massive oak at the grove's heart, its trunk encircled by glowing runes that pulsed with latent power. Lyra stepped forward hesitantly, her elemental magic swirling around her hands as she reached to touch one of the symbols, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy course through her veins. Thorn's wyvern shifted nervously, but remained steadfast beside him, its wings half spread in readiness for any sudden movement. Arin's echoes flared brightly as they approached the massive oak tree at the grove's heart, their protective barrier growing stronger around them. Lyra's elemental powers surged with each rune she touched, her eyes narrowing in intense concentration as she deciphered an ancient language of magic and power. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained steady beside him, its keen senses alert for any signs of danger. Arin's echoes resonated powerfully as they neared the massive oak tree at the grove's center, the ancient runes glowing brighter under their approach. Lyra's elemental magic crackled and surged with each rune she deciphered, her hands trembling slightly from the overwhelming influx of arcane knowledge. Thorn's wyvern snorted nervously, but stayed by his side, its wings spread wide in readiness. Elamish, you said. Arin felt an unexpected surge of ancestral energy connecting him to the ancient magic, his echoes amplifying this link as they circled around the massive oak tree. Lyra's eyes widened in awe as she completed tracing another rune, her elemental powers flaring brighter than ever before, ready to harness the grove's immense potential. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl, but remained steady beside him, its keen senses alert for any sudden movement or danger. Arin's echoes entwined seamlessly with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree, forming a protective shield that seemed to resonate with the grove's essence. Lyra's eyes glowed brightly as she deciphered another rune, her elemental powers surging in response to the newfound knowledge. Thorn's wyvern remained vigilant by his side, its keen senses alert for any hidden dangers lurking within the shadows. As they stood before the massive oak tree at the grove's heart, Arin's echoes shimmered intensely, weaving intricate patterns in response to the ancient magic. Lyra's hands glowed brilliantly as she traced another rune on the bark, her elemental powers surging and crackling with newfound power. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained calm beside him, its wings half, spread in readiness for any sudden movement. Arin's echoes intertwined more closely with the ancient magic of the massive oak tree, creating intricate patterns that seemed to weave together past and present. Lyra's hands continued to glow brightly as she traced another elemental rune on the bark, her mind absorbing the arcane knowledge at an alarming rate. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl, but remained steady by his side, its wings half spread in readiness. Arin's echoes glowed brightly as they synchronized perfectly with the ancient magic pulsing from the massive oak tree. Lyra felt her elemental powers strengthen significantly after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings. Thorn's wyvern remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes flared brightly as they resonated more deeply with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree. Lyra felt her elemental powers surge even stronger after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but stayed vigilant beside him, its wings half spread in readiness. Arin's echoes pulsed brighter as they entwined more closely with the ancient magic emanating from the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers flared intensely after tracing another intricate rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread in readiness. Arin's echoes pulsed more intensely as they connected further with the ancient magic emanating from the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers flared brilliantly after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings brightly. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but stayed vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes glowed brighter as they resonated more deeply with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers flared even stronger after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained vigilant beside him, wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes pulsed rhythmically as they deepened their connection to the ancient magic swirling around the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers surged dramatically after she deciphered another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated the grove brightly. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes pulsed more intensely as they resonated deeply with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers flared dramatically after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings brightly. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl, but remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes pulsed in perfect harmony as they resonated more deeply with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers surged dramatically after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings brightly. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin's echoes pulsed in unison as they resonated more deeply with the ancient magic surrounding the massive oak tree. Lyra's elemental powers surged dramatically after deciphering another rune, her hands crackling with vibrant energy that illuminated their surroundings brightly. Thorn's wyvern let out a low growl but remained vigilant beside him, its wings half spread and ready for any sudden danger. Arin, the Echo Blade, felt the familiar weight of his twin blades as he prepared to confront the shadow creatures advancing upon the skyward isles. Beside him stood Lyra, her eyes glowing with elemental power, ready to unleash a storm against their enemies. The swirling clouds below harbored an ominous darkness that threatened not just the isles but all of their world. Arin's echo blades shimmered in the dim light as he sensed Seraphina weaving protective barriers around their island home. Beside him, Lyra channeled her elemental powers, summoning a whirlwind to disperse approaching shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, ready to strike at any moment. Arin's senses were heightened as he watched Thorn's winged lions dive toward the swarm of shadow creatures, their battle cries echoing through the air. Seraphina's presence was calming, her magic a shield against the encroaching darkness, while Lyra continued to unleash powerful elemental storms from above. The combined efforts of these formidable allies created a barrier that momentarily repelled the invaders, who, as Aaron and his allies fought off the shadow creatures, Thorn's winged lions dove into the fray, their claws and teeth tearing through the dark horde. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter with each passing moment, while Lyra's elemental storms raged above, clearing a path for the defenders to push back against the encroaching darkness. Arin's echoes sliced through the shadow creatures, their silver blades leaving trails of light behind them. Lyra's elemental storms intensified, her control over nature allowing her to create fissures in the ground that swallowed approaching enemies whole. Thorn and his winged lions circled overhead, their battle cries echoing as they rained down fiery attacks on the dark horde. Arin's echoes moved in perfect synchronization with his movements, each strike precise and lethal against the shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental storms grew more powerful, her control over nature evident as she conjured a torrential downpour that drenched the dark horde and weakened their offensive capabilities. Thorn directed his winged lions to target the shadow creatures' leaders, aiming to disrupt their formation and break their morale. Arin's echoes joined Thorn's winged lions in an assault that tore through the heart of the shadow creature horde, disrupting their formation and morale. Lyra's elemental storms intensified, her control over nature evident as she summoned a blinding flash of light to disorient and scatter the dark forces. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a shield, absorbing the shadow's attacks and allowing their allies to push back further. Arin's echoes and Thorn's winged lions continued their relentless assault on the shadow creatures, causing the dark horde to falter and retreat. Lyra's elemental storms intensified, casting a bright light over the battlefield that illuminated their victory as the shadows waned. Seraphina's protective spells flickered with each passing moment of success, reinforcing the bond between allies who had weathered countless battles together. Aaron felt a sense of relief as the shadow creatures retreated, their dark forms dissipating into the swirling clouds. Lyra's elemental storms slowly subsided, leaving behind a tranquil sky that belayed the recent chaos. While Thorn and his winged lions landed gracefully beside them, Seraphina's protective spells faded, her presence still comforting despite the battle's conclusion. Arin sheathed his twin blades as the last remnants of shadow creatures vanished into thin air. Lyra exhaled deeply, her elemental powers calming as the storm clouds retreated from the skyward isles. Thorn patted one of his winged lions on the neck, offering a word of praise for their bravery during battle. Arin turned to Seraphina, grateful for her unwavering support during the battle, as she nodded in acknowledgement. Lyra's eyes sparkled with triumphant exhaustion as she surveyed their victory over the skyward isles. Thorn approached them, his winged lions resting peacefully nearby, offering a shared look of camaraderie. Arin shared a brief smile with Thorn and Lyra as they gathered to discuss their next course of action against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's presence remained comforting, her serene demeanor suggesting she had more insight into the threat than she was letting on. The group decided to investigate further into the abyssal depths to uncover the source of this dark invasion. Arin nodded in agreement as they prepared to descend into the abyssal depths, his mind focused on the dangers that awaited them below. Thorn and Lyra exchanged quick glances, each aware of the perilous journey ahead but resolute in their mission. Seraphina's eyes held a knowing look as she silently led the way towards the entrance hidden within the clouds. Arin adjusted his gear as they approached the entrance to the abyssal depths, feeling the weight of their mission and the potential dangers lurking beneath. Thorn's winged lions perched nearby, their keen eyes surveying the area for any signs of hidden threats. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air, creating a shimmering barrier around them before they descended in the unknown. Arin's heart raced as they descended into the abyssal depths, the darkness pressing in around them despite Seraphina's protective barrier. Thorn and his winged lions followed closely behind, their presence reassuring amidst the unknown dangers. Lyra's eyes glowed faintly with unease, her elemental powers ready to counter any sudden threats. Seraphina's protective barrier flickered slightly as they navigated through the treacherous waters of the abyssal depths, her serene expression betraying no sign of fear. Thorn's winged lions scanned the depths with keen eyes, their presence a constant comfort in the darkness. Lyra's elemental powers flared occasionally, ready to combat any sudden threats that might emerge from the shadows. Arin's senses heightened as they ventured deeper into the abyssal depths, his echoes ready to defend against any unseen threats. Thorn's winged lions led the way, their keen eyes spotting potential dangers before they could materialize. Lyra's elemental powers hummed with latent energy, a constant readiness to counteract the darkness that enveloped them. Arin's echoes moved seamlessly as they explored deeper into the abyssal depths, each twin blade reflecting dim light from the rare glimmers above. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant, their keen senses alert for any hidden dangers in the murky waters beneath. Lyra focused her elemental powers on maintaining a steady path through the treacherous terrain. Arin's echoes moved in perfect synchrony as they navigated through an underwater cavern adorned with bioluminescent flora. Thorn's winged lions hovered protectively above, their sharp eyes scanning for any signs of danger lurking within the dimly lit expanse. Lyra channeled her elemental powers to create a glowing orb that illuminated their path ahead. Arin felt a chill run down his spine as they approached a massive cavern filled with eerie silence and an unsettling aura. Thorn's winged lions circled cautiously above, their keen eyes surveying every shadow for potential threats. Lyra concentrated on creating protective barriers around them, her elemental power shimmering in the dim light. Arin's echoes paused as they entered a cavern filled with ancient runes etched into the walls, their presence stirring mysterious energies. Thorn's winged lions landed on an elevated ridge, surveying the area from above while maintaining a defensive posture. Lyra studied the runes intently, her elemental powers reacting to the magical inscriptions embedded in the stone. Arin's echoes paused as they approached an ancient stone door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse faintly. Thorn's winged lions landed nearby, their eyes narrowing as they surveyed the ominous portal before them. Lyra stepped closer to study the runes, her elemental powers glowing softly in response to the magical inscriptions. Arin's echoes hesitated as Thorn and Lyra prepared to open the ancient stone door, their twin blades ready for any unseen threat. Thorn's winged lions took defensive positions around them, their keen eyes scanning every shadow in anticipation of danger. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that caused the runes on the door to glow brighter. Oh. Arin's echoes moved cautiously as Seraphina completed the enchantment on the ancient stone door, causing it to creak open slowly. Thorn and his winged lions remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on every shadow that might conceal danger. Lyra stepped forward, her elemental powers fluctuating in response to the eerie magic emanating from within. Arin's echoes moved silently as they entered the cavern beyond the ancient stone door, twin blades at the ready for any hidden threats. Thorn and his winged lions remained on high alert, their keen eyes scanning every shadow in anticipation of danger. Lyra focused her elemental powers to maintain a protective barrier around them as they ventured deeper into the mysterious chamber. Arin's echoes moved cautiously as they approached a vast underwater chamber filled with ancient relics and glowing crystals. Thorn and his winged lions remained vigilant, their keen eyes scanning the shadows for any lurking threats. Lyra focused her elemental powers to maintain a steady light that illuminated the intricate carvings on the walls. Arin's echoes moved silently through the chamber as Thorn and his winged lions maintained vigilant watch from high above. Lyra focused her elemental powers to maintain a steady light, illuminating carvings on the walls that hinted at ancient secrets hidden within the abyssal depths. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingers tracing patterns in the air, activating magical inscriptions that revealed a concealed passage leading deeper into the cavern. Arin's echoes paused as they reached a vast underwater chamber filled with ancient relics and shimmering crystals. Thorn's winged lions remained vigilant from high above, their keen eyes scanning for any hidden threats in the dim light. Lyra focused her elemental powers to illuminate intricate carvings on the walls that hinted at dark secrets concealed within. Arin's echoes moved cautiously as they neared an intricate door adorned with pulsating runes, each twin blade reflecting dim light from above. Thorn and his winged lions maintained their watchful stance, eyes alert for any signs of hidden danger lurking in the shadows. Lyra focused her elemental powers to study the magical inscriptions on the door more closely, her eyes glowing faintly as she deciphered their meaning. Arin's echoes moved cautiously as they approached an intricate door adorned with pulsating runes, twin blades reflecting dim light from above. Thorn and his winged lions maintained their vigilant stance, eyes alert for any signs of hidden danger lurking in the shadows. Lyra focused her elemental powers to study the magical inscriptions on the door more closely,